Hi, welcome in everyone. Please hit the like as you come in and feel free to subscribe if you have not. Tonight's topic is when the past is still present, uprooting trauma. So let me shout out the people that are here. Hi, sister. Love you. Yeah, so please hit the like and feel free to share. You can also support the live if you feel led. My love 8686 through Cash App. Hey, Cynical One. Hey, Riaz. Shout out to you. Yeah, so uprooting trauma. I meant to put deep rooted trauma. Those traumas that are hidden. Um, yeah, like secret pains. Sometimes it can show up as in like deep rooted bitterness, like bitterness that you've held on to for a very long time. And these things can shape how we view God. They can shape how we view ourselves, and they can also shape how we view other people. Hey, Bolo,
Hey Mo Love, what's going on?
how are you?
Logging another day to get it right, so I'm gonna do my best to try and get it right.
Definitely. Um, So yeah, when it comes to deep rooted trauma, of course, God has to be at the center. Prayer is my go-to, but if we're honest, there are some things that prayer alone just doesn't fix. We have a job to do too. Until we go deeper, like we won't, I guess, experience that healing. Um, so the trauma, the pain, the bitterness, the fear, sometimes it's fear, it's shame, like the things we've learned to hide but never healed, they really can have such a negative effect on us. And honestly, tonight, like I just wanted to invite God into the deep places and really talk about these things, and of course y'all know like this is a safe space with me. Yeah. So just feel free to share. Hey, Black Lexicon, thank you so much for being here. Mo Love, good evening. Why you come up so late all the time? When I started my this Sunday night, like my work schedule was different. And then a lot of times I'm supporting Freezy and his lives in like around 10. So yeah, I start late. But shout out to you for being here. Bolo, do you want to add to the oh, the
No,
title?
no, I think the title is awesome. When the past is still present, uprooting. Got to uproot the trauma. Um, I think it's important that it is important to uproot that trauma. It is important to identify it and be able to deal with it with people that you trust, with therapy, with help, um, to get to it. Because again, a lot of the times, our trauma it uh, affects the way we see,
Mm-hmm.
and and that's something that we have to understand and we can't run away from. Right? How you feel affects how you see. It affects how you process things. Hell, it can affect how your body responds to certain things. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Certain trauma, you can have if you've been touched or something like that, and certain person touch you in that same way may bring back, that thought process of you being touched. So if we don't reconcile those things to the best way we know possible to get it, that chapter closed, these things will continue to cycle and haunt us and kind of control the way you think and move depending on the environment and the circumstance that you're in. So it's important that we get to dealing with that trauma and dealing with those deep past issues that we might have.
Mm-hmm. And then uprooting trauma, when you think about what uprooting really means, um, when it comes to just the spiritual and emotional aspect of it, it means to go beyond the surface, and remove the origin of whatever that issue may be, not just the symptoms. A lot of times we deal with what we see in the moment, and we don't deal with the foundation of whatever that issue is, you know?
Yeah, that's an awesome
Hey,
observation.
Vaughn.
That's an awesome observation. You know,
Hey, True Bleed. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. But that's so true. Like, to uproot, you have to deal with the root of that thing, you know?
yeah,
And that's something that I had to realize over the years, like letting God reach into the very roots of whatever my wounds were, whatever my habits that I thought I never could break were, you know.
well,
Some things just
just
have
to
to
go into what you were saying
take
pertaining
it
to,
out.
just to go into what you were saying pertaining to the symptoms. You know, a lot of the times people deal with symptoms opposed to dealing with the sickness, and there's a difference.
Hmm.
You know, if we're dealing with branches, branches don't kill the tree, the root kills the tree. So,
Right.
if we're going to deal with something, we have to get at the crux of it. We have to get at where it started, right? Where it came from, and understand it's easily said than done, right? It's not
Hmm.
always easy to get to it. You know,
It's not.
when you when
It's
you're dealing,
difficult.
when you're dealing with people with depression and mental illness and things of that nature, you have to be patient. You have to
Hmm.
be patient, and it's real surgical work. It's not something that this is scalpel work. It's not easy. It's hard. So you have to be patient with the person and understand that there's a difference between being upset, being mad, and being depressed, right? When you're upset and mad, you typically have that reason or that person or persons that you can direct your anger at. With depression, it's a little bit more complicated than that. It's not that clear and cut and direct. So this is why it takes a little bit longer to get to that root and to understand, because typically these things have been happening for years or has happened years ago, and they have just compounded thing on top of thing, and now we have to go back. And sometimes these men and women, or young men and young women, are afraid to go back there, so you have to be patient with them to get them to where they need to be so that they can get help in that moment, in that
Hmm.
time in their past. So yeah, it's a lot of work. It's not easy, and
It
definitely
is. And then when I was studying and looking at scriptures, Matthew the 15 and 13 says, every plant that my heavenly Father has not planted will be pulled up by the roots. And this goes to show, like, if God didn't plant it in us, whether that's fear, because a lot of us do operate through fear. Sometimes it's shame, sometimes it's insecurity. Those things have to go. Like, God spoke that in his word for a reason. And in Hebrews 12 and 15, it says, see to it that no bitter root grows up to cause trouble. And that is so important, because bitterness, when it's not uprooted, it poisons everything around you, like your perspective, it poisons relationships, everything.
and again, it goes into what we said earlier. It goes into how you see, right?
Mm-hmm.
It goes into how you interpret, how you pick things up, because you're filtering everything that's happening to you through the world into these hurt eyes, into
Mm-hmm.
these hurt ears and heart and touch and taste. Everything is bitter because the brain is only going to affirm how you feel. Understand that, and it gets to the point where it will even affect your stress system. Cause you stress and things of that nature to the point where it will affect your body, and that's the
Mm-hmm.
point we're trying to get to, so that we can understand where these deep rooted traumas may be, so that we can actually deal with it, right? So the point of the matter is, it's like For example, right? And something could have happened to someone when they were young. And from their young eyes, they couldn't interpret or deal with it because they were 8, 7, 6, 5, whatever their age was. And that
Mm-hmm.
trauma still stays with them. So although they're now 25, they still haven't reconciled because when it comes to that moment in time, they're still in that 5-year-old state of mind. So this is where talk therapy is important
Right.
because it retrogresses the 25-year-old to the 5-year-old so that you can reconcile, so that you can bring clarity to the 5-year-old in you, so that when you take that 5-year-old to kind of walk
Yes.
through what's going on, it kind of closes the chapter. Now, again, understand every chapter that we close in life is not always going to be a happy one. But the point of the matter is we want to close that chapter, and that's what's important.
Absolutely. That's so true. Hey, Win Time. Uh, Fear No Mortals. I don't think she's here. Maybe you thought I was her. I'm not sure. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you. Vaughn said, when we harbor bitterness and animosity, it's like drinking poison and waiting for the other person to die.
It's
Yeah,
absolutely,
that's
you know,
true.
I tell people, I use this example all the time and I use it in different forms. But when you have a leak in the house, you know,
Hmm.
the bad thing about a leak is it's hard to find out where its origin comes from. That's the terrible thing with leaks, right? Because leaks follow pipes, they follow
They do.
walls. So, so you may see a leak in your kitchen. It could have started upstairs in your bathroom. So
Hmm.
now
It's
here's the
okay
thing.
with time.
Now here's the thing with a leak. A leak doesn't just stop. It's not going to stay compartmentalized in the bathroom. It's going to go to other places in the home. And if
Hmm.
you allow it to permeate, it's going to create mold. It's going to create all these different. It's going to rot out your wood and things of that nature. So this is what trauma does. It doesn't just stay in one place. It appears in other places in your life and it permeates and it germinates and it rots at the core of who you are. So, like you just said, right? So, it will affect the relationships that you have. It will affect the judgment that you have. It will affect the way you see certain things. It will affect your judgment call and how you discern certain things. This is why it says uproot those things. This is why those
Mm,
scriptures says uproot because now I can't have that. And the way you uproot these things is you have to come to grips with yourself and understand that you have a problem. I know
mm-hmm.
when I went to therapy, I had to come to grips that I had a problem. And the first person that had to understand that was me because no matter how many people said, Bolo, you got a problem, it's not a problem till you see it. And understand that. It's not a problem till the person that actually has it see it. Because you can tell me that I got a problem. If I don't see it, it's not going to get rectified. It's not going to get fixed until I humble myself and say, you know what, I do have an issue and I need to get help. And this is where you're allowing those gates to open up to receive help. And that's very important. Hey, Winchan.
Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly. It does take, you do have to operate in humility. Like, you have to be humble enough to say, I don't have it all together. Like, I have issues that I have not confronted. And a lot of people aren't willing to do that because they are absolutely led by pride and ego.
And if that's you, meaning that person, then you will continue to have those issues. Because again, you know, I can't get help unless I know I need to be helped.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the point of it. You have to come to the realization that there has to be some type of humility um, involved. There has to be. It doesn't work if you don't have it. You're only fooling yourself. Although you're getting therapy, it won't work. It won't help unless you understand truthfully and honestly and earnestly that I need help. Right? So even
Right.
when we read Matthew's 11:38, well 11:28, sorry, it says, "Come to me." This is God speaking, right? Christ speaking. It says, "Come to me, all you who labor and are heavy laden. So, what Christ is saying to you is all of those that have heavy issues, these problems that you're having, it goes together with the scriptures that Mo pulled out in Isaiah. He's saying, come to me. I'm the cure to your illness.
Mhm.
Because no matter what you go through, I'm going to be there. No matter where you are, I'm there. Right? So he says,
Mhm.
I will give you rest. Now, rest doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to pull out the pillow and the sheets and go to sleep. What he's saying, what he's saying is rest to that issue or that burden or that trauma or that moment that you are wrestling with. I'm going to
Mhm.
close it for you. And again, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a happy close, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that. It means that you're going to no longer wrestle with it. You're going to be able to live with it, right? So if it's something that really happened that really traumatized you, and a lot of the times that trauma will cause you to create and encapsulate yourself in this jail cell of your creation, of your making, because you might be afraid. Don't get it
Mhm.
twisted. I've been there, right? Where you create this space where no one understands. No one can get me out of this. Why do I want to live? Why do I want to go on? Why is this happening to me? Does this sound familiar to everybody? These are the things you say. So, what the Lord is telling you, I'm going to give you rest from that. But, like Mo said earlier, work is going to have to be done. Now,
Mhm.
why is it that the Lord says to us that there needs to be work? Because you need to understand the mechanics of how you got out of it. Why? Because I need you to be that light to go into the world to now lead those that are in that place where you were. You knew how to get where Mo is, she knew how to get out. So
Mhm.
who better to go and lead somebody than Mo, who was there where they're at? Who better to lead that person than Bolo, who was there than where they're at?
Mhm.
So he's saying to you, I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me. Learn from me.
Yes.
Humble yourself. This is why the Lord says you have to be a child. Why? A child knows nothing. A child comes in with humility. A child wants to learn, right? A child may have questions, but a child says, I'm here to learn. I'm not here to teach. Please. For I am gentle and lowly in heart. The Lord isn't as rough as you think he is. When you look at the grand scheme of things of what he's doing, he's trying to create you for this destination for what he has prepared for you. Hey Venus, he's trying to
Hey,
he's
Venus.
he's molding you into these men and women that he wants you to be because there's a purpose for you. Jeremiah 29:11. There's a purpose. And this trauma is holding you back from getting to where you need to be. So I need you to humble yourself. I know you're afraid, but with me, you need not be afraid. Why are you afraid when the Lord says, if I'm for you, who can be against you? We have to start to actually believe it. It's no longer a thought process anymore, Mo. This has to be something that we have to walk in now. This is why the
Absolutely.
Lord tells you that there's many that honor me with their mouth, but they're far from me in their heart. Do they walk in this? They don't. They don't, right? And then he finishes up, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. My burden is light because I'm creating an army. Let's not get it twisted. He's creating an army.
Mhm. And
And
then I think another thing we have to take into consideration when we go to God, like, and we express to Him our traumas, and we really want those things to be removed. Like, we have to understand that God is really not in the business of bandaging up what needs to be removed. And a lot of times, that's what we're doing.
that's a
He
good
actually, uproots it. Like, he goes way beyond the surface of whatever that issue is, and he's telling us like this doesn't belong here anymore. And sometimes we hold on to trauma.
one. Sometimes you hold on to people.
It's comfortable, or it's so familiar that we hold on to it.
You
And
hold
it's
on. You hold on to people too, right?
absolutely, and it's not healthy. It's
It's
so
not.
hard to let go. That's a whole nother thing when it
That's
comes to trauma, like holding on to the wrong people sometimes,
right. Because
you
you know what
know?
happens? It becomes so familiar, right?
Mm-hmm.
That trauma has become your friend. And now
Yes.
there's no comfortability in growth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you need to move on to new landscape, right? That you've never been down this block no before. You've never been in this neighborhood before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now you're very aware about the turns that you make because this is new topography, right? It's new landscape. You've never traversed this area before. But we're so, people become so used to the trauma that they're in that it becomes their world.
And
And
it's
when
so true. Like, I think I stay on this, I harp on this so much because we talk about all these curses that have taken place. And when we avoid addressing our pain, like it becomes recycled. And what we don't, what we are not willing to surrender, it spreads. Whether
well,
it's,
how about this?
your kids, and they don't deal with it, and it spreads to their kids, and we wonder
Mhm.
why these curses take place,
When you
because
don't
we
surrender
avoid.
to it, when you
Mhm.
don't surrender to it, you become a slave to it,
Absolutely.
right? When you don't
When you
surrender
don't
to
surrender it.
Right. When you don't surrender it to the Father and you don't surrender yourself in humility to knowing that you have an issue, you then become a
Mhm.
slave to it now. Because again, it's not just going to stay where you think it's going to stay, it's going to go and permeate in all these different places and aspects of your life. And
Mhm.
soon you don't know where to start. This is why trauma is so hard to identify where it started from because it could have started with something emotionally and we sweep it under the rug. Now it's spiritually, now it's physically, now it's mentally. But
Mhm.
these other things are just branches because it started emotionally. So we have to get through the physical, we got to get through the spiritual, we got to get through the mental to get to where you really was affected emotionally, where that person hurt you. And we got to get to that. And that
Yes.
so yeah,
And I
it's
think Brandon is the one that said it last week. He said so many people are dealing with deep rooted childhood traumas.
absolutely.
And that's what kind of made me, you know, touch on this subject.
you know, um, Meditation is so important, right?
Mhm.
When we read, and the reason why we connect it with the word is because the word gives us the answers, and this is why it's important that obedience is so important. Obedience to the Father is so important, and it's hard for us to surrender our obedience to. In some
Mhm.
places we might be better at it than others. You know what I mean? Well, we might be
Right.
better.
Yeah.
But in Isaiah 43:18, it says, do not remember the former things. The Lord is telling you what you went through in the past, let it go.
Mhm.
Don't hold on to it. You needed to learn something from that thing. Did you learn it? If not, you're going to stay there, right? Do not remember former things, nor consider the things of old. Whatever you needed to learn, you learned from it. It made you a better person because now it's not a failure if you learn something from it, right? If you know
Right.
that you should have moved left instead of moving right, you learn from it. You become a better person by it. So now it's not a failure anymore. It's a life experience. It's only a failure if you continue to do it and you learn nothing from it. Then he goes, behold, I will do a new thing because the person that you come out of is right. Venus walked into this situation, right? The
Mhm.
Venus that walks out of it is not the same Venus that walked into it. Behold, Venus is now a new thing. He says, now,
Right.
behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. She's not
Mm.
going to fall victim the way she did before. Shall you not know it? Absolutely, you know it when you walk out of it, but you don't know it if you continue to walk in it. Let me say it again. When you walk out of it, you know it's a new thing because you walked out of it. I'm no longer on that merry-go-round. But if I continue on that merry-go-round, I don't know the difference and I'm still walking in it. I will even make a road in the wilderness and the rivers in the desert. So we're tying these scriptures because, again, we understand that the world will try to give you some type of healing, but if it isn't connected to our true and living Savior, all right, meditating in Him and praying to Him, it's all temporal.
It
It's all
is. In
temporary.
that scripture, you said it was Isaiah 41. Like, what was it saying in the beginning?
Isaiah 43:18, it says, "Do
I
not
should.
remember the former
Hmm.
things, nor
Right.
consider the things of old. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall you not know it?" See, trauma can hurt you so much that even when the Lord has created something new, you can't
Mm-hmm.
see it because how you feel affects how you
How
see.
you see? Yes. And that scripture is saying like God never removes without the intention to rebuild. Such a
Ooh.
problem letting go and giving him full control.
You know what I
He
say to that?
never removes without the intention to rebuild. Everything that I was afraid to let go of, God always blessed me 10 times over
What?
once I surrendered to him.
You know what I say to people when
Hey, Coffee.
this is what I tell people all the time, man. I tell them this. Are you listening?
Mm-hmm.
I tell them this.
You better read your Bible.
Okay.
You better read your Bible, baby,
Straight
because
up.
because there's so much in here. There's so much in here, and we try to regulate it to it just being a fairy tale that you read to your child before you go to sleep, or you can get a little wisdom out of the book. No, you get life from this book. You get life because the Lord is telling you, I don't just want you to read my words. I want to have a relationship with you.
Mm-hmm.
You did
Yes.
understand that the Lord knows all these things. The Lord already knows that these things will happen. The people who don't know are the people that are going through it. We don't know. So when we're going through these things and you say, damn, I was strong enough to get through that trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I was strong enough to get past that
And didn't even know it.
and didn't even know it. That's when you sit there and go, Lord, thank you. Because now I realize how tenacious I am. Now I know how strong in you I can be. So the next issue that comes, I'm going to be a little bit stronger. I'm going to look at it
Yes.
differently. I'm not going
Yep.
to look at it from a position of me being broken or weak. I'm going to look at it from the position of somehow, some way, Mo, we're going to get through this.
Mm.
Don't know how yet, but we're going to figure it out. And that's
But
what's so
we but we will get through it. And
absolutely.
another thing, thank you so much, Coffee, for listening to my shorts. I appreciate you. Um, we'll say, well, I'll speak for me. We surrender to the Lord. Sometimes I have a hard time. There are still parts of my heart that may be guarded, So I have to ask God, could you search my heart? Because me thinking I've completely surrendered may not be according to God's standards.
Absolutely. And
And
you're
I have
not the only
to,
person. We all go through that. You're not the
yeah,
only
like,
person.
because sometimes I think that's what my last short was about. Like, don't believe the lies, and some of the lies are just sometimes we can be our worst enemy. So I have to pray, like, Lord, help me to break agreement with lies, because they can get in anybody's mind, but you have to cast that stuff down immediately so that it won't grow, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
And I
And
just see, like, in it shows, and I know a lot of people won't be transparent about it, and that's fine because you it's hard to trust. But there are so many people that carry trauma and just shame, and sin and keep functioning day to day like it's okay. But but so many people are bleeding in silence, you know, and God wants so bad to dig into that buried pain, not just the pain that's visible, you know?
But see, that comes into the trust, right? That comes into having a relationship, right? You
Mhm.
let people in that you trust. And if you don't trust God, you're not going to let them in. You know,
Right.
you're gonna compartmentalize, and you're gonna say, "Now I can handle this. I don't need him." So this is where faith and belief is very important, right? Faith is the trust and the reliance of the Lord. Where belief,
Absolutely.
faith is the road that you move, that's created for you to walk on, right?
Hmm.
Belief is the vehicle that you drive on with faith.
Right.
That's the power moving in belief. Like you don't understand that I'm firm in this. I understand it. I know what it is. My belief gives me the power to walk in faith.
Absolutely.
My belief gives me the power to know that although I don't know what's going on around that corner, I trust God. So,
Like really
you know,
trust. Hmm.
yeah, absolutely. So it's important that meditation, and this is why I think that, you know, when you're dealing with therapy, I think, it's especially for believers, it's so important to connect God into that therapy work, into that healing, into that growth, opposed to
Absolutely.
trying to heal them outside of it. It's very important. So
Whew, that's so true.
yeah, it's a lot of work, and
It's
it's a
a
lot
lot
of
of work because some things like you like, oh, okay, I've dealt with this, like I'm healed from this, and then something else will come back up. Like
yeah,
the more that you pray and you ask God to search your heart and you want to be in right standings with Him, like He'll continue to reveal things to you. You
you
know,
can
so it is a lot of work, and some things aren't revealed until way later sometimes.
right. So let's give some components, right, to those that are still on the fence. Some components to what Mo has eloquently put as a title.
Because
When the
I have
past is
some
still
things
present,
too. Mm-hmm.
when the past is still present, uprooting trauma. So what is she saying? What she's talking about is those past traumas that you have, that we have, and we've all done it, that we have swept under the rug. We haven't completely dealt with it. And if you don't completely deal with it, it's like having bed bugs, my G. If you don't get every bed bug out, you're going to have issues. Sooner or later, they will come back. They will come
Right.
back. So some of these, so let's give some pillars, right? Let's give some things that, we should do, So the first thing that we have to do, and I want you to tell me your thoughts on this before I get into it, acknowledging the pain and seeking refuge. What do you think on that?
Acknowledging the pain. And what else?
And seeking refuge.
Yes. So I think the way that you acknowledge the pain and seek refuge is, of course, to turn to God, and you have to speak over yourself. Like, I've had to say, like, I will no longer protect what God wants to remove. And
Hold on. Stop.
so
Stop. Stop. Stop.
the
Stop.
hardest conversations I had with
Stop.
myself.
Stop. You gotta say that again. You gotta say it again. Please say it again. The people need to hear that again. That was too
I
prolific.
had to declare over myself with tears in my eyes, hand on my chest, Lord, I will no longer protect what you want to remove.
Ooh, let
There was
that
so
marinate.
much pain and there was so much freedom in that at the same time.
But see, here's where fear comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Fear comes in
Hey,
because
Brandon.
you know the pain,
Mm-hmm.
right? But you don't know the liberty in letting it go.
Absolutely.
It's scary. I know what the pain feels like. I've been living with the pain for so long. Me and the pain are friends. I know what to expect with the pain. But when I let go of the pain and I feel lighter and I don't see things the same way, I'm going into a whole new different thought process. And that in itself is scary
Mm-hmm.
because I know what I got with the pain. I don't know what I got with being free from it. Ooh. right?
Oh,
That was
dropping
that.
bombs.
Come on now, come on now,
That is,
come on now.
yes, that
So,
is so
so
true. Like,
acknowledging the pain caused by the trauma is a crucial first step in healing,
mhm,
in the healing process, right?
mhm.
And again, it's not an easy thing. That takes time. It takes time to get to that. It's not going to be an easy process because typically our traumas, a lot of traumas start when you're young, depending on how you brought up. Some of them they don't start young. Some of them they start in your teenage
Yes,
years. So depending on where you are, it's hard to identify because the enemy is not stupid. He wants it to be hard to identify so that he can control you emotionally, right? So
absolutely. Mm,
what Mo said was so important that it's so heavy, and I asked her to repeat it. Why? Because you have to stop protecting what the Lord wants to remove.
mm. That's
You have
so
to stop
difficult,
protecting.
but
It's
but
hard.
it's doable with the
It's
Lord.
more than doable. But
Mhm,
but this is where it comes into having a relationship. You have to trust in Him, right? You have to
mhm,
trust that. Listen, I don't know what I'm doing in this, okay, but I'm gonna trust you. It's like when you're getting trained on a job. You don't have a clue of what's going on, but you trust the dude that they put in, with you to train you. You have some type of trust. You have to have some type of trust in this guy or in this gal that's training you. That's the
mhm.
same trust you have to do. So when you're seeking refuge in God, God provides a source of comfort and strength to face difficult memories and emotions.
Absolutely.
And He may do it through Mo, He may do it through Bolo, He may do it through a therapist, He may do it through your father, your mother, your brother, your sister, whoever it may be. But it's the Lord providing that comfort so that you're able to release that discomfort that you're so used to knowing, opposed to the comfort that you don't know.
Oh, that you're so used to knowing. Let me see what Coffee wrote real quick. He said, yes, indeed. We can become so immune to pain where we don't recognize when we are begging for more of it. Oh, that's true because we stay stuck in it. And another part of my prayer was, Lord, please help me to be loyal to my healing and not my trauma.
Ooh, say it
Like
again.
a lot of times we're
Say it again.
loyal
No,
to
no, no, no,
our
no, no, no,
pain.
no, no.
It's
You gotta say it
happened to
again.
me.
You gotta say it again. You gotta say it again. You gotta say it again. Please say
So
it.
when I prayed, crying out to the Lord, I said, Lord, please help me to no longer be loyal to be loyal to my healing and not my trauma. Sometimes we are so loyal to our pain, like we'll regurgitate all the things that hurt us, but we don't put enough energy into the healing process.
Because the pain
Help me
is
to be loyal to that. When you're loyal to something, you nurture it.
mm,
Help me, God. And slowly but surely, because it is a process and it's painful when things are being uprooted, it can feel violent. Like, hold on, what's going on? Because
you
you're
know
not
why?
just dealing with the surface.
Because listen, when we just played that video.
Hi, Roxy.
We we
Mm-hmm.
just, we just played that video in the village Friday night where there's there's two types, butterflies and moths. They transform in the same way.
Mm-hmm.
But the difference between the butterfly and the moth is the butterfly gets more accolades and it's more prettier, right? When the butterfly comes out of its cocoon, there's not much of a fight that it has to go through because the cocoon that it makes is kind of soft and fragile, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of sort of what the butterfly is. When you're looking at the moth's cocoon is very strong and stern. And for this moth to come out of its cocoon, it has to fight. It has to fight. It has
Yeah.
to pull. It has to struggle. It has to fight. And through that pulling and struggling and through that hurt, through that tenaciousness that it has to exude, through the malleability that it has to exude, it is creating a thought process in this moth that it's going to become stronger. And
Mm-hmm.
that's the thought process that the Lord is putting in us. Life ain't going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. It's
It's
going
not.
to be hard. It's going to be hard.
Yes.
But it's the purpose of life being hard is so that it can mold you into the people that he needs you to be: strong,
Mm-hmm.
faithful, obedient, tenacious, okay? All these things and so much more. And we have to learn to embrace forgiveness. That's
Oh
another
my
part
gosh. I was
of,
gonna
of
talk about that next.
I'm
Yes.
sorry I beat you to it. I'm sorry I beat you to it.
No, it's
Because
good. Go ahead.
you have to embrace forgiveness because forgiveness it's understanding through a spiritual lens can be a significant part of releasing the pain and the bitterness associated with trauma. It's
Mm-hmm.
allowing yourself to say, I'm going to move on from this. It's not beating yourself up. It's not regretting. See, that word regret is what the enemy is going to use to hold you stuck in the past, to hold you stuck in that cycle that Mo was talking about, right? Because I can't change what the past is. I can only learn from it. I can only become better from it.
Mm-hmm.
So me regretting, it's a form of an anchor, excuse me, holding me to that moment in time. And it's keeping me from moving on because that chain is on my leg.
Mm.
It's not
And
allowing me to
that's
move on.
right. And when it comes to forgiveness, and I don't know, like uh I've had this conversation with Freezy, and it makes all the sense in the world when he applies the scriptures to it. But when it comes to like forgiveness, I personally feel that you can forgive somebody and say it doesn't mean you're saying what you did to me was okay. It's saying I won't carry this anymore. Forgiveness doesn't mean that I'm justifying what happened, but I'm just doing this for the sake of my sanity because I know that if I don't forgive somebody, I'm the meanest person. And what does that do? Like, how is that affecting the other party? That's going to take a toll on me alone. They've moved on. They're good to go, you know?
Mhm.
So yeah. But I
It's,
do know that unforgiveness, like um it's rooted in, well, it creates bitterness and resentment and anger, and it does feel like trauma cycles, you know,
absolutely.
because what do?
Absolutely.
You're replaying what happened over and over again, you know. You're
Right.
just replaying that situation, and
You're reliving it. You're reliving it.
absolutely. And forgiveness, it also rewires the brain. That's like a known
Mhm.
fact. It copies trauma response patterns, you know? It's just so
Yeah,
much. Like forgiveness, unforgiveness can take a toll on you physically, emotionally,
break you down.
mentally, psychologically,
It can break
spiritually,
you down.
in every aspect.
Absolutely.
So it's just not
Highlight.
worth it. Hey, Rooster.
Can you highlight what narratives wrote? Narratives and dialogue.
Let me see.
He
Bolo,
wrote.
I wrote a song called Hurt. One of the verses says, if you don't know what it feels like to be loved, truly loved, then you don't know what it feels like to be hurt. People are numb.
"Mm."
Wow.
And you got to learn from it. And that's a very good point. You have to learn from it, right?
Yeah.
And here's the thing. And this is when people say, I've never been loved before, right? Like
Mhm.
to what dialogues are saying. I've never been loved before. And I'm going to call
So is this what that do you feel like what he wrote right there is saying that he's never been loved?
that, well, he's saying if you don't know what it feels like to be loved, and that's the point. I want you to keep that up there. That's the point. Love is
Ooh.
not a feeling. Love is an action.
Mhm. Mhm.
So let me give you an example. When people say, I've never been loved before, the youngins are going to get mad at me because I'm taking one of their words. I call cap.
Mhm.
I call cap on that. Why? Because Christ,
Mhm.
Read the
Because
scriptures
what?
on what Christ, read the scriptures on what Christ did for you.
Oh,
He did that for
absolutely.
everybody. That's
Mm-hmm.
love. His sacrifice to you, for you, is love. That's love. When he
True love. Yes.
willingly gives up his body, his soul, his mind, body, spirit, okay? Because he loved you. Not that he had to, he chose to. That's love. Now, what does love invoke? Because I do these things, now it's going to garner from you loyalty, strength, trust, forgiveness, understanding, grace, mercy. All of these things come with that. But love is action. I have to show you. And when I do show you, what
Mm-hmm.
is your response to that? So people in their minds feel like love always has to be giddy. When I pull you to the
Mm,
side narratives and I say, yo, narrative, you bugging the hell out, man. You got to get your act together. You tripping.
that's tough love, but it's
That's
love.
tough love. Don't feel good. Do it.
Mm-hmm.
We may get into a tussle because you don't like what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm supposed to be your best friend, if I'm supposed to be your brother, if I can't correct you, if I can't correct you and tell you what you're doing in love and vice versa, we don't love each other, my G. This ain't
Mm-hmm.
love. This is something fake. And I don't want no parts of it. You
Right.
dig what I'm saying? So we have to use the example that Christ left us to say, okay, because look at it from this perspective.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my daughter will measure every man up against her father,
Mm-hmm.
subliminally and
Absolutely.
subconsciously. The first man she falls in love with is her father. The first woman her son falls in love with is his mother. And subconsciously, he's going to measure every woman up against her. This is why they say you marry your parent to a certain extent, right? You want certain traits that they may
Mm-hmm.
have. Now, if they were bad parents, there's certain traits you're going to look for your significant other not to have.
Exactly.
But you sit here and you look at it. Listen, love ain't always going to be good, brother.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I punish you, I love you and I need you to understand. There might be a time I say, yo, dialogues, I don't want to talk to you right now. We in a bad space right now. But if you text me saying, yo, listen, man, my rent is due and I ain't got the bread, that ain't going to stop me from giving you the bread because I love you. Now, once we
Mm-hmm.
get that narrowed down, I'm like, okay, I'm going back to not talking to you for the week, bro, because what you did was wrong. Listen, me loving you don't mean I'm going to like you all the time. Me loving you don't mean we're going to be
That's
happy all
true.
the time. Me
That's
loving you
true.
don't mean we're going to always have good times. And, you know, it doesn't mean that. It means that I'm making a conscious choice to say, I got your back. That if you
Mm-hmm.
need me, I'm there. That if you do something
Yes.
wrong, I'm going to check you and you're going to check me. That's what love is.
Mm-hmm.
So when we try
Absolutely.
to wrap love into feeling good, that's where marriages fail. I love him and happiness and such and such. Nah, man. Nah, this is why God tells you to search for the peace and the joy in me. The peace and the joy in the Lord is what the standard is. Love and happiness, sadness, these things are roller coasters. They come and go.
Oh, they
But the
are.
joy, but the joy in the Lord, the peace in the Lord stays constant.
Is your true
That's what gives.
strength.
Absolutely.
That is just so true. Coffee said I had to get it together when I wrote that song. I was going through a divorce. She
Wow.
did not know what love was. She was blind to it. Wow.
And sometimes people are. Sometimes people don't know. Listen, sometimes people are so used to losing, they don't know when they're winning.
That's a word. That's so
I, I,
true.
sometimes people are so used to losing uh, 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 narratives. It just is what it is, and it's sad because it pushes you away,
Hmm.
right? So let's get back to some of the pillars of dealing with the Lord and understanding. So we just dealt with embracing forgiveness, right? The next one is renewing the mind with God's truth, right?
Hmm.
So what do we do? Trauma often creates distorted beliefs about oneself, right? Trauma makes you see yourself a certain way. It makes you see the world a certain way. Some people are saying trauma, I'm not worthy of love. I deserve this or I deserve that. And it wasn't your fault. It had nothing to do with you. It was the other person's fault. It wasn't yours. But because we don't have the coping skills in the moment of when we're going through things, because we might be so fragile in that moment, we create these things. The brain will create these things to protect itself, to get you to move on.
Yeah, and you know what? I hear people often say, like, when it comes to trauma and certain things, like, there's a belief that time will heal everything, but time doesn't heal what we're not willing to acknowledge. You
And
know?
time doesn't heal everything correctly.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm.
It doesn't heal everything correctly.
Right.
So we have to understand it. So trauma can create distorted beliefs of oneself and others. This goes into what Mo was talking about earlier, right? About how you see and perceive others because you have not dealt with your trauma or identified your trauma. You're living in your trauma, you're living through your trauma. You see everything through the lens of your trauma, right? So it creates a distorted belief of others and the world. Remember what I told you, how you feel affects how you see.
Mm-hmm.
Not only does it affect how you see, it affects your body. A woman,
Yeah.
if a woman thinks she's pregnant, guess what? Her body will mimic the symptoms of being pregnant. This is how strong the spirit is. So this is why the Lord tells you, be mindful of your words.
Mm-hmm.
Be mindful of what you think, because that is what will be, right? So
And go ahead. I'm
no,
sorry.
no, go ahead, babe. No, go ahead, go.
No, I was gonna say. So I think another issue is, well, I know it is. We all harbor pain in some way, shape, or form, right? So we should pray. Look, well, I know that I do. God, help me to forgive those who planted pain, right? So the people who have caused me so much pain, Lord, would you please help me to show them grace? And we view things from our perspective. I also have to pray. And will you please forgive me where I may have planted pain in someone else's life? That helps you to walk with a
Mhm.
more positive mindset and not just stay stuck.
That's a
You know,
very good
it's
point.
better to
That's a
say.
very good point pertaining to what trauma that you might have done. Because
Mm-hmm.
in your trauma, you might be creating that cycle of dishing out trauma
Mm-hmm.
and not know that, right? A dog that is hurt don't know. It's operating through its hurt. And it's gonna
Yes.
bite everybody. It doesn't know that you're here to help him get out of that fence. It just knows that it's hurting. So
Mm-hmm.
it takes time and you have to understand. So we talked about you living through your trauma and how it distorts you oneself, looking at oneself and how you look at others and how you look at the world. So
Mm-hmm.
understand that when we connect with God through scripture, right, it
Mm-hmm.
helps us to replace these distortions with his truth. And this is the difference between the world's truth and God's truth. See, when you look at man, man always has something attached to it. Man's man's good is always attached to something selfish. Always.
Mm-hmm.
God don't need nothing from you. So I'd rather believe God's good than man's good because God don't need nothing
Me
from me.
too.
He doesn't need a PlayStation.
Right.
He doesn't need an Xbox. He doesn't need me to pay his rent.
Mm-hmm. Let
So
me read these. Oh, go ahead. Go
no,
ahead.
go ahead, read it. Go ahead. So let me say this, and then you can rock out. So when you
Okay.
replace the world's lies with God's truth, it
Mm-hmm.
leads you to a renewed self, a sense of self, knowing that you are loved, knowing that you are important, knowing that God knows your name, knowing that God picked you from the foundation of the world. So this brings you a renewed sense of understanding, a renewed sense of the word is escaping me, but a new sense of respect for oneself in saying
Mhm.
that the Lord decided to wake me up. There's a lot of people that didn't wake up, but I did. There's a reason why. There's a reason why he opened up his word to me. There's a reason why he allowed these men and women to pour into me. What is that reason? So then you start to say to yourself, I am worth more than what I'm giving myself.
Mhm. Absolutely. That's so good. So Coffee said, facts Bello, Mary J was that way. She often talked about she felt like she did not deserve love because she thought she'd never find it. Her song Confrontation says, every time I hurt you, it's because of what someone else has done to me. And I now
Mhm.
it's not, and I know it's not really fair, but I am going through something with all my baggage. Wow.
Now,
That's
is
real.
that what Mary J said that she's going through something with all the baggage, or
That's
is that
her
what
song.
you're saying? Oh, that's in the song.
Oh,
See, you now become that which you despised.
mm-hmm.
When you don't deal with the trauma and you don't deal with the hurt, now you become exactly that thing that hurt you. You now become that thing that's hurting somebody else.
Absolutely.
So
Hey,
this
oh, go ahead.
so this is why it's important that we have to acknowledge and get help so that we don't continue the cycle.
Absolutely. I agree. President 48th United States. He said, you need a community structure and in-house resources and recovery treatment as a collective group of people. Everything in-house to deal with trauma. No outside help or resources from group of people.
Well, this is well. Let me. I would say to him or her, I don't know, that
Mm-hmm.
I would disagree. And the
I
reason
do
why I
too.
would disagree is what we do here in this work that we're doing, that Mo is doing, is we do our best to make it easy. Or let me use a better set of words. We do our best to create a space, or she's doing her best to create a space where people can come and uh, talk about what they're going through and be there and get help. So what we do is, I'm gonna put this in the back chat. Maybe you can, Mo, uh,
Mm-hmm.
put this in because I know you have the what's in your status, and I know if I put it's going to get cut. So
Okay.
we what we do is we we try our best to do the heavy lifting. And what do I mean
It
by
still might cut it off some. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna try. If not, I'll
yeah? Just
just
if you can put half of it up one place and then put the other half, that would be good.
okay.
So what we do here is we know that when you're in trauma, it's hard to see. It's hard to see and get help. So to
Mm-hmm.
what you're saying, President, I get, I get it. You're 100%. You know, here's the thing. What we've done is we've collected an assortment of numbers that are free, anonymous, okay, and they're 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So when you're going through what you're going through, it's hard to look for these resources because the enemy is going to boggle you down. The enemy is going to make you tired. The enemy is going to say no one cares, no one wants you. So we've done kind of sort of the first two steps for you. You're going to still have to take those big steps. You're going to have to take
Mm-hmm.
those big steps. But we've compiled some numbers, whether you're a first time parent, a parent with drug addiction, a parent with alcoholism, whether you're a child of a parent that's doing alcohol or drugs, whether you're being trafficked, whether you're being abused, whether you're a man or a woman, because men get abused too, whatever it is, we've compiled some numbers. Please use them. They're free. Use them. Don't sit on it.
Yes.
Please use these numbers. They may save your life. So if you don't have insurance, there is no excuse. There's no excuse. They are free and they will point you into resources that may be in your city, in your state, that you can physically get to. So these numbers are here. If you go to the village, it's in every live that we do in the description. So here it is now. Mo is posting it for you guys. So copy it.
The last number, I don't know if it posted the entire number. I
Hold
see
on.
800-950.
I think that is, hold on. I'll get that one because I think that's an important number. Let me get it for you. Sometimes I mess up, man. I will copy the last few numbers and then I'll post it back in the private chat for you.
Okay, cool.
So you can post it. Okay. You got the last few.
You posted it?
I did. Look in the back chat. It starts with Tuesday's children.
Okay.
So again, we understand that, it's hard. It's not easy, right? It's not easy. We get it. And even with the village, we have a 24-hour hotline, right? So if you're going through whatever you're going through, you can call a village. And that number is 347-394-5954. Okay, again, 347-394-5954. You can put that, you can use that number and someone will get in touch with you within 48 hours. But the point of all of this is that at times you're going to go through things. And at times, you're not going to have these numbers readily available. So it is important. So as Mo posts these
Can I
numbers,
do this?
please say it again.
Oh no, I don't. I'm just over here pressing stuff. I'm listening.
So, write these numbers down. Write these numbers down. They may save your life. They may save your life. So please, if you're going through something, know that you're not alone. The crime is not what was committed to you. The crime is doing nothing about it. Right? Can you put my number in there too? 347
Yeah.
394 5954 and just put Village Hotline. So yeah, so it's very important. It's very important, man. So take these numbers and copy them, right? Print them out.
What's your number again?
347 394 5954. That's the Village Hotline.
347-394
5954.
5954. Okay.
So it's very important, man. These numbers that we're putting in, please, take those numbers, and it may save your life. And again, it doesn't. You don't have to be going through something exactly of what we're talking about. There's nuance to everything. Use the numbers, right? Information is free. Information is free. It doesn't hurt. Information is free. The worst that they'll tell you is, sir or ma'am, we can't help you with that, but we'll give you a phone number where you can get help here. We've done some of the heavy lifting. You're gonna have to do the heavy lifting as far as going through it and as far as getting to where you need to be. But that's where it is. EAE says, I wish I had that gift of faith, but my autism too strong, my love would just walk away. I don't know what that means. Okay.
Oh, he's saying gift of gab is what he meant.
Or he wish he had the gift of gab, but my
EAE
autism.
is silly.
But
Hey, EAE. We're talking about mental health and trauma that needs to be uprooted and how, yeah. So it does tie into mental health.
here's the thing: you can't run away from it, man.
Right.
This is not something that's going to go away. You can't run away from it. This is a problem that you have. You can't run away from it. It's not only affecting you and affecting how you see, it's affecting the way you deal with the people. It's affecting how you see yourself. It's affecting how you deal with your loved ones. It's affecting how you see the world. So it's something that you have to deal with
Mm-hmm.
before it gets too far.
Too far.
Thank you, narrative.
Yeah.
Thank you. So it's important, please. It's important.
Oh, cool. Coffee said, Bolo, when I do a special on these subjects, I will post you in a bonus exclusive as a resource. That's awesome.
That's awesome. So now we have to go into reordering emotions and loves, right? Because
Reordering emotions and what else?
and loves, right? In other
Loves?
words, meaning loves, Loves. Let me
Okay.
explain. Trauma can
All
lead
right.
to disorders, emotions like overwhelming fear, shame, and rage.
Mm-hmm.
And what we have to understand also is through a spiritual connection, God helps us to reorder these emotions. He
Mm-hmm.
helps us to put these things into proper perspective, how to use them. I often use this as an example. We have four portions of our body, right? The mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical. Okay. We typically live in the emotional and physical, which is the lower two parts of our body.
That's true.
Typically, people don't want to think about what they do, they just do it. But the spiritual is what's connected to the God network. It's
Mm-hmm.
always receiving information in real time. The mental is what breaks it down. It's what takes it and reorders it and says, let me look at this situation panoramically. Let me look at it from all positions and aspects. Let me look at what's going on before we just hand it down to our emotional physical, right? Now, your emotion is being upset is a right thing to be. But our problem is how you want to handle it. You want to just choke this guy. That may not be the proper response. Let me look at it, right? The emotional, the spiritual, and the mental, like, let us look at it. And when they look at it, they go, no, the reason why they did this was because of that. So
Mm-hmm.
the anger that we want to apply to it is not warranted. So this is when you're able to say, you know what? My bad, bruh. Because I was ready to choke you, but I understand that it wasn't what I thought it was.
Right.
So when it talks about reordering these emotions, it's about reordering because fear is the opposite of faith. It kills faith, fear. This is why the Lord tells you, don't
Totally.
fear. Fear no more. Don't fear with this. This is why he warns you against fear. Right? So when we reorder these emotions, transforming them into an appropriate response, not reaction. Because in reaction, there is no thought, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
instinctive reactions. They are instinctive, right, Mo? So if someone tries to, a car hits you, you automatically jump. You ain't thinking about it. There's no response to that. I'm jumping out of the way of the car. But not every situation in life is going to be a knee jerking situation. Sometimes you're going to have to respond. The Lord tells you to listen to how someone speaks so that you know how to respond. So I know what to say, not react. So, an appropriate response is restoring the capacity for the healthy range of emotions, right? So, learning to lament, expressing grief and pain to God is a vital part of emotional healing and that process of getting to where you need to be.
Yes. I agree. Hey, 907. Thank you so much for tuning in. I enjoyed your live earlier. Um, yes. That's so good. So what do you think about this comment? EAE said, I came in late, but I think the biggest thing that will fix modern men's mental health is unionized careers like our parents and grandparents had, where we weren't in danger of being fired every week, and our very own Tiana Trump that can throw down in the kitchen. It's definitely
To the first
more
part,
to it than that.
to the first part is there's a lot of people that are in unions and still suffer with trauma. They're still living in a
Mhm.
hell. So, although that might give you some type of relief in knowing that you can't just get fired, they got to go through a process of getting fired. Trauma is a is is a torment all itself. Outside of that, right? There's a lot of people that got good jobs. You look at Robin Williams; he had the world,
Mm.
very good actor, money, women. He committed. He self-deleted. So there's a lot of people that have that foundation of knowing that, you know what, my job is fortified to a certain extent, but they're living in a hell within themselves. That's what this topic is about when she says when the past is still present, uprooting trauma. When the past is still present, the past should be something that's in the past.
It
You
should.
learn from your past, right?
Mm-hmm.
You learn from your past. You prepare for the future, but you live in the present. So what we learned in the past, we apply it in the present so that we become ready for what the future holds. That's how that process works. There's a lot of men and women that are going through this continuous cycle of trauma day in and day out, regardless of what their work is, regardless of them being good parents, they're still going through something within themselves. And that's what we're talking about here. But I get your point. It is a good point.
Mm-hmm. Hey, 84, how are you?
Oh, okay. All right. So you picked a nickname. There you go. Um,
Yeah, 84, because I'm like intellectual soapbox, best in best in the world. I'm like, let me just call him 84.
man, um, man, Bolo is Bolo. He's a hard person to follow. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean. A
Hi,
salute to you,
Electra.
Mo Love. Salute to Bolo. Salute to everybody in the
Hey,
chat.
what's going
Oh,
on?
you were saying something? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm listening. But to EAE's point, he's basically saying men are struggling more financially today because of the instability in the corporate America job market, whatever you do to earn the bag, right? So
Right.
he's saying that has the a huge impact on men's mental health because they're not able to provide. Um, they're unstable,
But
so
see,
it
let
has
me
a huge
respond to that.
effect.
Let me respond to that. If listen, because I've done the work, because I've went and got the and I went and got the help that I needed to get. If I fall into a place where I'm unable to provide for my family, that doesn't affect my mental health. That just means I need to get on the ground and find something. That's what it means, right? That just means, hey, family, the way we used to live, we can't live like that no more. It's not going to affect me in the way where I want to self-delete. When
Mm-hmm.
you, my position as household, as the head of my household, is not predicated on just me monetarily. That's the point that we're trying to make. When you are so broken and the only thing that you hold on to, because a lot of these men, they they project manhood to be just providing monetarily.
Mm-hmm.
When that's far from the truth. We do so much more than just monetarily provision.
Money.
Spiritually,
Exactly.
emotionally, mental. You know what I'm saying? Sacrificing if need be. There's so much more to our job than just physically providing monetarily. And on top of that, why isn't she providing too? She ain't supposed to just be at home.
Phew.
She's a help,
So do
brother.
you?
She's baby. She's a help. She's
Mhm.
at the home just
So
chilling.
okay. So do you feel like if the man does not need, and this is our subject, if he's financially stable and he wants his wife to stay at home and take care of home and the children,
No
is that
problem with
a
that.
problem?
No, it's not. It's not a problem.
Mhm.
The point, that's a choice that you both are making in the household, or he's making that choice. Say, listen, I need you to focus on this. I make enough so that you don't have to go into this world and be subject to the madness that's in the world or the workplace, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's the exception. That's not the rule.
Oh,
The
I
rule
got
is a lot of people don't have that type of setup in their homes. And when they try to pull out biblical, when they try to go into the Bible and say the man is supposed to provide, show me where it says that. Show me in the scripture where it says the man is supposed to provide and the woman's supposed to stay home. Because when we read Proverbs 31, she went out and worked. She went out and worked like the merchant ship. She clothed, she bought land, she did all these things, she planted the vineyard. It doesn't say she stayed home. You're an helpmate to me, not just in creating life, but you're
But
a help. Go ahead.
I think because they were having so many children back then,
They still work.
they didn't have like my grandmother, she
Right.
had 13 children.
Damn.
So she didn't have room and they were like stair steps.
But
So it's like she had to stay home and cook and clean. All she had time for was the kids,
but the point, it doesn't change the point that you're a helpmate. If you decide to have 15 children, then you're going to have to figure it out, right? Then listen, you got to stay home, Mo. You can't work. We got 15 children. But that doesn't change the fact that you were created to be a helpmate, not a help weight, a helpmate.
Absolutely.
That's what you were created to be. Now, if I financially make enough for you to stay home, absolutely. If that's what we decide, because sometimes women don't want to stay home. They want to go out into the world, have a career, do this, do that, and the third. So if that's something that we work out, and all right, Ma, as long as this world don't infect you and understanding the positions that we play, do you. Let's do it. But when people try to use biblical principles to say that, no, I'm supposed to stay home while you go out and provide, it doesn't say that at all. You're a helpmate to me. That means you help me. That means you help the dream that I'm facilitating. That's what that means. This is what the women of the scripture did.
I only mention that because I know some men
that some people
don't have a problem, but I know in today's society, like it takes two majority of the time. But I also know some men prefer that the woman stays at home. So EAE said, and I may be going in and out, I'm not sure. He said, it sounds good, but I know plenty of stories where men lost their jobs and then self-deleted themselves, their wife and kids.
Damn.
It happens all the time.
And that's the point. If a man, listen, that's heavy. But here's the point. Again, the reason why let's look at it from this perspective. When you're building a building, there are different pillars that hold that building up so that if one fails, all of them don't break apart. There are others that will take on the weight that is distributed, right? So if this man, whoever this man might be, if he loses his job, if he's still emotionally, mentally, and spiritually connected to the Father, he's not going to self-delete. Will he be depressed? Absolutely. I can't provide for my family. Absolutely, that's going to happen. But, you have to understand self-deletion will probably be one of the last things. Not telling you he won't think of it, not saying that to you, but there's a lot going on more than what he either told, said, or showed. There's a lot more going on than just that for him to self-delete himself, his children, and wife. That wasn't just a job, Haji.
That wasn't.
It wasn't just a job. So again, there's nothing wrong with, if a man can provide in that way where he can sustain his home and the wife don't need to, absolutely. Do you? If that's what works, that works. However, according to the scriptures, that's not what was done or facilitated for when a man and a woman were supposed to come together. They were supposed to work together. Together they work together, not just her in the crib. Proverbs 30. Everybody quote the Proverbs 30 woman, the virtuous woman. Read the whole chapter, man. Don't just read the parts that you want to cherry pick. Read the whole chapter, please.
Man. Bolo.
Hi, everybody. Thank y'all for coming in. Laugh Out Loud, Cow Reject, Scam, and William. Please hit the like. Feel free to hit the link and broach the topic.
Read what narratives wrote. What narratives wrote, please.
Okay. Bolo, you have brought so much context about the help me. Both men and women have been wrong and tailoring it to their feel good in this space view.
Do you mind if I just grab something real quick, Mo?
Okay, cool.
Because again, you know, the one thing that we do, you know, is we try to give chapter and verse because we want people to be able to read it themselves and understand, right? And I'll just run
Hmm.
through it real quick, right? This is
Hey,
Proverbs chapter.
Brandon. When Bolo gets done, I do want to hear
Hey,
from
how
you
you
too.
doing?
Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys.
Mo?
I'm
No,
long
you're
winded.
okay. This is so good. You're
Yeah,
good.
so
May I build before Brandon, if I may? If I may.
Uh, did you talk? I don't think I did. I let
no, no, he didn't
allow
get to
you.
speak yet. No, he didn't get to
Yeah, I
speak.
didn't, I didn't get to speak yet.
Sorry.
I
I'm so
promise you I'll shut
sorry.
up
So
right after.
84 and then Brandon and then
Right.
Riz after
So,
Bolo.
so
Thank
this
you,
is the
Mo. Thank you.
virtuous. This is the virtuous wife, notorious, right? I mean, narratives. It says, "Who can find a virtuous wife? For her worth is far above rubies. The heart of the husband safely trusts her, so he will have no lack of gain. She does him good and not evil all the days of her life. She seeks wool and flax and willingly works with her hands. She is like the merchant ships. Merchant ships went out to work. They leave the harbor at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. She brings her food from afar. She also rises while it's still yet night and provides food for her household and a portion for her handmaids. She considers a field and buys it. That means she's worked. That means she went out into the field, she walked around the field, the acreage, and she buys it from her profits. She plants a vineyard. She grinds herself with strength. She girds herself with strength and strengthens her arm. She perceives that her merchandise is good. So where does it say she stayed home? It doesn't say that. Now,
Yeah.
if a man can provide that type of life, and that's what she wants, and that's what they decide, more power to you.
Right. Hey, Scale. Yeah, I agree. That's basically what I was saying. If the husband is in agreement and that's something that he wants for her to stay home, then it makes sense. But majority of people have to do it together. Hey, 84, your turn.
What's going on, Mo? I was trying to comment, but I started struggle streaming, so my back, y'all. But salute to you, Mo Love. Salute to Bolo, Young
What up?
Riaz, Brandon.
Hey.
You know what I mean? Much love to all of you. But man, what Bolo was saying is on par, and I think that we have these lofty expectations and things that are not even biblical. They have nothing to do with
Mm-hmm.
the Bible. For instance, Mo, let's say because you sing, right? Let's say
Mm-hmm.
you're with any one of these brothers, right? And let's say your
Mm-hmm.
career takes off, right? You take off. Let's say you and Young Riaz is together, right? Your career take off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if your career is taking off, right, as a man, right, should now that man be like, oh no, you're not gonna sing because you're supposed to be at home. Now you're missing out on millions and millions of dollars. I remember one time I had a show. It was a group of brothers on there, and I asked them. I said, if you was dating
Mm-hmm.
Holly Berry, and Holly Berry, salute the Information Man show. Good to see you, bro. Salute to everybody in the chat too. You know what I mean? You know, OG Electro Jazz, salute to you. I know you had to bounce, but salute to you. Um, and you was dating Holly Berry, and she signed a contract for two
Mm-hmm.
films, and she was making 10 million per film. Would you let her do it? There were brothers on the panel that told me no. They told me no because she was a woman. This is the delusion, the deception, and just the straight, just evilness and foolishness that we've been following, man. You know what I mean? And it's leading us nowhere, completely
Mm-hmm.
nowhere. That you wouldn't even allow your woman to, be there as a Proverbs 31 example has been laid, by Bolo in that scripture. You won't even let her
Mm-hmm.
go and collect in order to build your household because you are so prideful, so chauvinistic, so evil that you will stop your woman from blessing you.
Mm.
That is evil to a point where it's sadistic. And sister, these are women in chat. These are men that you got to stay away from. Stay away from any man that operates in that type of energy. You know what I mean? And some people, we call it worldly, or being spiritual or godlike. And then I know, other people say low vibrational, high vibrational. So Whichever
Mhm.
terminology you use, stay away from those who are not who are operating in that type of realm. Because a man like that is only gonna lead you to hell, basically. He's not gonna lead you anywhere good. And that's just the facts. And I'll end there.
Mhm. I was going in and out on some of it, but thank you so much for your thoughts. Brandon, would you like to add?
Yeah, how y'all doing today?
Good. How are you? Hey, information man. How are
Doing good,
you,
bro.
Brandon?
Yeah. Well, I think you know what? Let me let Riaz talk for a minute because um I think he wanted to say something, right? Or did he talk already?
Riaz, he hasn't said anything. He came up after you. That's why I mentioned
Oh,
you
okay.
first.
Because I noticed that was a prevailing issue later earlier, so I'm gonna show the man some grace. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're talking about trauma. I had trauma today because I spilled some transmission oil on my face or something, and it
Mm.
disallowed me to cam up tonight. So please
Oh
excuse me.
man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah. If you ever spill like motor oil on your face, you'll break out a little bit.
Oh, is it bad?
No, it's
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 an
just a few
echo. I don't know.
pimples. Is
Do
it
you
an
have like
echo?
a tab open?
Yes, I do. Um, Let me see. Shouldn't be no. Oh God, yeah, sure do. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me well now?
Yeah, that's better. No,
Alrighty.
it's still an echo.
Really?
Can y'all hear
Okay.
it?
Yeah, I can hear the echo. Yeah.
Okay. EAE, I
A
got
little
you. I
bit.
will definitely put the overlay up before.
Let me see. Oh, now I hear it in myself. I don't know what the. Hold up. I, my gosh. Let me see. I hear it in myself now.
Look
Are
to see
you
if there's
on?
any browsers open. You might have YouTube open someplace.
Yeah, I'm looking right
Do you
now.
have cancel echo cancellation or something?
No, I
Did you
sure don't.
have that? When you go in
Um,
settings, it should
Mo,
be.
you can do that. You can do that for him too, though. You can go
Oh,
into his settings and add that.
Leave and come right back.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let me try.
Okay. So what?
I think it's Young
Where were
Riaz.
we?
Is Young
Hey,
Riaz
Big
supposed to talk?
Bad Bull. Oh
Triple
yeah. Well, hey,
J.
Riaz, would you like to add to the conversation about traumas? What's the title? When the past is still present, uprooting trauma. Would you like to add?
All right, can you guys hear me?
Much better.
All right. All
It's
right.
still an echo.
Yeah, I think it's still an echo.
Oh my gosh, hold up. Okay, let me see if it's this stupid computer. Or it could be my headphones. Oh,
Um.
that's it. That's it. It's probably my headphones.
Oh, thank you, Big Bad Bull, for the cash app. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. You having a headset?
Yeah, I do. Can you hear it
Oh,
better now?
uh, it's still an echo.
All right, yeah, let me take off these headphones.
Okay.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
That's much better.
Hey,
Okay.
William. I don't know who William is, but I see William. He goes in everybody chat and just is typing away, and I have no idea what he's talking about.
So you want to try to give Young Riaz a chance to speak before
Yeah.
Brandon does?
No, I
Young
mean when
I don't
whoever's
think
ready, I
Riaz
mean
hears me.
if
I
you want me to
mentioned
speak, huh?
Oh yeah, go ahead. It's whoever at this point.
Oh, Riaz, do you want to go first, or do you want me to?
He's not responding.
All
So
right,
I
yeah,
don't know. Maybe he walked
he's
away.
probably eating another burger.
Probably.
Yeah.
Funny.
All right. I'm glad to be with you guys tonight. Bolo, you speak so grandiloquently, and I think you know, I think it's serendipitous that I just randomly saw one of your videos in covering the mental health aspect, and I think it's such an important issue.
Hmm.
Especially since I've had firsthand experience in it. But I this this aspect of trauma is something that's so um, um, duplicitous in the
Hmm.
U.S. and on how mental health is affected. Um, it's it literally is the main reason why we're overweight. It's the main reason why we
Hmm.
are drug addicts. It's the main reason why many people are in jail. These effects happen in they can take days or even years. Now, y'all know me. I'm gonna bring the scientific aspect of
Hmm.
you know trauma. So I'm y'all bear with me. I'm half asleep, but we're gonna rock. I stayed up watching anime last night, and I shouldn't have. All
Okay, I
right.
know you love anime.
Yeah, I do. All right. So trauma. I don't know if y'all have covered the origins of trauma, the what, when, where, and how, but um,
Hmm.
perhaps I give a small vignette of what that is. Trauma is, according to the DSM-5, is exposure to actual or threatened death, injury, or SA, either directly witnessed or learned about from a close family member or friend. So that's basically what trauma is. And earlier, um, that predates how trauma was actually discovered. So early accounts of trauma have been recorded since the 19th century. A prevailing attitude of the traumatic stress response was, just like all people were weak, had weak moral value. And, despite efforts of Charcot, Janet, and Freud, um, the World War II recruits were still screened for moral weakness, and they made it clear that maybe something else is going on with these people. It's not just weak morale, but I think that that's the importance of understanding the mind on a scientific basis rather than just speculating or you know guesstimating. That a lot of people do that nowadays. They're like, oh, um, I've been told my whole life, oh, your ADHD was just a lack of discipline. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
Hmm.
But anyway,
Wow, somebody told you that?
yeah, yeah, everybody. That pretty much, how Southerners are. You're like, I ain't nothing wrong with you. You just need some more discipline. Yeah, if you go over there and pick up them hog barrels, I think you'll be all right. And you don't need to worry about all that. I'm like, okay. All right,
Hmm.
so we discovered trauma around the World War II, and when soldiers were coming back, and they were coming back different, and that's it. It
Hmm.
yielded an initial discovery into the neurological factors that were occurring. During the Korean and Vietnam War, how they mitigated trauma was on talk therapy, but it wasn't until the DSM introduced PTSD in 1980
Mm-hmm.
as and that as a a classifiable anxiety disorder. The DSM-4 modified the definition even further, and this is according to the National Institute of Health, with emphasis with attention to the National Library of Medicine. So, okay, now we've got the what in the when with trauma. Let's ask the
Mm-hmm.
question: why does trauma happen? And if anybody needs to say anything or has any questions, stop me now. I don't want to talk anybody's ears off or bloviate in someone's angst.
Okay, let's go.
Any questions? Any so far?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so I'll continue then. So why trauma happens? And this is my favorite part. I love the neurology and I love it
Mm-hmm.
on the cellular level. So
Right.
trauma happens to the brain because of how our brains are wired. So, our brain is programmed, and this is according to the National Sexual Violence Resource Center. So this is where I've
Mm-hmm.
ascertained this information, just a little brief study on it. Um, so I wrote down some, various talking points and points to remember. Um, so trauma happens to the brain because of how it's wired. We're programmed to remember things for survival. Bad things trigger fight, flight, or freeze response. And that happens, of course, by the sympathetic nervous system. Our adrenaline gets raised in the event of trauma or traumatic events. Or in this is a one fact I found pretty peculiar. Our
Mm-hmm.
hypoglycemic symptoms occur when we're in the advent of trauma or when we're traumatized.
Absolutely.
So yeah, your
Absolutely.
blood sugar can actually drop.
Yes, it does.
Imagine if you ain't ate, you know, that would be a
Ooh,
problem.
worse. Yes.
So and the okay, so additionally, the cortisol response makes it difficult to relax afterwards. So when you're in the midst of trauma, or you've gotten in a fight, or you've been chased by a chihuahua, or you've been on a seesaw with a big girl,
Mm-hmm.
it's hard to relax because you're so scared. I mean, you're so traumatized. We can't just put it in the category of fear, because trauma
Mm-hmm.
is not just relegated towards fear. So
But it's
that
not
is your
though.
cortisol response, huh?
It's not like it doesn't have a huge portion of trauma is not fear.
No, because yeah, trauma happens because of perceived threats or bad
Uh-huh.
experiences. So it's not necessarily relegated to just fear.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, because there are things that you're not so fearful of that may trigger the fight or flight or freeze response.
Mm-hmm.
So continuing what I was saying about the cortisol response, making it difficult to relax after you're traumatized. So, your body may be shaking, or your eyes, your pupils are dilated, your heart's pulsing. Of course, you know how that works. Basically your sympathetic nervous system's taking over. It
Mm-hmm.
takes a toll. Trauma takes a toll on health. We can see
Yes.
that, elevated cortisol reduces our total lifespan. It adds body weight, makes it hard to sleep. It can trigger depression, body da, blase, blase. But another thing that trauma does is it stays in the amygdala, which is the data center of your brain.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you look at your a regional scan of the brain, you can determine where the amygdala is. It's probably, as you can see, probably if you can see on a typical brain scan or just a model of it, is typically near the middle. The lingering symptoms of trauma can culminate into larger patterns that can result in the PTSD. And another thing is damaged neuroception. I think we covered that last time.
Mm-hmm.
Have any of y'all heard of polyvagal theory?
Polyvagal theory. I am not personally.
Yeah, so that's
I
a
have, brother.
theory.
I have.
You have? Okay, that's
Yes, sir.
good. Yeah, now there's a lot of scientific pushback, but you got to understand it's just a theory. A theory is not a fact unless it's subject to undergo a systematic process of fact findings via the scientific method. But y'all
Mm-hmm.
know that. So yeah, I mean this is trauma in a nutshell. So I'm gonna yield the floor and any questions or comments, agreements or disagreements. Now don't disagree too much because I will cook you. Yes, I will. Like 907 Good Eats.
I cook you too. I
Yep,
forgot how we used to get down in the chat back and
I
forth.
know it. I'll cook you and put you in a little cupcake tin.
Y'all crazy.
No,
Mhm.
but that was good. I agree with you. Oh,
Well, yeah, thank
that
you.
was
I
good.
hope
Thank you
that
so much. It's always very informative.
yeah, I hope that was gives a more copacetic way of looking at stress. I mean, yeah, stress and trauma based on the data
Mm-hmm.
we have. So I always like to report back to go back to the all of the multi-analysis, multi did I say meta-analysis? I'm sorry, and all of the scientific consensus. This data was that I quoted to y'all was this has Sigmund Freud in it, um, Charcot,
Can I say
even down
something?
to the
You know,
yeah.
I'm listening to Brandon. I'm listening to Brandon. Listen, for those of you that don't, Brandon, he eloquently speaks,
That's
and
very smart.
know the words will mess you up. So basically, what Brandon was saying was, for
I'm
those of you
laughing.
that
Hold
don't,
on, because
some
we
people
was
don't want
in
to raise their hand. Again, what
we
you
were
was gonna
in
say,
previous chat the other day, and
right?
Chico was in there, and Brandon hit the link, and then she said, "This conversation is too smart for me. Let me take out Chat
Yeah,
GPT." I said, "Girl, that is."
Yeah,
yeah. So what Brandon was saying was, the amygdala part of the brain, man, is the fight or flight. Okay, imagine
yeah,
that
Mhm.
being in the car. Imagine that being the radiator fan, and
yeah,
that's just created to keep the motor cool. When the motor overheats, the fan cuts on, it, it cools down the motor, then it shuts off. It's not made to continuously be on because then it overheats and other things get affected. So what he's saying, when you live in the amygdala, that's the part of fight or flight, and
yeah.
that's
That's your lizard brain.
right, and that's where you
Yeah,
live. It's going to affect other portions of your body because remember, when you're living in your amygdala and a pit bull is chasing you, it's telling your body, listen, man, we need more adrenaline, we need more cortisol, we need this, we need that. This is what's happening 24 hours a day because that's where you live. Where you should
yeah,
be is your hippocampus part of the brain. That's the part that regulates everything else, happiness, this, that, and the third. So that's basically what he's saying. A lot of us
yeah,
Mhm.
in the fight or flight amygdala part of the brain, and that changes the molecular structure and the nervous system of how your body reacts to what the stimuli in this world is. That's basically what
yes,
I'm saying, guys.
yes. And I yeah, you basically Bolo, you were hitting on some things that were happening way, in the days of Aristotle. Aristotle himself said that, you know, people who are really evolved, most people, yeah, he said the same thing you did. People who most people live in on their emotional side of the brain, and but the truly great live on the rational part of the brain. And I see a dissenter in the chat. Shout out to you, EAE, and he says that I really like Brandon's second time seeing him up here, but he always bites his sources and never
He
and just
meant
pulls
sight.
things out the air. Oh, I'm sorry, cites
He meant
his. He
sight.
never
Yeah.
cites his sources.
Hmm.
Oh, he always cites his sources. Oh, I thought he said I never cite my
He was giving
sources.
you a compliment. Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh, I was about to say like that's a big no no.
I'm
I never.
living in the
Mm-hmm.
amygdala right now, baby.
Yeah, I was about to say yeah, dude. I get so mad when people don't like. Earlier this morning, I was yapping at somebody who was citing their sources.
Yo,
Mm-hmm.
y'all can hear me?
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
go
Yeah.
hear
ahead,
you.
Okay.
man.
That's
So, God, hold on real
awesome.
quick. Because I think Rhea still had to go. Then you can go next. What were you saying, Brandon?
Yes. Well, I don't want to just spew out a lot of hearsay and conjecture. If anything I'm saying up here is based on data, facts, and statistics, we've studied the brain for well, technically over 2,000 years with, Aristotle was the first to illuminate some of these things. But in the modern age, we started studying trauma in the 19th century. So, yeah, I just hope that gives a little snapshot in time as to the what, when, and why of how trauma originates
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely.
So
and how
someone
it
stuck
works on a
there.
scientific basis.
Is that yours, tough guy?
I'm
What?
sorry.
It's loud. Who is it?
What's
What's
loud?
that?
No, like something in the background. There's a lot of
Can you mute
background
the
noise.
team speak, tough guy?
That's me?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Let me
Hold on.
see. Yeah, that was you. Okay, what were you saying?
Man, you know that's your ass. Talking about that's me.
Were you done, Brandon? Or
Yeah, I mean, if anybody has any you know, questions or comments, I'm happy to answer.
Okay.
Who
um,
was that trying to talk shit?
very
Who on
important.
problem?
Tough guy, not no, not tonight.
Oh, okay. All right. Tell them to shut up then.
Who said that?
That's tough guy. Okay, Riaz, hi. Did you want to add to the conversation in regards to
Yes.
uprooting trauma?
So the trauma thing, yeah, can become generational if you don't fix it, though. So that's what I'm starting to realize also. Because for me, most my life, though, I've had like identity crisis, though, basically. Like
Hmm.
basically the identity crisis for me which started though is me being basically of two different cultures slash nationalities. I'm in a Western country. I have a faith, of course, but at the same time I got a different heritage also. Different heritage, the different cultural background, but at the same time I'm in a Western country, so basically it creates more confusion basically though. So that's kind of like, that created a lot of stuff. So that was like when I was younger. I think long, long time ago, I had that though. When I was growing up, it's just I didn't notice that. Though. I displayed small little signs though, to everybody. It's just that it was, so that they weren't sure though, or they kind of noticed though. It's like it come here, there, but then it slowly led to everything, basically. Slowly led to everything. I feel like though. Not saying it's universal for everyone. For me, though, basically, I feel like it's post-colonial syndrome because my people they suffer from post-colonial syndrome. Though the symptoms is depression, anxiety, identity confusion, preference of Western culture. Basically, yeah, those are like these four symptoms I can name and stuff like that, and also, you know, like they. That's that. Well, hold on. Let me actually see what else. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. What I cannot figure out is to actually fix that though is to actually first step to actually fixing trauma though is to actually start to embrace
Yeah, go
what
on
was the
mute.
problem.
I
Go
have no
ahead.
idea what you just said, Riaz.
Yeah, I don't. I didn't hear you that clearly, Riaz. So,
Yeah.
are
Okay.
you saying like your identity issues plays a huge role in like your trauma that you've
Yes.
experienced?
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, identity basically led to everything basically. So that's no, like basic, during when I was a tad and stuff like that, basically that's what it led to though. Because look, even though it was like small, little signs though, became major though became major and led to everything basically.
Okay. Well, I understand and I appreciate you for sharing your thoughts. Tough guy, would you like to
Yeah.
add to the topic?
What's the topic?
When the past, see, that's I'm not even. When the past is still present, uprooting trauma. So the things that we hold on to, like sometimes it's easy to combat the things that we can identify, the issues that we see on the surface, but uprooting the issue is so important because a lot of times things grow underneath in private in secret because we don't deal with it. So what are your thoughts?
What do you think people suppress the most?
What do I think people suppress the most? Um, I mean, ooh, what do people suppress the most? I think unforgiveness is a huge one. What do you think?
Unforgiveness? You said unforgiveness?
Unforgiveness, yeah.
That's what people suppress?
Uh, I think a
So you
lot of
mean they
times
don't? So you mean
like
they don't want to? You mean they don't want to
I mean that they hide
forgive
it. They
somebody?
act like they're walking in forgiveness, but they're really bitter about a lot of things. That's what I mean. They have a lot of things that they have swept under a rug and they haven't confronted, and it turns into a negative. And a lot of that
Mhm.
is rooted in unforgiveness, like not forgiving pain, not forgiving certain traumas, holding on to people
Well,
and
if you
past
can't forgive
hurts.
nobody, you
Yeah, and
can't
I think a
expect to
lot of
be
people like
forgiven. You can't expect to be forgiven if you can't
yeah,
forgive
like you
nobody
said,
else.
well, my right. So what are your thoughts in regards to uprooting trauma? How do you think you can? How do you? What do you think is the best way to combat that?
Uh, the best way to combat it
Yeah.
to be honest with yourself first. I mean, if you ain't
Mhm.
honest with yourself, you can't be honest with nobody else. So you not being honest with yourself is gonna put you in a predicament to where you ain't, you know, gonna be authentic. It's gonna be fake shit. If you say a lot of people walk around fake as hell, then yeah, people do that all the time because I
Mhm.
guess it's situational and circumstances. But in my opinion, I think you should just always be real, whether people like it or not. I think people will respect it, and even if they don't, at least you're still being you authentically.
Mhm. So
So,
what do you think people struggle with the most when it comes to trauma? Do you think majority of it is
childhood stuff,
uh-huh. I
childhood stuff. I think people struggle with uh, their own insecurities, um, things that they feel like they can't express for whatever reason it may be. Because when a person is suppressing certain things, they're not authentically being themselves. And a lot of the times, that's what people are yearning for, especially within relationships. But if you can't be 100% honest with your counterpart or your partner, right, then it's kind of hard to have a genuine relationship because things change, moments happen, so I think that, especially like in relationships, people put too many expectations on one individual. So
Mhm.
that's why you get certain things like that where people are suppressing certain feelings and this is why they go and do whatever they do, because they're not really able to be 100 with whoever they're in bed with every night.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like you have a hard time maybe addressing your trauma, or for the most part, like do you confront the things that you know are an issue?
Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty upfront, um, straight to the point. I've always kind of been like that, and I
Hmm.
don't know. I just grew up different. Everything was always my fault, so I always took the blame. So as far as like being scared or something like that, I don't give a fuck. Like it is what it is. You know,
Sorry, his mic cut out.
I ain't scared of shit. Only thing I'm scared of is God,
Hmm.
for real. That's about it. Cause man, he could cut it short. He could cut it all short immediately. So you never take certain things for
Absolutely.
granted. But that's about it. And even life comes to an end. So people always talk about I don't want to die, or thank God for keeping me above ground. But nigga, we live to die. We dying now. We just ain't dead yet. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Shit. We living now, but it's just like we don't know when that. You know, we don't know.
Right. I just want to
Mm-hmm.
be.
But yeah, man,
Bob,
I
would
think
you like
people
to
suppress a
add?
lot of things. But if you suppressing something, then you're not authentically being you. And so I, in my opinion, would say be you, whatever that may be. You need to express that, and you need to express that to the peers, the people you're around. Just be who you are, and fuck what everybody else got to say, because then
What
you're
the
going to be
TikTok?
comfortable
You
in your
know
own
what
skin.
it is. You keep saying the F word.
Oh, my bad. I forgot we on your show.
You okay? Yeah, but that's good. Thank you so much for your input. Bolo, would you like to add something?
Now, just listening, listening to everybody's input, listening to what everyone has to say. And, I think that I'm listening to the brother, tough guy speak, and, just being the person that's always blamed for something is a trauma,
Mm-hmm.
is an issue. You know what I'm saying? To the point where um, he's created this protection around him where he just doesn't give a damn. He's just gonna say what he thinks.
But that's
No,
a
I'm saying,
front.
but
He
But
does.
you know what? But that's why people think bad of me, though. People think I have bad
right.
intentions,
No,
or
no, that's
they
what
look
I'm
at
saying
me like
because
the first thought of me is just like, oh, he's evil, or
but
he's
that's
not a
the
good
point that I'm
person,
making. The
when they
point that
don't even know me.
But that's the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is you created a protection, a garrison around yourself because of how you were brought up, and people will interpret it a certain way, even though it's not what you're actually doing. You just move this way because of how you were brought up, and you created this thought process that, listen, I don't care what you think, I'm going to say it, and this is what it is. And that can be good, and that can be bad. It
Yeah,
can
it can
be
be bad too.
right. It can be
Mm-hmm.
the aspect that I know what you're thinking. You're not gonna mince words with Bolo when you and I are talking. But it can be bad because what if you need to uplift your brother? There has to be a way you do it with tact, opposed to just saying, "Man, get the hell up and do such and such." You know what I'm saying?
That's true. That's what my sister says all the time.
You know what I'm saying?
I got,
So
I need to work on my tact.
right,
Yes,
yes. So
Mm-hmm.
eh, and
Okay.
that's the point
because I
that
could be a little harsh.
but that's the point that we were talking about when we have past past traumas that have molded us into these men and women that you see on the stage today, and it affects how we react and how we respond to the world. And in conversation, which is hard right now in this day and age, in conversation, people don't take in the thought process of the other person. So it's like if you and I are having a dialogue like we're doing right now, My job is to try and understand where you're at so that I can try and preface what I'm saying in a way that you can receive it. Not just me just delivering it, and whether tough guy gets it or not, it is what it is. Then I'm not doing you any justice or the message that I'm trying to deliver to you any justice, because being an orator means that I'm able to deliver it in a way that any man or any woman, no matter where they're at, they can receive it, or at least I can give it to them in a way that they can digest it. Now, whether you agree with it or not is a totally different thought process, but to make you
Right.
understand is the game. And that's the point, right? So, um, your sister's 100% on point, tough guy. So, you know, you have to learn to balance it in the aspect of, I understand that you were blamed for everything, or your perception of the events were you were blamed for everything. So
Mhm.
what you would have to do is, search your mind's eye, whether you do it with a therapist or you do it yourself in meditation. Search your mind's eye with the thought process of who you are now. Sounds like you're in your early 30s, late 30s, early 40s. And when these things started, where did you start saying, I don't care how people feel? I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to do this and I don't care what people think. When did that process start? And that's where the work needs to be done, in that moment right there. You know what I'm saying? Because again, when we don't have the coping skills or the coping mechanisms when we were younger or
You know, I'm
whatever.
gonna tell you what it was. I'm gonna tell you what it was. It was in school because they
Okay.
used to tell me I was hyper and I was, ADHD and all this shit. They used to make me feel like I was stupid
What
until
grade?
somebody told me I wasn't stupid, and they said you smart and you can do this.
What
And then
grade?
once I started to really gain a little bit of confidence in that, I was like, damn, these people fucking lied to me.
What grade were you in?
And then that put
What
me in
grade?
a whole different level as far as a mindset to be more intelligent, to take things more serious, and to understand my intelligence in totality.
What grade were you in when they started saying those things to you?
Oh, this is like fourth grade because I was
So,
hyper. I
but
was
here's
I used to do like backflips. I was just
yeah,
a boy. I think I was just a boy. That's what I
right.
think.
So when did they
But
tell you? When did they tell you that you weren't what they said that you
like
were?
fourth grade, that's when they started
But
the
when did they?
medicine shit.
No, no, I understand they started in fourth grade. But when were you told that you weren't dumb? You were smart. When did they tell you that?
Oh, that was like a little bit like being an adult. Like after 18, like maybe 21,
So in fourth grade,
22.
how old were you in fourth grade?
I don't know. How was I? Fourth grade, I was nine, eight, nine. I don't know.
You were
How
eight,
old
nine.
was
So from 8 to 9,
I?
right?
Nine?
Let's just
Something like
say,
that, maybe.
yeah, let's just say 8 to 9. So from 8 to 9, they were telling you that you're dumb, you're this, you're that, the third. When you became 18, someone said to you, hey, they lied. You're not this, you're not that. So what
Well,
you
no, I thought, okay, so this is what happened. I'm a drummer, right? So I felt maybe like I was a savant because I was always advanced in that, but I had a lot of passion for that. So it was like, well, if I'm smart at this, right? So, and then somebody's like, man, you're great. Like, you're a genius, when it comes to this, right?
Mhm.
So, that kind of gave me a different mindset when it came to different things. And it's just like, well, if I'm smart in this, then and then it just gave me confidence, is what I'm saying. And
When did
that
they give you
confidence is what
when,
transferred to other things.
but what I'm trying to connect with you is they started calling you these names at 8 or 9. Between 7 and 9, they started calling you these
Mm.
names. At the age of 18, they're like, yo, this dude is no joke when it comes to drums. He's a savant. That's not, listen, to be called a savant is a heavy thing, right? That's, you're like a genius when it comes to dealing with the drums. So now what you do is, yo, these dudes called me this and called me that, or whatever the situation might be. So what you do is you have a resentment that's created now. The resentment is created. It wasn't reconciled. So the trauma that you, or the events that you went through at 8, 7, and fourth grade, you're still living with that right now as a grown man on this panel.
Mhm.
because look at what it created.
Mm.
I say what I say. I don't give a damn what other people think. I'm going to say it. But your sister is saying, hold on. But you have to be mindful of how you deliver the message, because if you're talking to your child or your niece or your nephew and you need to reach them, I'll give you an example. My granddaughter did something. I forget what she did, but she did something. And I was going to, correct her. So when she sees this 5'11" and a half man with a beard talking to her, she gets scared. She ran
Oh.
behind the couch. So I had to catch myself in that moment. So what did I do? I got on my knees, made myself so much smaller, about the same
Mhm.
size as her. So now she doesn't look at me as this opposing, big, grandiose figure. And she came to me and I said, Mama, you can't do this. You have to do that, this, and the third. She hugged me and said, thank you, Papa, and ran off. So what
Mhm.
I'm saying to you is, because you are who you are right now from when you were 4, you have created this facade. Well, let me not say facade. You have created this person that I just give it the way they get it. If they get it, they get it. If they don't, they don't. And that's why your sister is saying to you, you have to be mindful of how you deliver it to people, because the message that you're giving isn't wrong. So let me ask you this. What's your favorite food? What do you like to eat a lot?
My favorite fruit.
Yes, sir.
You said fruit or food,
Food.
just
I
in
said
general.
food. Your favorite food.
Oh, pasta, pasta,
All right.
Italian
Yeah,
food,
let's say if I took that pasta, right?
breadsticks, with garlic bread
Let-
and shit. Yeah, it's just
All
fire.
of that. Pasta, breadsticks, all of that, right? And I put it on a garbage can lid. Would you eat it?
Hell no.
Why? Okay. If I took new pasta and I put it on the finest china I could find, would you eat it?
You said new pasta?
I'm not going to take the same pasta off the garbage can lid. I went to the kitchen,
Oh yeah,
got
yeah.
new pasta.
You
I
mean
put it
fresh? You mean
on
fresh? Yes.
fresh.
Off of fine china. Yes. Why
Right.
not?
What's the difference?
Well, one of them is not sanitary, so that
There's one
wouldn't
word I'm
be
looking for. There's one
sufficient
word
for
I'm
me to
looking for.
eat. That wouldn't be. That wouldn't be.
The
It wouldn't
presentation.
be.
The presentation.
Mm.
Well, it's not just presentation.
Hold on. Well, hold on. It
It's
is
a
just the
lot. It's more than
presentation.
just
Hold
presentation.
on.
This is like it's
Hold on.
unsanitary.
For me. But the presentation of how I present it presents it unsanitary, presents it dirty, presents it I don't care about you, present it that I look at you as if you're nothing. My presentation says all of that. You feel me? It says all of that. But if I put it on China and I garnish it nice and do all that, it shows a whole lot of what I think of you as my customer, opposed to
See,
me
but
just
I
on
can
the.
understand that. But then there are people that are unappreciative of you
Let's not.
taking the
We're not talking about that.
time
We're not talking about that.
to
Let's not
do
deal with
that.
that. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
No, we got to deal with that, nigga.
I'm
What you
doing.
mean? Let's not deal with that.
You're not doing tough guy. We not
Stop.
doing
Stop one
that.
second. I'm talking to you though, tough guy. We're not talking about everybody else. I'm talking to tough guy. Now, when we broaden the spectrum, I get what you're saying. But right now, we're talking about tough guy and what tough guy
Mm.
is saying to him. That listen, you have to understand that even though people may not give a rat's ass what you're saying, they may not care what you're saying. Just in the
They
way
don't give a
you
fuck about me. Like
listen.
if I died tomorrow, nigga, what the like? They life goes on. People don't give a fuck.
Well, this is what I'm going to say, but that's
Isn't
wrong,
it?
brother.
But
That's
do you?
wrong. Hold on
Okay.
a second, Mo. That's
Okay.
wrong because I would care, brother. You're my brother.
You don't know me to care, nigga. What you mean you
Brother,
would care?
The
because
love of
I don't
Christ.
have to know you to love you, brother. I don't have to know you personally to say, you know what, man? I hope that that brother has a blessed day. Damn, we lost another brother that I had an intellectual conversation with. I wish I would have had
Yeah, but
the
what
time.
you talking about is fairy tales. That's not how life is lived. That's not how people
So then,
are.
But some
this is the
people
point.
do
This,
care.
this is
Right.
the point that I'm
Right.
making. Your
And
4
that's
year
why I
old
say,
self.
can I say this real quick? That's why I think it's very important to address your traumas. I think a lot of times because of what you may experience growing up, and this is not to throw any type of shade because we all have them. I do too. I think
Mm-hmm.
it shapes our reality and the way that we view people, and sometimes our view of the world and society is not always right. It's through a clouded lens because of what we've gone through personally.
And that's the
Well,
point.
Right.
that's the whole thing. It's happening to
Anyways,
you. So yes, you're gonna think that way if it's
I
happening to
don't think
you
that way.
personally.
But that don't
Yeah,
mean the
that's
world.
anyways,
what I'm saying.
I got a question to
Hold on,
ask.
young
It's
Riaz.
important.
Riaz, hold on. That doesn't
It's
mean that the world is like that, my G. Yeah,
right.
yeah, you went through that at 4 years old. Yeah, you may be around people that they may be like that. But there are people that genuinely care, regardless of whether they know you or walked 1,000 miles with you or not.
Yeah, and
There are.
that's rare. What we talking about is nine times out of ten. What do you see? Reality, bro. Not how things should be and how we want it to be. How things
Well, here's
are.
well,
I'm
here's
talking
the
about
thing.
how
Brother.
shit is.
Well, here's the thing, brother. You got five. You have
That's what
four
I'm
other
saying.
people.
Reality.
I got you. You got four other people on this platform that care. My channel and Mo's channel is surrounded around mental illness. I don't get paid to do what I do. I don't get, no one offers me money. When I'm counseling people for hours on end, weeks on end, months on end, they don't pay me. I don't get money. I don't ask for money. All I ask is that the love you receive from me, you put it into the world. That's all I ask. Pay it forward and pay attention.
Hmm.
That's all I ask. So it's not out there. Are you putting yourself in a position to receive those people? Because the
Right.
water, the water that I buy in the bodega is the same water I buy in the goddamn airport. But for some reason in the airport it costs $8 and in the bodega it costs $1. It's the position and the environment that you put yourself in to garner how important and what your worth is. So if
Hmm.
you surround yourself with people that are worthless, guess what? Your worth will be nothing there too.
Well, that's why I'm by myself a lot, nigga. Shit, fuck that. yeah, yeah. That's why I'm
Well,
alone a
here's what
lot.
we're saying, brother. Here's what we're saying. You ain't gotta be alone no more, man. There are brothers and sisters out there that care. There are brothers and sisters that genuinely care and they don't want to take advantage of you. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. It's 2 o'clock where I'm at right now. Mo is on the line talking about mental illness. Nesbitt is here talking about mental illness. Riaz is always here talking about mental illness. All right. So at the end of the day, you have four people in the 100 that you say that don't care. You got four that don't.
Hmm.
hmm Yeah. Well, I can ask this though. Do you think I've got people pleasing tendencies though? Based off what how you know me though for a while though. Based off how you know me though, do you think I have people pleasing tendencies? And it's pretty much for everybody to ask though. You can give me different answers and I'll take it.
Okay, so you said you have people pleasing tendencies and that's the problem you have?
No, I don't think it's, yeah, I mean, sometimes though it can be a problem, no? Do you think I have people pleasing tendencies? Be honest.
Or you're asking me if I think you do? No,
Yeah,
no. From the interactions that I've had with you, I think that you are very forthright in sharing your experiences and sharing. From what I've seen, I haven't seen that you've had people pleaser tendencies. No, I haven't seen it.
okay. Tough guy. Do you think I've got people pleasing tendencies? I want to ask though.
Uh, I wouldn't say that. I think you just. I mean, everybody wants to feel uh, like a part of something. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think. You just want to be a part of this. That's all. I mean, I really don't know you like that. I know you from coming on here. So,
Okay.
but
Wait, you also know me on
I mean,
TS, bro. 'Cause-
you are basically a part of this. We know you. We see you all the time. So I mean, you are a part of it. So it's not like
Yeah,
you're not.
yeah. I
So
also
I don't
gotta
know
admit
about people
though.
pleasing though. I don't really know you like that. You know what I'm saying? To say that you're a people pleaser.
Okay. I don't mean it on that type of level. I just meant though based off how you know me though, and I know you've seen me around and how it is. When I asked that, not on that type of level. I'm just saying based off how you know me though. Like, just how you see me around and stuff like that, though. It's like, do you think sometimes, though, I've always have a sense of basically wanting to prove myself? Because that's what I think I've got, though, sometimes. I'll be real. Sometimes, though, I do, you know, the way I actually feel or the way I type or speak, sometimes it's like I'm always trying to prove myself, though.
You always
Not
speak your
always.
opinion though,
Can you
or
do me
you
a
always
favor?
talk about like your religion or your opinion. So I mean, you always say how you feel.
Mo, do me a
You
favor.
try to like,
Mo, do me a favor. Can you highlight narrative dialogue's statement when he says this ties right back? Can you?
Right
Can you?
here.
Yeah. And he
You
says this
said this.
ties back into if you don't know what love feels like to be loved, how can you possibly know what it feels like to be hurt? Because here's the thing,
Some
dialogue.
guy on mute.
Yeah, yeah. Tough guy. Mute for a second, brother, please. So this is the thing. Narratives again. I don't need to. He create. Listen, when someone is being ridiculed, they create something to protect themselves. Okay, you know what hurt is. You may not know how to define it, but you know what hurt is. You know that when someone ridicules you, you don't feel good, right? You're embarrassed. Your self esteem is low. All these different things. So you understand what it is to be hurt. And what we do is, in those times of it happening, we create a protection shield that
Right.
at times, if we don't deal with the issue at hand, we carry that from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to when we're 48. And now that little shield now becomes what we wear. It's no longer just a shield anymore. It's our clothing, it's our identity, it's who we are at this point. So now to try and say, now we have to deal with where this started. This is why it becomes hard. Because now this is who you are. This is your personality. This is your character, right? So when you move in such a manner to actually deal and deconstruct it, it takes time. It's not something that happens overnight. So yeah, even though I may not know what love is, I may know what ridicule is, I may know what embarrassment is. These things are hurt, especially when it's happening when you're young.
Mm, okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the only reason why I asked that question, do I have people pleasing tendencies? Because I actually want to know what other people think, though, and I want to actually get what they think, just based off how they know me and stuff like that, though. Because actually, just to take that into account, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong in doing that sometimes, but I'm always got a sense of trying to prove. Also, I think the one thing you also do notice, though, sometimes I apologize way too much, though, even though sometimes I don't need to, though, but I always do.
Okay.
Just basically, yeah, I'm a self-reflective type person. Though I kind of actually take into effect, okay, did I do that? How did it actually affect somebody? That's just me being an empath.
Yeah, but sometimes you can worry too much about what people think, you know?
Yeah,
Sometimes
of
people get
course.
caught up, they call that paralysis of analysis, man. That
Hmm.
sometimes you think so much it paralyzes you in the moment. And that
Absolutely.
moment where you needed to make a move, it's gone. You know what I'm saying? It's like playing football, right? That hole opens up really quick and it closed just as fast. So if you get too caught up in being analytical in certain things, and again, it's not bad to be analytical, but when you become paralyzed in your analysis, that's when the issue comes in. And they call that paralysis of analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yeah.
Stanley, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you.
Once,
So, Coffee said, I do not laugh when a person is rude and out of order. I let them know I do not agree with them either, even though I am cool with them. You cannot disrespect someone else, then come and laugh with me.
Well,
I get it.
you know what? Excuse me.
Next, you will be doing it to me. Check it at the door. I cannot be sized up.
What
Mm.
you know what? This is what you have to understand. And again, I can respect that statement, but that's an egotistical statement. You know what you have to understand, and this is why it is so hard here to have these conversations because Again, when a dog is tied up, and I'm not trying to compare humans to dogs, but I want you to understand the example I'm giving you. When a dog is tied up and it's been in elements for more than 2 months, it's raining, it's cold, and the chain is cutting into this dog's neck. When I come to help this dog doesn't know it doesn't know I'm trying to help him. Okay. All it knows is that it's watched humans pass by all the time and they've done nothing. And here I come, it's going to bite me. And I have to reconcile that I have to gain this dog's trust before this dog starts to trust me. It's not that different when it comes to people. A lot of the times you see what my man Tough Guy said, right? Because
Yeah.
of what we've done, he created this line, dogs, I say what I say, and that's what it is. I don't care how you feel,
Hmm.
right? Now, a person that hears this would sit there and be like, man, who you think you talking to? But it's a defense mechanism that Tough Guy created because of what was done to him. Even his sister says you
Exactly.
got to be more mindful of how you deliver things. And he even said it. I have to be more mindful of how I deliver things. So it's not going to be easy for him to stop because he's been doing it for so long. And all of us have traumas like that. All of us have created
Absolutely.
things like this where it's hard for us to catch it. And then after it's done, we say, damn, I shouldn't have did that. And then you
Hmm.
may go back and go, you know what, man, Tough Guy, my bad. I apologize. It wasn't you. It was me. I had a hard day. Pop, pop, pop. Instead of me just doing what I needed to do, I took it out on you. My bad. A lot of the times we don't do that. We don't come back and double
Exactly.
and apologize for something that we might have done. A lot of the times people move the way they move is because of things that they've gone through or things that they're going through. And a lot of the
Hmm.
times we don't tap into that because all I care about is what I'm going through. We
That's
want the world to tap into us, but we don't want to tap back into the world. So
true.
it's a very hard dance to learn, but it's a dance that needs to be learned because that's where the village comes in, right? It
Hmm.
takes a village to raise a child. This is, again, this is why God tells you, forsake ye not the assembly of one another. For all of us to get to know each other, know your brother, know your sister. I need to know Nesbitt. If I don't know him, when do I know that he's going through something? I don't.
Exactly.
And he's suffering in silence while everybody's laughing. He's suffering. But this is why the Lord says, get to know your brother, get to know your sister. So when something is wrong, you're able to say, yo, let me holler at you for a second, Riaz. Yo, this ain't you. You usually don't just scream on people. What's
Hmm.
going on with you? And he'll be able to talk to you. But if we don't know each other, if we don't spend time earnestly, like my man Tough Guy said, if you're not being earnest and honest and talking, how do I get to know you? It's just a facade that I see.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
This is why we have to break that facade. This is why we have to say, listen, brothers, it's okay to have gone through some things, and it's okay to have created uh, 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 this protection that
Hmm.
you that's gotten you this far. Now what we're saying is let's self-correct because it's harming people around you. And there are people that might be afraid, people that might be too they don't want to hurt your feelings or whatever, and they don't want to say anything to you, but it's hurting you more not hearing it.
Absolutely. Hmm.
Okay.
That's so good. Did you want to respond, tough guy?
We can't hear you, Tough Guy. You're on mute.
Yeah, y'all said it was loud, so I'll try to mute. But if I'll get too loud, just mute me, Mo.
Okay.
Um, what I was gonna say was, I mean, yes, everybody has traumas, and I think what you're saying kind of makes sense, but it also is a survival tactic as well. So that's how we survive because you can see how if you don't come across that way, in some instances, people will try to play you, and we got to look at how the world is. This is what I'm speaking to. We can try to sing kumbaya, we are the world, but nigga, that's not how shit is. It's not like that.
But that's
But
not
You know
the
what I'm
doesn't
saying?
it
You can
start
try.
with the people that you like
hope.
surround yourself with? Like you have to have discernment when it comes to
Yeah, I
the
get it.
people
I'm
who allow
saying
you
I'm
to
like,
use you.
I'm 40 years old, so yes, I'm getting better with that. But I mean, at
Right,
the end of the day, I know how people are. I know how things are. So I
right.
mean,
Let me ask
What
you a
he's
question.
talking about is great. Like that's how the world should be. That's how we want it to be, right? We could work on that, but that's not how shit is. Is my point.
And I agree with you, tough
That's
guy. Let
what
me ask you a
we're
question.
Okay,
All right?
okay, okay. Good,
Tough guy, let me
good.
ask you a question. Do you know any? Do you know a little bit about cars, right?
Very little.
Okay, cool.
Poquito.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Um, Let me ask you a question. If the you know the radiator fan is what keeps the motor cool, right? And it cuts on, it cuts
Right.
off. If the
Yeah, the
radiator
radiator.
fan
Right.
continues to stay on, will it harm the motor?
If it tends to stay on,
If it stays on continuously, it doesn't cut off.
yeah, because it's not supposed to be on all the time.
There you go. So it cuts on at times when the motor needs it, and then it shuts off. Correct?
Right. That's what I'm saying. As
Okay.
far as
So you're,
survival, you
so
usually
you're
learn those tactics so you
yeah,
can survive
but you're in survival mode 100%.
all the time, every day, nigga.
That's my point. That's the point that I'm trying to make to you. Your amygdala is not made to be cut on all the time. And
mm-hmm.
that's where discernment comes in with what Mo is saying. Right? I don't have to, because again, what you have to understand is your amygdala pushes certain chemicals into your body. It makes you hypersensitive. It makes you totally off kilter, and that affects your body, my G. When you continue to get these chemicals continue to be pounced into your system, it overloads your system. And that's the point that you're saying I'm this a 100% of the time. So
I
that
ain't got no
means,
choice.
nah, don't ever say that, brother. We always have a choice. We all,
No, you can't say that to everybody. You don't know. You just talking right now. Like
I'm not.
a lot of shit
Listen,
you say, a lot of shit you saying, bro. It sounds good, man. Like I hear you trying to help people, but nigga, not everything works for everybody. What works for somebody else may not work for me, nigga.
I agree 100% with you. I agree
If
100%.
you don't receive it, like we always say, that's cool, but it's not going to stop us from
But
giving the
I'm
necessary
not trying to tell them to
no,
stop
no,
though.
no, no, no.
That's not my point.
Now, that's not where I was going to even go with it, Mo. What I'm
but
saying to you is,
that's where I wanted to go with it.
okay, what I'm saying to you is, we all have a choice, dog. Sometimes the choices may not look good, right? Sometimes you may say, man, I got to do this. We all have a choice. When you
Mm-hmm.
sit there and say we don't have one, that's when you create this jail.
Well, okay, this is the thing. Knowledge is power. The only things that you have a choice to do is what you know. So
And
I'm
that's
doing
a
what
good
I
point.
know.
And that's a good point. That's a very good point. So now this is what you need to do, right? If I'm the smartest person in the room, what do I need to do? Tough guy.
Oh, trust me, I'm always I deal with. I know some
No, no,
really successful people in
no,
life.
no, no.
I
Listen to what I'm saying.
definitely
No,
have
listen to what I'm saying.
mentors.
No, listen to what I'm saying. If I'm the smartest person in the room, what do I need to do?
Hey, PJ.
You need to get out of the room. You need
Boom.
to get with some other people that can
There
elevate you.
you, there you go. You need to surround yourself with people that can elevate me and continuously elevate, so I don't get complacent at where I'm at. So what I'm
Right.
saying,
I
so
agree.
so what I'm saying to you in the same example, that you don't have to be that way. You need to put yourself in a position, or put yourself in a room with people where you don't have to always have your guard up and ready to knock somebody out. Figuratively
Well, that's why I just told your ass I stay alone. Yo, listen, nigga. Goddamn.
You can't stand to God
This
at
nigga do
all.
not listen, man. I swear, I
What
be
I'm saying to
saying,
you, the point I'm making is, you don't have to be alone, my G. You and I can have conversations. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be alone. That's the point that I'm trying to make to you. That although there may not be that many people that can, I agree with you. There may not be that many, but there are those that do. So me having discernment, when I walk into the room and I have a conversation with Nesbitt or Riaz or even with you dig what I'm saying?
mhm,
On full love, my discernment is going to say, listen, that's a good dude, tough guy. He
Mm-hmm.
been through some stuff, and he created this protection around him, that he moves the way he moves, but that's a good dude. Nesbitt has been through some stuff. That's a good dude too. He's been through some stuff, so I know how to place him. Riaz, cool cat. Every time I come up here, he speaks, he shares. Mo Love, it just is what it is. She's a good woman. She's a good person in spirit. You know what I'm saying? She's out here trying to deliver mental illness, so forth and so on. So my discernment will help me through conversation. So if I have a conversation and you guys have a conversation with Bolo and Bolo's full of garbage, then that's when you're going to say, "Nah, we can't rock with that cat.
Right.
Let me isolate him out." But you can't do that if I'm alone. And this is what I'm going to tell you. The Lord didn't make you to be alone.
Exactly.
And where we're going, you're gonna need help, my G. Because
Mm-hmm.
when you fall, who do you call on besides your sister? I'm sure you have a core of people
A
that
lot of
love
yeah,
you.
a lot of my shit. A lot of my people die. I got about
Oh man, sorry to
three
hear.
people left. I got like three people left.
Well,
So if those people leave, I think everybody gonna be in real trouble.
see, that's a problem, brother. You have any children?
Yeah.
A beautiful daughter. She is so pretty.
Wow, wow. See, that's what I'm saying. It takes a village, dog. Don't regulate yourself to just those three people, man. I know those three people are important
Well,
to you.
she one of them.
Okay, well, don't regulate yourself to just those three people, bro, because perspectives are so important. And the more eyes you have on something, the better perspective that you'll have. You'll see things from a panoramic view opposed to seeing a snapshot. And that's what's important. And I know that this conversation isn't going to change you overnight, but just marinate on it, man. Marinate on it. My number's in the chat. Marinate on it. If you want to converse, holla at the kid, brother. We can talk for a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm chilling, bro. I live a good life, man. I ain't gonna hold you. I live in California. I'm a professional musician. You know what I'm saying? I take care of my child. I do what I need to do. I mean, life ain't perfect. That's all I can say.
Mm,
Well, I'm good. I
okay.
learned a lot, and some people are good alone. I mean, I do have people around, but I mean, about 85% of the time, I'd rather it be that way. I'll just say that.
Okay.
I'd,
Well, I'm
ra-
glad
I'd
you came
rather
up,
it be
brother.
that way.
I'm glad you came up, brother, and had the conversation, my G. I'm glad you did that, brother.
Yeah.
That's the first step, my G. Believe it or not, that's the first step. To be able to say, I've had this issue from here and identify it and being able to say, this is where the problem started. And this is what I had to create to protect myself. You dig what I'm saying? So that's an awesome thing, my G. So I'm glad that you're able to come up here and have a conversation with.
I always keep it 100. If you didn't know me, now you know. But yeah, that's
Who is
that's
the
just how
brown
I
man?
am.
Do y'all know somebody named the brown man?
Man,
Yeah, I heard of him. He
put
was
the,
on T's channel once.
well, you might want to put the overlay up and, you know.
Okay. Let me find it.
Uh, but
Because
yeah.
some people will have people's pictures and it don't even be them.
Well, listen, just keep, on the drop button,
Hey, brown man.
Hello, hello.
Hi. Are you able to show your face?
Oh, sure. Yeah. One sec. One sec. Hello, hello. I promise the brown man is not a troll. I promise. I,
Uh,
I like that.
Let me
I like
see. Say, hey, tough guy. Hey, Bolo.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Say, hey, tough guy, just so I can make sure it's not a
Oh,
recording.
what's good, tough guy? What's up, man?
Okay.
Yeah. I heard of him before. He
Okay.
Yeah,
was
man.
on T's channel, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, EAE sent me the link, so I wanted to say
It
hello.
was like brief
Oh,
though.
thank
So I mean,
you.
I don't know you like that. I did hear of you. So
For sure. I know
yeah.
you stand on business, man. Absolutely. Come on, man. No, you honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I saw the stream with Lo and with you, and I'm not gonna. You were standing on business. You just got a little bit lost in the sauce, but respect to you, man.
Oh man, I just keep it real, man. Hey man, she ain't gotta like what I have to say, but she know what it is. I
Yeah,
ain't seen her since. Have you? Huh?
I wasn't there. I wish I was, dude. I really wish I
No, I'm
was.
saying, have you seen her since?
Oh yeah, I mean, she streams a little bit.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen her for a while since then. So
Well, salute
maybe
to
I'm
you,
lost.
Low.
I don't
Nice to meet you.
know.
We spoke on Lowe's panel before.
Oh shit.
On my panel or my sister's? Here for the tea is my sister.
Oh really? Oh
Uh-huh.
no, I was
Yep.
saying I spoke with you on Lowe's panel. I asked you a question before. Yeah.
Oh, Low or Mo. I thought you were saying Mo.
Sorry, no, Low, Low.
Okay.
Light skin and low.
Okay, so Brown Man, did you want to add to the topic or
Well, what was the topic?
when the past is still present, uprooting trauma?
Oh shit. Okay. Well, I mean, the brown man is the brown man for a reason. Trauma does happen to people, but people take it differently. So I don't really know where you're going with this, but yeah.
Hmm?
I'm saying, like, I don't really know where you're going with the trauma thing, but people take trauma
So
differently.
just the importance of uprooting trauma, because if you don't, then you'll have all these other issues like bitterness, resentment. It can also cause like physical ailments, emotional, psychological, spiritual. So it's just important to not just deal with trauma from a surface level, but actually uprooting it, going beyond the surface to like completely heal. And we're discussing how if those things are not confronted, how they can really have a negative impact on your life and the people that you come across in general.
Okay. I mean, I agree with that for sure. It does take spiritual and physical damage. That's a fact. So I'll give you that for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's tough guy background. Let me see.
All right, mute me. Mute me.
Yeah. Um Brandon, did you want to add something?
Um, let's see what. Oh man, I think. Well, basically, I was just listening to everybody's experiences, and listen to Bolo with this wisdom of a sage. He can speak to the soul in ways that I just simply can't. I
Mm-hmm.
appeal more to the intellectual side of people, just helping them grasp a comprehensive understanding of their neurological ailments, because one of the things that I think people do now in this in modernity is we don't have a fundamental basis for what's actually going on in our lives, and and definitely in regards to our traumas. We just consider them a that was a bad experience. So if
Yeah.
by the only way we started, like Sigmund Freud's was able to heal the brain was to understand it. So I think a lot of people lack that fundamental understanding of the brain,
Mm-hmm.
and subsequently being able to heal it. And so that's where I came in, and I tackled the conversation at that aspect, because I know I'll never be able to preach it like Bolo. So so basically, yeah, I'm appealing to the
And I
intellectual
love
side.
that. I love the
Yeah,
diversity of the panel. Like you give us more so science and how like you said, the intellectual side. Bolo is uh well, intellectual, spiritual, all of those things. I just love the diversity of it all. Even tough guy sharing like his experience and how he has a completely different outlook.
yeah,
Um,
Hold on, Mo Love.
Mhm.
Don't be using an intellectual name. You know what I mean for Bolo. That's me. That's all
that's
me.
funny.
That's
So PJ said, sometimes we're so proud of our self-awareness that we don't realize we're still acting out the same patterns just with better vocabulary. That's good.
Mm. Mo,
I have
may,
to
Mo,
agree.
may I share some books that I believe will help in our walk with God?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I would say Wild at Heart.
Mm-hmm.
That's a book that everybody should definitely read. Um, it's by the Eldridges, John Eldridge, and then his wife Stacy has a book called Captivating. That one's for women. So Wild at Heart is for men. Captivating is for women. Um, Love and War is the book that they wrote about their marriage together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another book, Purpose Driven Life by Rick Warren.
Oh, I love purpose
Definitely.
driven life.
Whew, whew.
Yeah, that's good too.
I'm on my second time reading that one.
Don't
That
Um,
forget
is
the four
good.
agreements. Don't forget the four agreements. That's a good one
the,
too.
the Four Agreements.
Okay.
And Bolo, this is an old school one, but I'm gonna hit you with an old school one. Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis. I land
That's
there.
a good one. That is.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I like the Berenstein Bears because it teaches it teaches you a whole
Like,
bunch of values and mores. No, but I said that for a reason.
mm-hmm.
Simple nostalgia is a really good way of dealing with trauma. Um, so I think, of course, like I said in the past programs, we don't have the qualifications to actually fix ourselves, but there are ways of being able to self-regulate and mitigate some of our traumatic symptoms.
Yeah.
Now, the number one thing you you need to remember, based on our past conversations, specifically with what I said and some of the other panel members, is that when you're traumatized, you're and I'm sorry, I don't have my stats in front of me right now,
Mm-hmm.
so I forgot where what source it is, but when you're traumatized, okay, I'll just quote Dr. Gabor Mate. Okay, 99% of all of his drug addicts, whether they be meth heads, fentanyl junkies, alcoholics, people
Mm-hmm.
that are, you know, how do I say, you know, people, suicidal ideation. Yeah, screw YouTube. They get
Yeah.
on my nerves with that censorship. Can't even talk about something medical, with that is backed up by clinical data. But anyway, they all of those traumatic things that have happened in their childhood will affect and govern some of the things that you'll see in your present life.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to realize that if you've been traumatized, if you've been severely abused in your childhood, then you will have a huge, a considerable, a what is the word? I'm sorry. You will be more prone for drug use and gang violence and going to jail. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the reason why is because when we are young, our brain has a higher neuroplasticity, and this is why the childhood mind. You know what? Let me just go ahead and say this. Do you know who the most dangerous person to affect in terms of trauma is? Our children.
Right.
Children do not need trauma because it will affect you into adulthood. And I think, a lot of the bad things we see in society nowadays are a direct result of childhood trauma. And I will like it's so predictable that, like, if I hear of a person's current actions, I can already be able to, I can tell exactly what they did in their childhood. Not even kidding. So yeah, I'll yield the floor to you guys. Or if you guys have
Mm,
any questions,
That's
just let
so
me know.
true.
Yeah,
So
Trauma with children, yeah, that's you're right. Children do not need trauma. I
yeah. I mean, the neuroplasticity is just too high in a child.
mm-hmm, absolutely. Did you want to add
Because you have to realize, like I said, in that according to what we know in the studies, a child's brain is not as rational as it should be. It goes more on the lizard brain. The it functions more in the you know the fight or flight, or the it gets its processing from the amygdala.
mm-hmm,
So we develop our rationality later in life. So that's why a child's brain is so vulnerable to trauma.
right? And it teaches them, like, instead of being free and enjoying childhood, it teaches them to like brace for danger. They'll be alert and operating out of a state of paranoia, possibly, depending on the severity of the trauma, I guess.
Mhm.
so is there like such a thing as good trauma or no?
Good trauma.
Like can there be positive effects from trauma or no? Is it just like
Well, there's trauma that elevates you. Trauma that you learn from and you grow from.
yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. If it's like when it's pruning a flower, that's applying trauma to the flower.
Exactly. I like
But
that.
pruning it makes it grow stronger and blossom faster. So if the mountain was smooth, none of us can climb it. Everybody on this panel has a cut or a scar or a scratch that has a story attached to it that you learned something from it. And you're going to remember this and you're going to tell your great grandchildren, your grandchildren, and you're going to let everyone know, even when you talk to people on the panels, listen, now I got this scar. Every crevice on that mountain, every jagged edge has a learning capability. Don't put too much pressure here. Don't do this. Don't do that. That's the purpose of having the mountain have jagged edges. If it's smooth, you learn nothing. You're not tenacious enough. You don't learn anything. You don't know how to be malleable. You don't know patience. You don't learn strength. You don't all these things that we need to process things in life. We have to go through it to realize how it works. It's no longer theory anymore. We took it out of the lab, we brought it into the real world. It's fact. I'm telling you, if you continue to eat like this is how your body is going to react. I'm telling you, if you do this in exercise, this is what's going to happen. Why? Because it happened for me. Now, again, our body may be a little bit different, but at the end of the day, the results will be similar. So yeah, there
That's
is good trauma. Absolutely.
I like that answer.
so I don't okay. Is there good trauma? Because I know it's in any emotional, mental, or spiritual injury that causes like severe stress, you know? So I don't know if it is a good thing, but I do know that well, I guess in the end it does work out because it will strengthen you, you know?
I'm sorry. What was your question about it being good or bad trauma?
Yeah, I was just asking like because I mean you were saying
No, I'm
about
sorry.
children.
Mo Love,
Oh, sorry.
like she
Oh,
asked about, like yeah,
no,
like
I was because
yeah. Go ahead. Go
because
ahead.
I think the guy brown man said, "Is there such thing as good trauma?" Um,
No,
yeah,
not
it's kind of hard
scientifically.
to answer. I know it's character building in a sense, and it strengthens you in ways, but trauma alone, I don't think is good.
Yeah, that's right. You hit it. You said it just as I was going to say it. Like
Mm-hmm.
when we incur trauma, we have physical changes that are mostly deleterious. So Um, the neuroscience is very clear on that.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of clinical data. If you want peer-reviewed clinical data, go to the National Institute of Health or PubMed. That's what I recommend. Or you can read Psychology Today. They reference a lot of peer-reviewed medical data concerning the science of neuroscience. Or JAMA. Your JAMA's, they've been publishing that since I think like that's a 100-year publication. Journal of America. That's a uh, that's like the journal for the psychologist and psych. I can't speak tonight. I'm sorry. I'm about to
No,
get off of here. I'm
Well,
half asleep.
I think what
you
they
okay?
My brain is traumatized. I'm working on these stupid cars.
It's
well, I
okay.
think what Brown Man is speaking to when he says good trauma, it does sound contradicting because
Mm-hmm.
trauma in itself is something that's happening outside of our control. But what it creates, the good trauma that we're speaking towards is the process that incurs after the traumatic uh, experience. What did you learn from it? How did it strengthen you? How did it get you to where you needed to be? What did you
Right.
learn? What did you learn about yourself in going through this? All of these things. And here's the thing, okay? When we say trauma, right? When you lift weights, you're lifting weights. Do you know you're applying trauma to your muscles?
That's a fact. That's a whole fact.
You're ripping your muscles. You're actually ripping your muscles. Okay. And this is why you have the downtime to recover because now when your muscles heal, they heal stronger, bigger, and you become able to lift more weights. So, what did you have to do? You had to apply trauma to your muscles to get to where you needed to be. So, this is the fact of why God allows these things or why we go through what we go through. It's not to harm you, but it's to grow you.
Yo, this
How can
nigga's
I know
base. What the
I'm
fuck?
able to do such and such if I'm not put in that situation to do it?
Right.
People pray for patience and people pray for strength, and then when they're put in situations to use patience, they don't have it. Well, the patience is not going to be downloaded into your brain like it's an app. No, you're going to be put in situations where you need to be patient. You're going to be put in situations where you need to be sensitive. You're going to be in situations where you need to be strong. That's how that works. It's a learning muscle. And that's what we have to do. We have to exercise it in everything that we do. You have to learn.
So I would. So that's why I said trauma alone isn't good. Like it's not the event of trauma that's good. It's the healing and the growth I think that comes
Absolutely.
that makes it, I guess,
But
worth it.
remember, without the trauma, it's like you can't have one without the other.
That's true.
Without the trauma, how do I grow?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is the stagnation in the trauma that one goes through when they don't grow and they stay stagnant. That's
Right.
the issue. You know what I'm saying? But when you get that help and you learn from it, this is why you remember Joseph was able to tell his brothers after being sold into slavery, what you meant for evil, God meant for good. I
Exactly.
didn't stay stuck in that place where you put me. I grew. I
Mm-hmm.
learned forgiveness. I learned strength. I learned understanding. I learned meekness. I learned humility. And now I'm here and I'm able to forgive you. Now, do not take my meekness or my forgiveness for weakness.
Right. Absolutely. So,
Hey, Mo Love.
look,
I'm
Kwame
sorry.
wanted to ask, have you taken up SPSS? He said he took it at the master's level. Your studies can update recent stats if you have a good paper trail. Brandon,
Yes.
did you? He said, have you taken up SPSS?
SPSS. No.
Okay.
Um. No. Let me look at his comment.
Oh,
No. Did he who is it? EAE?
That's Kwafi. Well, but in the chat, it's narratives and dialogues.
Oh, okay.
SPS
Um,
is statistical package for social sciences. What he asked is software. He's asking you if you took that.
no, no. Um, my I just I just took basic psychology courses in college, and psychology is one of the, well, they call it the soft sciences, and I think it's integral for the understanding of society and how the human brain thinks and the complex neurological systems involved in that aspect. So, um, I like I said, it's important that we don't just go on what we think we know about it. What do we actually know about it? A lot like using the instances from my life anecdotally. People, they thought my ADHD, they scoffed at it. They was thought of it as a lack of discipline. They thought I was lazy. They thought I was, just hyper, distracted. But
Hmm.
turns out I have ADHD slash Asperger's, major depressive disorder, suicidal ideation. So, there's a lot of things going on in the brain. And, these complex neural mechanisms were affecting my life in a deleterious way. So as a consequence, I didn't do so well, which, inevitably led to my, attempt to take my life 2 times or to leave this earth. So, one of the things I wanted to suggest to you, Mo Love, is a thing we didn't hit on tonight. Well, it's related, but it's not related. I think your next show needs to be how trauma affects relationships. I love that subject. That would be an awesome subject. Um, you know, the trauma I've incurred in my life has affected my relationships, and most of it wasn't good. But as you learn and you train your brain and you go to you do behavior cognitive behavioral therapy, then you can get better. Now like I said, the science is clear. Trauma is, semi permanent, but you can you can overcome it. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll go ahead and yield the floor.
I had walked away for a second. I'm here.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah.
Yeah, he was saying that your next stream should be on how trauma affects relationships.
Oh, that's gonna be so good.
Oh man, yeah. I'm going to cook on that one because
So,
that's a juicy topic. Like that. See, that one gets into metaphysics, and that'll be fun.
mm-hmm. So EAE said from the religious perspective, don't you guys consider the trauma Jesus went through on that final day as something that was necessary?
Yeah,
Obviously,
yeah.
I'm trying to go to heaven. I don't know about y'all.
It
Yeah.
it was,
Thank you, Jesus.
and here's the thing that people seem to miss. You know, the trauma that was applied to Jesus Christ's body was so horrendous and ugly, and it was purposefully done. And let me explain why. You know, the anger, the hate, the malice, the strife, the jealousy, the envy, the hurt, the vengeance, the all of these things that we do to each other, which affects us spiritually. He showed what it does to our spirit physically. Did y'all understand that? So what we do
Yeah,
to our
that's for
spirit, what
sure.
we do to each other spiritually, like you have my man, tough guy, right? He was ridiculed. He said that he was this, he was that when he was younger. But then he realized when they told him, nah, they misdiagnosed you. You wasn't this, that, and the third. But the way they presented it to him, it wasn't in a way to grow him. It was done in a way where it demeaned him. So what they did to him spiritually is what we do to each other, is what we did to Christ physically, if that makes sense. So that's why it was necessary. It was meant to show how ugly man can be when what we do to each other spiritually. But a lot of the times we can't see it. So when you look at Christ, you can sit there and go, this is what we do to one another.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think you
And
know, um I think what was the guy's name? You know what? I think I'm gonna go to bed. I can't think for nothing.
you
I'm so
okay?
yeah, I'm so sleepy, man. Like I
Oh,
stayed up
go to
all late.
sleep.
Yeah, and I'm not like I don't even think I'm hitting on my all of my
No,
um
you're doing good, but I understand you
yeah,
got
but
to
I was gonna cook tonight. I had half of my notes ready and then I started getting sleepy. But I think I think I did hit on, I gave you the basic idea and I think I was pretty effective in that regard. So I'm happy with that. But I think I wanted to, branch out into more philosophical ideas regarding trauma.
You did awesome,
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
thank you. I appreciate it.
and I appreciate you so much for your you being very informative every time you hit the
Well,
link.
thank you. I just
Okay.
wish I was like Bolo. I was like the way your candor is just on another level than mine. As a person with mild Asperger's, I don't think I'll be able to have that type of charisma, but you command a presence and a respect that's just um almost ethereal. So that's um that's a big W.
I say thank you, brother. All praises to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. You know,
Right.
that's all about him. It's not about me. I'm just here to deliver the message and do the best that I can do in doing it. That's it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
You did awesome, Brandon, and you're very
Yeah.
smart.
Brandon, you that's
I
why I
don't
be laughing
know.
sometimes. That's why I be laughing because I'm listening to you as you breaking this stuff down. And I'm like, this brother's on a different level. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you know, um, yeah, you're on a different level. And as you're saying it, like when I listen to the different people speaking, I always have my eyes closed because in my mind I visualize the words passing by my eyelids, and I'm listening to you as you speak. What's happening in real time? Like how you click the closed caption, and
Yeah.
it, it when I hear you speak, I hit the breakdown, and it breaks it down to me in a way that I can take it in multiple ways, deliver it to different people. You dig what I'm saying? Because your information that you give is so
Yeah.
important, and it's not about the testimony to the teacher is being able to be being able to deliver it in a way that the student can understand, and
Right.
that's important, right? Because it's not a testimony to the student to learn it; it's a testimony to the teacher to deliver it in a way that they can learn it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
I'm so appreciative of how you speak and the information that you take the time out to learn and bring here to Mo Love's platform
Mm-hmm.
to
Yeah.
enrich us with that information. Because again, that's the point of me telling Tough Guy, when you're in an environment where people love each other, they're going to bring that
Right.
information. You don't have to do that. You choose to do it. And that's the beauty of it.
Yeah. Well, the one of the things I really wanted to focus on, when relaying the information on Mo Love's channel is accuracy. because, as Mark Twain said, a lie can travel the world 7 times while the truth's still tying up the shoes. You know, our society is just promulgated on so many freaking lies, so
Yeah.
many misconceptions. We don't like, it asks. See, this is
You
why
know
we need
why?
to go into meta. We need to
You know
go into
why?
the metaphysical philosophy of trauma, actually, because
Hey,
what
Cash
do we
Kid.
actually know? What do we actually know about truth? We need to ask these philosophical questions.
You know why lies can go around the earth 7 times while the truth stays, tying the shoelaces? Because
Why is
lies
that?
because lies feel good.
Mm.
I
That's
guess
what
so, man.
lies
I
feel
have
good.
another answer for it, but
Truth, the truth
yeah,
hurt. Truth is what grows you. You know what I'm
that's
saying?
right.
And when you grow in truth, you have to physically go through, and mentally, emotionally go through that trauma of reconciling, saying what you did was wrong. You
Right.
thought that what you did was right. You created this world in the way you thought in response to when you were younger. But that doesn't change the fact that who you are today and the way you're moving now is wrong. So
Right.
that trauma that you went through created this thought process that you're in now. Now we have to deconstruct it. Don't get rid of what you went through. Don't get rid of what you turned into, but hone it to a point where you can sit there and learn from it so that when you go into the world to be that example, you can reach these men and women that have gone through what you've gone through or are going through what you've went through at this moment. And you can kind of guide them through. Be that light in the darkness, that lighthouse, right? Shine it in the ocean. Let the people know land is coming. Land is coming. And that's what's important.
Bolo,
That's right.
if I may give you your flowers real quick, I got to, big
Here
brother.
he goes. He's going to attack me now. Here we go.
the
Uh-oh.
the reason why Bolo is giving y'all the message the way he giving it to y'all, because he knows time is short.
Know
Our time
who?
here is short. You know what I'm saying? So he's giving it to y'all like that because he knows that the time that we got is not how much we really think it is. So he's trying to basically give us that warning that God is basically giving out toward, giving to him, and he's giving us that warning out of love. You know what I mean? He's giving that guidance out of love. So, it took me a minute to understand why Bolo did what he does what he does, but man, one day y'all gonna sit back and y'all gonna be playing his streams over and over again. You're gonna be listening to those
I
to those
already,
to those
I'm,
early
I'm
morning
already
messages.
tapped in. I
Let,
got you.
let, let,
You're gonna be
let me
listening to them early morning messages over and over again.
Hmm.
let
Trust me,
me
it will come a day for that, and I'll
let me
land there.
add this to what 84 is saying. And this is what brings cold chills down my spine.
Hmm.
You know, we're not gonna have time to go back and listen to Bolo or listen to 84 or listen to Mo Love, Tough God, and Brown Man. Where we're going, you're not gonna have that time. It's whatever you learned, you apply. And if you didn't pay attention, it'll show forth. This is why the Lord gives you the parables of, I think it was 6 women or 9 women that were supposed to get ready for the bride, the bridegroom, and half of them did what they were supposed to do, and the other half didn't. And the door was closed. So those that prepared was ready, and those that wasn't was left behind. That's what's going to happen. That's what we're going to go. This is why God tells you, seek me while there's still yet time, because there's going to be a time when you can't receive him. There's not going to be a time when we sit there and go, okay, man, let's meet on Sunday night and everybody break out the book. That's going to be gone. So what you know is what you're going to have to apply. And we're going to have to say, I can't help you, bro. Because if I give you my oil, I'm not going to have enough to get to where I need to be. And you may say, well, Bolo, that's wrong. Nah, that's real. You had every time to learn just as much as we did, right? And to prepare the same way we did, but you chose not to. So our job is to raise the red flag, blow the horn, blow the trumpet, whatever fits your fancy. That's our job. That's what we're doing. So please learn it while it is available. Please get into the word while it's available. Please deal with your trauma while it's available. Please get the help that you need, because there's going to be a time where it's not readily available. There won't be no internet. There won't be no place that you can just go to and say, hey, 84, what's going on? I need help. You are where you are.
Damn.
Right, no Bibles, nothing.
Mercy.
Now, do y'all see that? That's not fair. Now, I'm going to learn how to speak like that one day. I have a dream that one day my speech will be so grandiloquent that I will be able to split the sea between the women with BBLs, the women with Chick-fil-A honey mustard packet stains on their shirt, and the
What?
ones with good credit. I will be able to separate them and stratify them based on my individual likes. And never mind, let me stop right now.
You said
Narrative said,
what?
narrative said, Mola, he says, but they have been saying life is too short since the beginning of time. However, we might be at the end of the time of our lives. People tend to say life is too short when they're older. And this is the point to that, right? David said in Psalms, I think it was 39, where he says, Lord, allow me to know and give me the wisdom to know how short my life is. When I talk to people, let's just say about smoking, and I say, you know what that's doing to your body? And they'll sit there, well, my grandfather smoked until he was 2,000 years old. But that don't mean you're going to do that. Stop using someone else's experience to justify your madness. Because
Mm,
just because he got away with it, don't mean you will. Stand
exactly.
firm on your 10 toes. So, again, narratives, you're absolutely right. But check this out. When Noah said it was going to rain, it took 120 years and 7 days for it to rain. But guess what? It rained. When Moses said, hey, if you don't put this lamb's blood in front of your door jamb, the angel of death gonna kill you. Guess what? Angel of death killed you. When the Lord told Lot, hey, get out of Sodom and Gomorrah, this is what's gonna happen. It took a little bit, but you know what happened? Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. So at the end of the day, we can talk, look out your window. There's a lot of wars and rumors of wars happening. And again, our job is just to sound the alarm. When it happens, none of us knows. But our job is to sound the alarm. So that's what I'm doing. I'm not caught up into the year, the minute, the hour. My job is to say, listen, time is short. Time is short. We have never lived in a time where there are that many wars going on at the same time. We're living in those days. So, and the scriptures tell you that the world shall travaileth like a woman giving birth. What does that mean? That means that before a woman gives birth, she has contractions, and then that birth happens. So that's where we're at. We're in the contractions part. So, yeah, they've been saying it, but that's the point. The enemy wants you to think that it's safe. They're not thinking that way in Israel. They're not thinking that way in Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran. They're not thinking that way in these different places where
Right.
wars happening right now. They think totally different.
We're kind of relaxed
Absolutely.
because
Relax.
it's not here yet.
Absolutely. Hasn't gotten here yet, but it will.
Mm.
Yeah, I'd like to. I'll add in one last little snippet. Someone suggested that our lives are too short. Um, I'm I encourage the person to think about that philosophically and scientifically. Matter is neither created or destroyed. Law of conservation of mass, Albert Einstein. As today, I don't think anything has broken that law, as far as I know. So it goes to say that our lives are not definite, but they're indefinite. And using just regular reasoning skills, we can see that the body is not so um what would you call it? The body will live on. You will live on. Your you know you your life will continue. It's funny how that when science and the Bible comes to a confluence, I find that those laws are never violated, not once. So yeah, I'll just land with that. And a partridge in a pear tree.
More love. I think Young Riaz is backstage.
Oh, my bad. I missed it.
He probably eating one of them little vanilla cookies again.
What I just pressed? Oh, okay. Eating.
No, I'm just gonna get some like an after
I
because
can't
I
hear
want
you.
to start to turn it off for a minute, let it cool down, and then turn it back
Riaz.
on. Yeah.
Riaz.
Riaz.
Mm.
When you talk and you like lean straight back, I can't hear anything that you're saying.
So hold on, let me get myself comfortable though. Okay. How about now?
Hey, Riaz, slow down your speech and enunciate just a little bit better for the audience. Because your sentences are kind of running together a little bit. And I think it's the way your mic is a little bit more muffled.
Okay, how about now?
That's better.
Mm-hmm. It's better.
But yeah, hey, let me jump off of here, guys. 'Cause,
Have a great day, my G. You ain't call me
yeah,
yet,
man.
Brandon. You ain't call me.
Yeah. Oh, bro, I was in Puerto Rico and I came
No, he
back and
not. Oh, my bad.
I'm trying
Uh,
to
Okay.
catch up on everything.
all right, well,
Okay.
I
Okay,
Yeah.
no
Brandon, I
pressure.
sent my number to you though. I emailed the number to you. You have to just pretty much add me though, and then I can add you on WhatsApp though. Like pretty much just make a contact thing, put you on WhatsApp. I can't call you though through your phone. Can't call through the phone, man. I get a charge. There's
Okay.
two different plans
Coffee.
though.
We're not falling asleep. I was distracted for a second. My bad.
So, what Riaz
Yeah.
said, Brandon, he said, don't call through the phone, call through the WhatsApp because they won't charge you.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do, man.
All
But
right, then, my.
Okay.
Thank you
hey,
for the.
man, love all of y'all.
Love you too, my G.
All right,
Um,
Love
bro.
you,
Good night.
Brandon. I appreciate you always.
yeah.
So, what did you
Next
say
time
next
we'll
Sunday? You said how trauma affects relationships.
yeah,
Okay, that's gonna be good.
yeah. And that's gonna be, that one will be more philosophical instead of scientific. So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, talking about what is versus what should be is a normative versus a positive conversation. So normative being what is, I'm sorry, positive being what is, and normative claims being what should be. So that wouldn't be fun.
Yeah, gotcha.
Mm,
So yeah,
Well, get some rest. I know you've been up for an
Yeah,
entire
get some rest,
day
my G.
yeah,
almost.
man. I gotta get my
Tough,
fat self in the gym tomorrow or something.
okay. Okay.
tough
All
guy.
right,
Are
man.
you still
We'll see
there?
y'all.
All right, brother.
Okay,
Later, brother.
tough guy. He probably sleep.
I've
I don't
been staying up since
know
5
what
a.m.
Tough
to
guys on mute, baby.
got him. It being so
Mo
loud
love.
and ghetto. Huh?
One thing I was gonna say you should actually do as
Mm-hmm.
far as streaming. You should do a spiritual ASMR stream.
Okay, enlighten me.
Okay. Do you know what ASMR is?
Yes. I
Okay.
watch ASMR. I watch the ice eating, like when they make different shapes of ice and they eat it.
Okay.
Like when my
I
anxiety
do.
acted up, like I love to hear like that crunch, and it just kind of calms me down.
Yo,
Oh
Okay.
wow,
Yeah, I'll be
I've
real with
never
you
heard of
though.
that before.
More love. I'll be real with
Riaz,
you. I
hold on,
used
Riaz.
to eat.
Riaz, hold on 1 second, bro. Um, yeah, I'm not long with it at all. So, um, what I was saying as far as the way you should do it is like you should read scripture, right? Or
Mhm.
or um or something that is like spiritual, and then just have the ASMR music playing in the background.
What's ASMR music? I know they get those. Are
It's
you
like the
saying
meditation music,
a
like
special
meditation music.
mic where they whisper?
No, it's like the meditation music.
Okay, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
And maybe
I mean,
just
you could whisper if you want. That's your choice.
uh,
But yeah.
definitely not. But when you said ASMR, that's why I said it. It's like, yeah, but that's a good idea. I said that one night I was gonna do. I don't know when it's gonna be, but it's gonna be like a prayer live where I just kind of stay live for a few hours. And if people need prayer about anything, then they just write it in the chat and we just pray about it on the spot. They can come up and talk, whatever.
That'll be fire.
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely gonna plan for that.
Wait, but you know, as you should do them up. I suggest that if you have, let's say, if you run out of ideas to go live for, just basically reuse your old lives. Though, and basically, what you could do as well is just reuse the same concept and basically just, add something new to that same old concept. Or basically, what you could do is just repurpose. You're not able to go live. What you should do is just, repurpose some of your lives though and make them into like a compilation video and premiere that, and people will come and support you for that. Like if you're not able to go live, you can just make a premiere, basically all the lives though that you basically bits and pieces of your life though that
Mm-hmm.
you know eh, that you just basically did before, and people will come and support you still. So if you're not
Okay.
able to go live, that's something to consider for.
Thank you, Riaz.
You're welcome.
Great idea.
Yeah, because sometimes I do the same thing with my thing, though. So when I make my stuff, though, I reuse the same idea, but I just add something new to it. So then it's something new, basically. So it's old and new, basically. Kind of do that.
I want to do something completely different though, like
I know,
more
but
lighthearted after men's mental health one. Like I want to do maybe like a Bible trivia or something.
That sounds fun.
Ooh, that would be. Ooh.
Yeah,
okay,
Okay.
I think
Okay.
that would be cool.
okay. I mean, that's a good idea, but I'm just saying if you're not able to go live, that's just something else you could do. Or if you have, let's say if you run out of ideas, you can just pretty much add new stuff to something old you did. You can just repurpose that. But if you want to do something, it's up to you what you want to do. But not just something though, if, you run out of ideas, because I've actually done that though. I just, can make new stuff, then I'll keep doing it and I can be creative with new stuff. But if I run out of ideas though, since I'm creative though, I'll just use the same idea again and I'll just make it new.
Mm, okay, that's a great idea.
What I also used to do too, Lo,
Hi.
I used to, and I still do this now. I don't know if you have an iPhone or not, but if you do,
Oh, baby, no, I can't
oh, you
stand
don't?
that.
Okay.
Uh-uh.
All right. Okay, but
Okay.
if you have an Android, there's an Android feature because I have both. So
Uh-huh.
there's an Android thing called Notepads, right?
Uh-huh.
So if you download the one that says Notes, it has like this yellow note sticker on it. You can
Uh-huh.
actually save your notes. You can even lock your notes, right?
Uh-huh.
It does the same thing that the iPhone one does, and you can basically like write down your ideas, keep them in your phone, write down your show topics. So sometimes we forget things, right? I know
Right.
I do. So I'll just make a note, and I still have a list on my phone of like over like 50 something shows that I've never done. I maybe done maybe three or four.
Wow.
Yeah. So and
I'm
I
over
have like
here
a whole
playing the game. I
videos in
told
the
you to
back
unmute
storage.
me if you wanted me to talk.
I called you that you're so 15 minutes ago, sir.
But yeah, Mo, I have a bunch of videos in like in my email and stuff like that. So these are things in which you can come up with new shows and new ideas, and it will definitely help you to grow your stream. See,
Oh,
Sweatbread in the building.
cool.
Sweatbread, what's good, man?
Thank you. Hey, Sweatbread, how are you?
You welcome, family.
I'm good,
Thank
good.
you.
I just have a
Good. Did
question
you want to
for my.
add to the topic?
What's the topic?
The topic is when the past is still present, uprooting trauma.
Sweatbread,
Mm,
sweatbread.
trauma. Okay, I'm glad you said that trauma. Let's say like this. Let's say like you ever seen the movie Straw?
I have not.
Mm. Okay,
I
I'm trying to
keep
become
trying
a.
to watch it, but
I'm
I
trying to become like a good negotiator. Let's say you have an angry black woman because I got put to a test, right? And so
hmm
what's so funny was because I'm so cool, right? I'm so calm and mellow, but like I calm kids down, but a grown woman, I mean, how you calm down an angry black woman? I'm like, shoot, I don't know. Uh, I'm like, talk sweet. I just like, I don't know. That's what we go to ask my brother Bolo, because yes, I can pray, yes, I can calm down, but it's just like how to calm the person down. This one kind of like what you call it a negotiator. You see what I'm saying? Remember you said trauma, right? How to calm that down? Do I just because they say try not to don't put angry with angry. Try to be soft, melanin,
hmm
But that's what I got.
So, are you saying that her trauma is caused by an angry black woman?
Yes, that's a somebody get a car accident and they always like, oh, the fuck you just calm down.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all I got. So what I'm gonna do? Come up with a creative story, or you know, uh, you'll see I'm looking for more because I only got one. That one doesn't always help. It's like I can come up with multiple things. That's why it's got to
Mm-hmm.
call a negotiator. Like, think of something, I guess. And I'm trying to see what Bolo had because he always go to his YouTube streets. Maybe he got something. Maybe he got a trick. He got to sleep. He can give you some, maybe cheat code. He's probably not listening.
I have
Anything?
no cheat codes, brother. I have no cheat codes, sweatbread.
Brother, you
You
from New York, brother. You do all the bruns. You know what I'm saying?
all
You
the
do
you said broads?
my bad. Where you
Oh
from
no no
again?
no no! I was just trying to understand. Okay, well let me give you this advice.
Okay,
Okay,
that's why I asked you. That's why I'm asking. That's
your
why I'm
your
listening.
your your, your vibe will attract your tribe, my G. The
Mm-hmm.
Your
vibe,
vibe.
yeah. In other words, meaning the type of man you are, the type of woman you will attract.
Okay. I understand that.
So
Okay, let's say like this, brother.
hold on, hold
Let's
on,
say
hold
I,
on,
I
hold
get
on.
what you're going,
I didn't even
but
finish.
yeah, but you go to a
That
different
that's
way.
not necessarily true, nigga.
Let
Yes,
me
it
explain.
is.
Hold on,
No, 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 no,
hold on.
no,
Wait.
no, no, no.
This is what you have
Wait,
to
hold
understand.
on.
Hold on. This is what you have to understand. This is where the conversation gets conflated, right? At the end of let me give you
He's
an example.
smart, boy. He know how to wiggle out some
No, no,
shit,
I'm
boy.
not gonna wiggle out. I'm gonna show you what I'm saying. Sweat bread. Let's say you have a diamond that's worth $100,000, right? You got it certified. You did all the work that you need to do. You know it's worth $100,000. Okay. And I come along and offer you $20,000 for that diamond. Will you give it to me?
Ooh,
I mean,
that's a little bit more.
if you in
No.
need, you might take it though. If you
Okay,
if you
cool.
need it, nigga, you gonna take that 20 grand, nigga. Whenever you done, nigga.
Okay, so let's do it with you, tough guy. So that
You
twenty
may
thousand.
have you may
All
have
right.
bought it for 100,000, but
So you're
at
gonna
this
give me.
time right now, you need this 20,000.
Okay, so will you give me the $100,000 diamond for $20,000? Yes or no?
Shit, if I needed it, if it was
It's
dire
up to you,
straits,
brother. It's up to you, my G. You can answer however you want to answer. I just need an answer.
if you have to, you
I
gonna
don't
do
know.
what you gotta do.
That's not an answer. Come on, man. You better than that.
That is the answer. I'm saying, nigga, there's plenty of people that have pawned some shit that they bought it for way more, and they
Okay.
pawned that shit at the time because
All
they
right.
needed the
I'm
money.
not
Am I
talking
right or am I wrong?
You're wrong. You're right on that, but I'm not talking about pawning. I'm talking
Okay.
about buying. I'm talking about buying it. I'm going to offer you $20,000. I'm offering you 1/4 of what it's worth. Will you give it to me? Yes or no?
No, he trying to complicate it.
No
No.
I
way.
know he's trying to complicate it. I know, but we're gonna walk through. Tough guy. Will you give it to me for 1/4 of what it's worth? Yes
Why
or
it
no?
gotta be complicated? You know that's real life, nigga. Y'all
That's
niggas be playing, man. Y'all
what,
playing around now.
there's a reason
Y'all
why.
telling me, y'all telling me niggas don't bargain and niggas don't be, hey,
No,
I
okay.
got this shit, and
Um,
it could be the real thing, and you can pay a
It's
hundred
just a
dollars for it,
hypothetical.
nigga.
but there's a reason why I'm asking. There's a reason, right? So, sweat bread. Would you give me the diamond for $20,000?
Why
Yes or
don't
no?
you use another analogy,
Well,
nigga?
it all
Use
depends
something else.
upon.
Now, this is a
Yeah, I
perfect
know.
one. Go ahead.
No, no, I got another one because I see where you're going.
No,
But
answer that question. Don't give me another one. Just answer that question.
the analogy is that the diamond, is it precious to me? Is it
Man,
like an
oh,
emblem?
brother, do not
What kind
try to
of
figure out my
what kind
analogy.
of
Just
diamond
answer,
is this though? Is it
my
a
man.
ring? What is it?
It's a diamond that's worth 100 grand. I'm offering you
Funny man.
20,000 for it. Will you take
Oh
it? Yes or
heck
no?
no, no, I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not desperate.
cool. If I offer you $40,000, would you take it?
No, it's hundred
If
thousand
I offered
diamond.
you, if I offered you 60,000, would you take it?
No, maybe go 80.
Let's say if I go 80, would you take it?
Maybe yeah.
Maybe. Okay, so here's the point. You made a very perfect statement. You're not
Right.
desperate.
Hey,
That's
So
correct.
MFB.
when you know what type of man you are, and you
Hmm.
know the integrity and the character and the direction and the intentionality that you have, it doesn't
Okay.
matter if these women that are not worth you come into your vicinity. You're not gonna shortchange yourself and buy them.
Exactly,
You're gonna wait for
Whole
the right
exactly.
woman. Hold on, brother.
Okay, brother. All
You're
right,
gonna
Hey,
brother.
wait
This is
for
good.
the
That's why
right.
I asked.
I gotta be quiet for a second, man, and listen. You're gonna wait for the right woman. So that's why I said your vibe attracts your tribe. Okay, the type of man you are is the type of woman that you are going to attract. Will there be scragglers that come in? Absolutely. But again, I'm not going to sell my diamond for 20,000 because I know what it's worth. I know what I'm worth.
Okay,
Come
I get what you're
I know
trying
what
to
I'm
say
worth.
now. Okay, that makes
I'm
sense.
spinning.
not
What
going
the
to
fuck?
settle for something. I'm not going to settle for something that is not worthy of me.
Okay, so
That's
you just talking about how I live my life. So there you go.
Well, if you see, you had to let me finish. What y'all were trying to do is trying to preemptive strike for me getting to where I needed to be. The point of the matter is,
Brother,
before
you
when I
be hitting a
counsel men
nerve.
and I counsel women, I tell them you need to know what your worth is, so it shows forth your value shows forth in your standard. Okay, if you
Well, yeah,
know that.
action speaks louder than words.
Absolutely. So if you know that you're a woman that's worth this, you're a God-fearing woman, you're a woman with a character and
You
integrity,
got to show that.
Virgin.
you
A
gotta show it.
virgin.
Brother, you don't have to be a virgin because all of us have a past. If that's something you're looking for and that's what you want, that's a criteria, go for it. If you find it, God bless. God bless you.
Man,
And it's
you a lucky motherfucker,
Find
boy, if you find a virgin nowadays.
And it's the same thing with men. If you know what type of man you are, you did the work, you're on your grind, you got a relationship with God, you have character and integrity and things of that nature. You look for that. You're gonna look for someone that's gonna add to you, not just subtract. And vice versa. So take your time. We spend more time getting our credit right than we spend trying to look for a wife or a husband. That's
mm,
madness, brother. The most important decision you're going to make next to accepting Christ as your Lord and Savior is your wife or your husband. These are going to be the people that pray over you when you're sick, take care of you when you can't take care of yourself. Wouldn't you want to make the best decision you can?
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. That's very rare to find someone on that type of level nowadays. These women can barely even cook.
So can I ask a question here?
Really? What age group or what
Tough
women
guys
are you
crazy.
Man, oh man.
dating?
Tough
Can
guys
I?
crazy.
Y'all have the worst things to say about
Man,
women.
DoorDash is prevalent like a motherfucker. Y'all niggas need to stop lying. Like these bitches don't be doing DoorDash and going
What's
out
your
to eat,
language?
going to restaurants and shit all the time.
You have tough guy the words because then she can't get monetized or she can't use it
Oh,
stream.
okay, my bad, man. My bad, my bad. She know
But
I
I
don't
got
mean
you,
it on
Bolo. You know
purpose.
me.
I have a
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know
question.
you. Yeah, I'm with you, sweat bread. I'm just saying that we have to be patient, man. And,
Right.
and and that's what's happening. We're so impatient. We're so
Right.
impatient. And then when we meet that woman that treats us like garbage, takes us for child support and all that, we blame everybody but
Mm.
ourselves. We blame
Right.
everybody.
Ooh,
And a
that is
Oh
a
woman
no, I
fact.
know. I know where I fucked up. I always say that.
stop
So I
cussing.
get I
You doing that on purpose.
but so I get you, brother. So it's like, like America, everything getting high. We complain a lot, but we should be saying it's not about the money. We have a spending problem. Learn to know, you know, don't live above your means, something
All
like
right.
that.
So then you shouldn't be saying that, black women are angry.
I
You
didn't
know what
say
I'm saying?
that.
Because you did
Oh
say
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah. You're right.
The
You're right.
same
You're
way they
right.
can say the same way they can say black dudes ain't worth nothing, right? And
You
then
hear
we
that
get
all the
mad.
time. Yeah.
We get mad when they say that, right? But then at the same time, we say the same thing. At the end of the day, the women that you have come across, or women that you have come across, has been this way. So what we have to do is start. Let me take it off you. We were on a
Okay.
stage one time talking to a dude who was talking about women are birds. They're birds. They're birds. They're birds. They're birds. They're birds. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, when I asked him, "Do you have a woman at home?" He says, "Yeah, I got a bird." So then I'm like, hold on. You call these women birds and you call that all these different things. You degrade them. You say they're not worth this. You say they're not worth that. But yet you have one at home. What does that make you? A bird catcher. That's what it makes you. So how do you disrespect these people and say that they're trash, but yet you're in the dumpster trash diving?
Ooh,
That
good one,
makes you
brother.
worse. That makes
So,
you worse.
so what if they call you
Because
a dusty? What you call them?
who calls you a dusty?
But I don't
Brother,
say
listen,
nothing.
I'm so
Okay.
above
Who the
that,
hell
dog.
is driving right now?
Listen,
Who
I'm
got
so above
GPS
that.
on?
At the end of the day, it don't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. I'm so
Right.
past that, my G. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, the only person that should be able to penetrate your spirit is the woman that you decide to make yours. Any of these other
Hey
chicks,
man, shouldn't no woman be penetrating nothing on a man,
you
man?
know what I
What you
mean,
talking
man. Come on, you know what I'm saying, dog.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing
I
with
know you are, but that's the point. The point is we allow too many people access to our spirit. We allow too many people, the wrong
Yeah, that's
people,
true.
to play into our spirit, and that's the
I
point.
agree.
Find yourself around someone, a woman that's cantankerous and ornery and for no reason. Just walk away, my G. If you find yourself around a man that just wants to argue all the time, just walk away.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Just walk away. It's not that hard to just turn around and get into your car or whatever your situation is and go the opposite way.
Mm-hmm.
But Bolo, you know what the problem with you saying is? The problem is that these people just want what they want.
Well,
So
yeah,
you
that's
want
true.
what you want, and now you're getting the results based on that.
There you
You see
go.
all the signs that this woman is not what she
Thank
needs to be.
you.
You see all the signs that she's not a wife. You see all the signs that he's not a husband. But you just want
100.
Mm-hmm.
what you want. That's
Yep.
really what it boils down to. So stop
So
playing
Yep.
just
people face.
admit,
Isn't that
That's
called
really what it
settling?
boils down to. You want what you want, and you get the
yeah.
results. If I eat
Isn't that
McDonald's,
settling though?
right, because I want McDonald's, and I know it's better for me to eat at PF Chang's that have high quality food, and I'm not going to get sick from it, but I still want the McDonald's, and now I'm sick. Who fault is that? Is it McDonald's? My fault.
You
I know
100%.
McDonald's has lower quality
Right.
food.
And
Like
I
So
let's
you
always
let's
why you
say,
let's
pick her?
let's stop this.
right.
Not all women are on that same level, right?
Correct.
Thank
No, I'm sorry.
you.
I think
If,
Brown Man
if,
wanted to say
if, I,
something.
if I may
Bro.
if I may land
Man,
real
I
quick,
could I
I'm gonna land
can
real quick.
agree. I can agree with
Let me
that,
If
say
but
this
at the
really
same
quick.
time,
Let me say this really quick.
when
if
you dealing with that type of woman,
You guys.
there's certain things that come with that. There's certain things that come with that.
I
Mo, may I
So
forgot.
land?
you can say
May I
that.
land real quick? I
But
Hold
just
on,
want to land
guys.
but
Hold
real
on.
quick.
just like you go to PF
Tough guy,
Chang's, you ain't
tough
go.
guy.
You
Hold on.
can't go. You can't have the dollar
Tough
menu.
guy. I
And you
know.
can't go there,
Tough
nigga.
guy.
If you
Tough
got the
guy.
dollar
Really?
menu money, nigga, you ain't gonna have. You ain't
Okay.
gonna
So
make it.
this is
Tough guy.
where
Hold on. Mo speaking. Go ahead, Mo.
I forgot.
Go
Huh.
ahead, Brown man.
Let
Brown
me
man want to ask a
let
question.
me
I think.
let me just say this real quick
I
before I
Nigga,
land
can't
my plane real
stand
quick.
you,
I just
tough
want to land.
guy.
If I
Go
could
ahead,
land, let
84.
me land,
what?
please.
Why you do me like that?
Hold on, tough guy.
My
84 is going to finish up. Hold on. Hold on. Go ahead, 84.
my last thing is this, right? Bolo's absolutely right. Your vibe attracts your tribe. You know what you're doing. You know the environment you're in. You know where you're going. Okay, and you know the certain environments, certain places, and spaces attract certain men and women. We all know this. We all know this. But like I said, we're selfish and we want what we want. I'll land there.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
But there's
sometimes
enough people in the
it
world
just
to
has
get what
to
you want.
Yo,
That's why
really.
people are searching.
Hold on, tough guy. Hold on. Let
yo,
Mo-
Sorry.
Hold on, Riaz. Hold on, tough guy.
Okay.
Brown got to go
No,
after Mo. Go ahead,
sometimes
Mo.
I think it's just important for us to admit that I made a mistake. I chose the wrong person. It's not that everybody is this horrible. It's okay to admit that you picked wrong. And it's not okay to group people up in the same box. That's very tired, in my opinion.
Mhm.
All right, hold on, Riaz. Brown man, go ahead, my G.
I was just asking what Mr. Best were you talking about was like settling, right? What you want.
No, I wasn't talking about settling at all. I was talking about basically we want what we want at times, right? For example, you could be with a woman like Mo Love, and Mo Love. I'm not trying to put you on a pedestal. I'm just being real. You could be
Mhm.
with a woman like Mo Love who has intentions, who wants to be a wife, right?
Hmm.
Who is going to, be a woman of character and integrity, right? Or you can go for a woman that's out here, who's doing crazy stuff, twerking and doing all type of other madness, right? And scamming dudes and all that. So you can have your choice. But a lot of times we see the one that's scamming or doing certain things, we like, yeah, I know she's scamming, but yeah, she look good, so I'm gonna just go for her. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? So you're going after something that you want rather than what you actually need. You should go after
Okay.
what you need and want at the same time. Basically, it should be all the
Mhm.
above. That's what I was saying.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, what you want and what you need
Now
is two
all of a
different
sudden it's
things, nigga.
quiet, tough guy, and you don't want to talk. Go ahead.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I said what you want and what you need is two different things. You
That's
100.
sound
true.
confused.
That's
Hmm.
100%.
Anyway, like, hey, check this out, man.
Purpose
Look,
over
so
preference.
I have a different lifestyle. I have a different way of thinking. But I have an opinion that you can have integrity in anything that you do. You know,
You can
and in
integrity.
my opinion, you can put God in anything that you do
So let me ask you
because
this.
at the end of
You
the
can put
day,
God in pimping. Is
it's
that what
Let
you're
me,
God,
saying?
it's
yeah.
God's mercies that actually helps people get through it.
All right. So
So
can you have integrity in pimping?
Come on now.
I think you can.
Oh
Think.
mercy,
Oh my God.
mercy.
I
So you
think you
can have.
can.
So you can have integrity
Don't
in only.
start.
So you can have integrity in OnlyFans too. Can you have integrity in OnlyFans?
Mercy. Mercy.
No, can
That
I
is
explain why you can
conversation
have
for another
integrity
Go
in,
day.
ahead.
in
Yeah,
people?
please. Yeah. Give
Please,
us. Give us a
no.
Okay.
breakdown.
Tough guy, really?
No, he got a breakdown for it, Mo. Let's see
No,
what his
I've
breakdown
Let
already
is.
him
heard
explain.
this 10
Let him
times over for 2 years. Okay, go ahead.
But
Let
he
me.
I want
says
you
that
to
the
know
thing
that
about
okay,
sorry,
Man,
it's
sorry.
okay to make
here goes Mo.
sexual experiences transactional. You teach women how they need to make money when they
Let
have
him
sex.
do it. Let's hear
It's
what he
just
has to say.
weird.
Go ahead, tough guy.
She
What's
has her she has her own opinion about what I say, and then she always twists my words, so it's never
Go
Never
what
ahead.
I
So
mind.
say.
Go
we're
ahead.
asking you, how can a pimp have integrity? Well,
Because he has to be a man first.
what?
You have
Hmm?
to be a man first,
How are you a
meaning
man? Go ahead, break it down. Go ahead, break it down.
You depending
you
on
have
the
to take
woman.
care, you have to be responsible, you have to take care of yourself, you have to be on man shit, meaning you have to have your shit together, meaning
So
when
is
it
he?
comes to your
So the
personal
pimp.
business, that means, I mean, this is the whole thing. If y'all
So
want
the
me to
pimp. So
talk,
I'm
I
asking
can
you.
tell you.
No, no. I want to compartmentalize it. So being a pimp, he has to be able to take care of himself first. But isn't the pimp's job to take the women's money and he's not working? They're doing all the
Correct.
work and heavy lifting while he robs them. Isn't
Correct.
that the breakdown of being a pimp?
I mean, you have your own opinion about it, so whatever I
None
say
I'm
is going to
asking
be
you. No, no, no.
against
I'm
your own
asking you.
morals.
What I'm
I'm
asking
trying
you
to
is,
explain to you, but you
okay, my
you have
bad.
your own way of thinking. So no matter
My
what
bad.
I say, you're not going to agree with it.
No, no, no.
But
I'm
I'll
open
tell
to
you.
it. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's not robbing anyone because if you go to school and you pay for books and you pay for classes and you pay for education, that's what you're paying for. Information. It's uncommon information because that type of game, that type of industry is not for everybody. And there is a
You're
big
paying
industry.
for somebody to pimp you to
There's people
teach
that
you.
do strip clubs.
I'm
There's people
confused.
that
What
are in
you
strip clubs. There's
hold
people that
on.
do porn. There's
Hold on
people
real
that do
quick.
there
Tough
is
guy. Give me a
y'all
quick
are
statement.
oblivious.
Tough guy.
Oblivious.
So you're saying that they're paying you to teach them how to be a whore?
Where's the integrity? What the fuck?
I'm confused.
Now he's teaching them how to
Well, you
manage
know,
by taking their money and beating them down. But listen, again,
that's
you know,
crazy, man. See, that's
it,
what I mean. Y'all have your own way of
because
thinking about the game and y'all don't know shit. Y'all
but
sound like squares. It's cool.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Then
Because
You
then
sound
that has nothing to
I
do
don't
with the
want my
game. We
life to
don't
go
beat on
left.
women.
Wait, tough guy.
Always
If the
does when
game
That's
we
is
talk
crazy,
about
man.
but
then
That has nothing to do with the game, man.
yeah,
That's what I'm
how about
saying. Y'all are so far off. Y'all are
wait,
so
tough
what
guy,
far
you mean the game?
off of
I
tough
base.
don't
guy.
have
Y'all
a
don't know
patience
shit
with you,
about the game.
so then here's the thing. So let's move on from this conversation. But here's the last.
All I hear is negative comments, and I'm not even able to explain myself because
because
people
you're
keep
40 years
interrupting me.
old with that mindset. You don't think
Let's
that's
No,
a
because
negative?
well, this is the whole thing. You cannot agree with it, but it's all around you. It's omnipresent,
okay. So
and
let me
you a
ask you a
part of the
question. Let me
game,
ask you
and
a question.
everybody else is a
I'm
part
not
of
a
the
part of
game.
the
So let
wicked
me ask you a question. If a
side.
loved one, if you had a loved one, and this is a hypothetical.
Everybody's a part of the game.
I didn't
You said
ask
it's
you.
not
Listen
for
to my question.
everybody.
Listen to my question. If you had a loved one, now we're not talking about because what you're gonna say is a husband is kind of like a pimp and all that other stuff. Let's not go into that. We're talking about a
No,
pimp.
I'm not going to say that.
Okay, then my bad. Then my
Exactly. You don't even know what a
okay, then
pimp
my bad.
is, but you don't know
Okay,
what a
so
pimp is. You
okay,
talking about the TV
It's
version. You talking
simple.
okay.
about a nigga with a big hat and colorful clothes.
Forget
You
that.
talking
Forget that.
about a nigga that beat on women. That's what
So
you
is
talking
Don?
about,
Question,
nigga.
is Don?
You don't know what
Is
I'm talking
Don?
about.
Don't start
Is Don?
making it go
Hold
left
on,
out.
Mo. Is Don Magic Juan a
No,
pimp?
I'm serious because I already know
No,
where this
no, he's
go.
not. No,
Okay,
he's
so let's
not.
move on. Okay, so Mo wants to move on. So let's move on from the
I just
conversation.
don't want it to turn into a whole
Exactly, because y'all don't know what
conversation
y'all talking
and
about.
y'all
We
not a
we can
part of
talk about it,
the
but y'all don't know
game
what y'all talking about.
and y'all
Hey, let me
lame.
say.
Like I'm not doing that. That's not what
Okay,
my stream is about. I'm
there
not
you
doing
go.
that. Then it's gonna turn into an argument and it always trigger me. We've been going back and forth about this for over a year now. So it's pointless.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
If you
Here,
knew how to work on planes, I would listen to you because you know how to
If
work
I
on
knew how
planes.
to
This is
hold
the
on,
whole thing. If you don't
if I
know
knew
shit
how to
about planes, why are you speaking on planes?
listen, because
That's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
care. I
tough
don't
guy,
care.
tough guy.
That's not
Listen,
my lane.
we gotta respect her
I don't
platform.
care
Exactly.
about any
Y'all get triggered.
I don't care about
Y'all get
being
Mo,
a
triggered.
Mo,
player
Mo,
and
chill,
dudes
Mo,
playing.
Mo,
I don't care about none of that.
Mo, Mo,
I
chill.
don't come on here to prove nothing to nobody, especially when it comes to the stupid, ignorant, immature topic of pimping. That doesn't interest me. It does not serve me at all. So you're correct.
I'm well.
I
What
don't
I'm
care
saying,
what
you
topic
won't even
it
let
is.
me talk. That's what I'm saying. You know
Here's
what I
the
mean?
thing.
Like everybody
Tough
can
guy,
always state their opinion and say what they need to say.
tough guy,
But
tough
every
guy.
time I say something, you may not agree with it, but I actually there's a method to my madness. You just don't
I don't
listen.
Here's the
care.
point. Here's the point, tough guy. The point of the matter is, if we got to respect the platform, right? So if Mo says, listen, you know what? I don't even want to have that conversation about pimping. I don't want to even talk about it because that's not what this stream
I didn't
is.
bring it up.
I
Let's
got you.
rewind it. I didn't bring it up.
You
Who
did bring
brought
it
up
up.
pimping?
You brought it up.
You
You
the
did bring
only
Not
it up.
person
me.
to bring that
Not
up.
me.
You
No,
cut
no, no.
me
I'm
Not
off.
sorry.
me.
I'll do that.
It was Brown Man. I'm sorry. It was Brown Man. My bad. It was
What?
Brown
It
Man.
wasn't me.
Cool.
Rewind it. Rewind
You're
it.
right. You're right. Tough guy. You're right. It wasn't you. You're right.
No,
So
cause she always
I
act
just
like it's
said that
me,
you're
nigga. But
right.
Okay,
everybody
okay,
want to
listen,
speak on. No,
tough
no,
guy.
it gets. No, wait. Let me speak. Let me speak. Let me speak, please,
But
please.
you're not gonna talk over me. My apologies. It wasn't you this time. We don't have to make it a long, dramatic conversation. I apologize. But what you're not gonna do is continue to talk over me and derail my show. I'm not doing it.
And that's the point. The point is, if the host of the platform says that this topic is over and we're moving on to the next, you got to respect that, even though you may have
Man,
more
this
to
is
say.
bullshit, man. Cause I don't never get to state my fucking point, man. That's the shit
Yes,
I
you
don't like,
do.
Mo.
There you
No,
go.
that's
You got
bullshit.
you about to
Wait,
cuss
tough guy,
everybody
please stop,
out.
man.
That's bullshit,
Please,
Mo. You know it.
please, man.
Okay, are
Stop
you
it, stop.
done? Because you can respectfully state your case, but I don't
You
want
never even let me say. You never even let me finish.
you talk over people the
I
whole
can't.
time.
No,
Are you
I was quiet. My
serious?
shit was on mute. My shit was on mute.
Okay,
I
what do
barely
you
even get
want
to
to
speak. He asked
what
me
do
a
you
question. He wouldn't even let me. You both of y'all wouldn't let me finish.
what do you want to say?
He was like,
Go ahead.
a pimp. He was saying, I heard it the way that he
Nobody
was saying
wrote
it. I heard the way that you were talking. Y'all do not like
Anyways,
it. Y'all get
I'm
triggered.
giving you the
Y-
floor. What do you want to say? I don't want to talk about
No,
the
because
argument that just took place. What do you want to
no,
say
man,
in
that's some
regards to the
bullshit.
topic?
That's some bullshit. I don't like that's why I be the way I am. He was trying to talk about my
That's
traumas and all that shit. Y'all be triggering shit like that because that's bullshit. That's y'all gaslighting me because I can't even fucking say what the fuck is on my mind
I
about
don't let you
the
speak your
subject at
mind.
hand.
Hold
Somebody
on.
else can tell. No,
Let me remove you, and I know you do that for attention, and it's a partial trolling. You're not about to dramatize something like somebody has done you so wrong when you have talked over me plenty of times. All I said was really tough guy, and I let it go.
And not only that, you asked him, "What do
And
you
I
want to
have
say?"
let you. I'm sorry to. And I don't let you cuss up and down on my platform. So please
But
don't do that.
and here's the thing, man. When he came back up, you asked, get, what do you want to say? But again, I wasn't triggered. I promise you, I wasn't triggered. It's just
But I knew
it's
he was gonna
amazing to
do
me.
this.
It's
Like
just it's okay. We can move
it's
past it.
always
We can move
it's
past it.
always that.
Yeah, we
You
can move
blame me.
past
You can blame me. Blame Sweat Bread.
how was you not triggered when you was saying that a pimp beats on women and steals their money and saying all
it.
this
I'm explaining to you.
derogatory bullshit shit? You don't know shit about what
No,
pimps
right.
do.
You asked
You
the question.
everybody can call themselves a pimp, but that doesn't mean that's what they are.
Okay, so let me respond to your question. All right, because I don't want to stay on this too long because Mo don't want us to stay on too long. Okay.
No, that's bullshit, man. I hate that shit. Everybody can talk about, but
Just
when you
stay
talk about
mad.
something
I'm
that
letting
I
you
know,
know.
when no, because if you
What
worked
I'm
on
telling
cars,
you is
I would
okay.
listen to you if you worked on cars and you know
Okay, but
about
my
cars.
okay. If I worked on cars, you would listen to me. My
Okay, so let's
channel
just
is
move
a
on, Mo.
God-based inspirational platform, and you
Okay.
want to come up here and talk about
Yeah,
pimping.
let's just move
And
on.
you
Let's
want
just
to talk
move on.
about properly categorizing things. Don't
Yeah,
play with me, tough guy.
listen. Let's just move on. Okay, let's just move on. We're dead.
Mm-hmm.
We're dead the topic.
I
But
didn't
going
start
back
talking
to,
about it though.
I got you. I got you. We're just gonna move on. But going back to you, Sweatbread. At the end of
I'm
the
listening.
day, you don't have to stay in the presence of someone that you don't want to stay in the presence of. So if someone gets you pissed off or angry, you got
Exactly.
two legs you can pick up and you can walk away. You dig what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you're not subject to have to stay there. And that's the point. You don't have to engage because when you start to engage, you're giving that person permission to enter your spirit and get you pissed off and upset. That's what you're doing because you're allowing that person. That's like me walking into a room and I say, all people that are shorter than 4 feet tall, shut up. And you're not 4 feet tall, right? Or if I say all people that are stupid, be quiet. And you get offended, say, hey, Bolo, I ain't stupid. Well, I didn't say your name. Obviously,
But
you think of yourself as being stupid.
Hmm.
You dig what I'm saying? So you don't give these people permission to penetrate your spirit in the aspect of arguing with them. So if a woman is argumentative, dog, just pick up and walk off. That's not hard to do. You don't have to try and prove your point. What are you proving your point for? For what? We came out for coffee. I wanted to meet you. This is our first date. I'm not taking you to Roof Chris. I'm not doing none of that.
Mercy.
You understand? And understand that when you're a man of intention or a woman of intention, there are questions I'm going to ask you. Because the one thing I can never get back is my time. When my time is gone, it's gone. So I'm going to ask you certain questions. What's your 5-year plan? You know, where did you grow up? Your parents, you know, and you're very respectful about it. You don't, you're not disrespectful. And if they find it triggering or if they find it intrusive, say, you know what? I'm lucky I took you to Starbucks. Here's the $5 for the coffee. I'm out. That's it. I don't have time to play games. Because you know, when you find a woman that's on her intention, she's gonna ask you the same damn questions. You're gonna be like, word, I'm loving this conversation because after I answer yours, you're gonna answer mine. So let's do it. And you know what I'm saying? You have to be intentional, dog. You gotta be intentional. And you don't have to argue with no woman. So don't regulate it to black women. Because women are argumentative, period. They just black.
Well, I mean, there is a stereotype. Right?
I know. I definitely get it. You know what I'm saying? But don't regulate it to that because then that mindset starts to set in. It's a mindset. It's a trauma, my G. All of it is. There's different levels to it, right? But when you sit there and say all black women, do you know all black women? I'm not saying you specifically. It's a rhetorical statement.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't know all black women, so I can't make that statement say all black women because we get mad as men when they say all men. We get pissed off at that, right? So you don't know all men because I'm not like that. So then it's not fair to say all women. You dig what I'm saying? So at the end of the day,
Right.
you find yourself. Say it again, brown man.
We can say most though, right?
Or some.
Yeah, you can say in general.
We can say that there are different traits for men and women. Men and women do have certain traits.
Absolutely, they do. Absolutely.
Okay.
But then you have to find yourself in what environment are you in that you keep finding these types of people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when people say, hey, you know, that they'll say, hey, beautiful women wear tight, revealing clothes. Where do you get that from? What environment are you in? Are you in a club when you make that statement? Are you at Walmart when you're making that statement? Are you at Aldi's when you're making that statement? Where are you? So now I have to make you quantify.
But I just said it to you earlier. I said it to you earlier. Knowledge is power. People do what they know, what they're around. If they are open-minded or try different things, they might have better opportunities.
Well, that's the point. The point.
But some people don't even leave the fucking same block that they lived. They lived on the whole, like they lived on for 20 years. They ain't never left and never been anywhere. They just been on the same block for 20 years. That's all they know.
But that's the point of
They
growth.
know Keisha and Krishan and all these motherfuckers over here on the block. That's all they know. You know what I'm saying? Like,
the importance of it is its growth. To know that the world is bigger than Brooklyn, right? The world is bigger than California. You know, to understand how different people live, to understand different understandings of culture, to understand different
knowledge
types
is power. So if they don't have the
Absolutely.
information, then how will they know? That's
Well,
what
then
I'm
here's the
saying.
thing.
So
So
guidance is always needed in any lifestyle.
it's not about it, but it's not about always it. The discernment that Mo Love was talking about earlier is being able to say, listen, anything worth fighting for, like, listen, the most precious stones you have to dig deep down to get it. The Lord ain't going to give you no finished woman. He ain't going to give you no finished man at all. So if you see the bare tacks of the bones of a good woman in this woman, then you got something to work with. If you see the bare back tack of a good man, you got a good man you can work with. So we have to know what a good woman is. Did we have an example of what a good woman is? Do we know what a good woman is? Because the only way we can know what a good woman is, is when we're a good man.
That's true.
You have to understand that. You can't be a man with trauma trying to look for a good woman. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna happen.
Mercy.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't gonna happen.
Okay.
The way you feel affects how you see. So when you've done the work, you've done this, you've done that to get yourself, you got that relationship with God. Now you're gonna say, I know what I'm looking for in a woman and how she's gonna add to me and not subtract. I know what
But
I'm looking for.
you can also have that experience with a certain individual because I'm sure we have had individuals in our lives. I mean, how old are you? Because you talking a lot like you trying to teach somebody. I just want to know your age.
I'll be 53 this year.
Your age? What's your
I just
age?
said I'll be 53 this year.
Okay, so you have some experience, right? So
Okay.
the thing is, you're only giving the information from what you know. There's probably a lot of things that you may not know, right? So it's always good to have an open mind to learn new things instead of only what you know, because what you're sharing with us is what you know, right? So in my 40 years, I'm sharing with you what I know and the way that I see things, like you said, right? So the way you see things and the way I see things, that would be two different things. Just like if I tell three people one thing, they're all going to take it their own way. This is why you have different denominations, because
Well,
people all look at one Bible in so many different ways.
so this is where the
That's
conversation gets
religion.
here's where
Yeah.
the conversation gets kind of convoluted now, because now I'm going to sit here and I'm going to talk. So let's say I'm talking to Mr. Brown, right? And I'm talking to 84. I'm talking to Riaz. Now, when I talk to these brothers, there are certain questions I'm going to ask that will quantify the knowledge that they have. Are they well-rounded men? Have they experienced things outside of what I've experienced? Are they well-studied men? Are they well-learned men? Are they Renaissance men? Are these men, did they encapsulate themselves in just what they know, or did they go out there to find different thought processes and understandings so that they can understand where that man, woman, or whatever it
Mm.
might be? So now when I speak to these people and I can say, nah, these dudes, they did their thing. Because I don't have to be a crackhead to know what a crackhead goes through.
Come on now.
You understand?
Come
So at
on.
the end of the day, I can still give that information. So when you look at well-rounded men, now again, a well-rounded man ain't gonna know everything, but he's well-rounded. He knows some things. There's still things that he can learn. There's still things that a well-rounded woman can learn, right? But that there are some that are not
Man, I
well-rounded.
want to talk to you off this platform because I got some
I
questions for
gave
you.
you my
Because man,
number, my
we
G. I
got some
told
unfinished business.
you.
Straight the fuck up, man. I
you
got a
can
lot to say to you, nigga. And I
you
can't say it on here because I'm being hated on. But I understand it ain't my platform to talk. But
you
you
make
know
me
what?
sound like
How
I
are you
want,
being
I
hated
want,
on? How are you being
because
hated on?
I want to talk about, I want to talk. He said something that I didn't agree with, and I want to talk about it. But you won't, you don't, you be
As
hating on
long
me when it
listen,
comes to
cool guy.
when it
Do you
comes to
know
game shit. I swear when it.
hold on real quick. Do you know how many people come up here with opposing opinions? And I don't have a problem as long as it's done respectfully. That's all I ask.
my numbers in
Well,
the back.
you know what I want to talk about because he said something that I didn't like
My
when it
numbers in
came
the
to
back.
what my
Did you hear me?
lifestyle, and you know what it is, Mo.
Do y'all know 100 watts?
Dogs, my numbers in the back chat. You can call
Yeah,
me
that's my
Please.
brother.
anytime.
That's my brother. That's my brother. That's my brother.
Okay.
Yeah. So my numbers in the back chat, tough guy. You can call me. We can talk offline.
Sweatbread, you just need to find yourself a virgin. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? That's the best shit. I ain't gonna lie. That's a fact.
So the point of the matter, like Brown Man said, if you could find one, you're more than welcome to go do that. The question that you asked,
Sweetbread, how old are you?
Are you talking to me?
not
Sweetbread,
sweat
if you
bread.
don't mind.
How old are you,
I
sweat bread?
am 42.
So are you
Mm.
looking to date someone close to your age or
Really, you're on a different subject. I was saying to negotiate, like, if you see an English black woman, right, and they wanted me to calm her down, and usually me, I usually calm kids down, but for a different adult, I'm like what Bolo said, a good analogy. Think of your words. That was pretty helpful.
Yeah, I
maybe I
was
can.
asking like, were you interested in dating someone close to your age because you're interested in a virgin? That's not gonna be like
That's a different
with
subject. I wasn't even on that. Really,
date
that
someone.
just took a
Oh, well,
left.
they brought that up, so
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Brown man brought that.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm
last time
always,
I
I'm
checked,
always, I always, always bring up
tough
hot
guy.
topics, so you can
What
blame
is
me.
out?
most women who are virgins aren't argumentative. Last time I checked. So I mean, hey man, at the end of the
I
day,
think any
I'm just
woman
trying to
can
give
be
you.
argumentative.
Well, I mean, last time I checked, most virgin women are not as argumentative as
I've never heard that in my
non-virgin
life.
women.
There are plenty of
What?
like females way before they even reach whatever age they choose to give it up. They have attitude since they
No, I'm
were.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on. I gotta stop my Call of Duty game and
Sounds
everything.
They
Hold on.
anecdotal, to be honest. I
I'm
don't
so
know.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I
Well,
gotta say this. Yo, what
he
type of
covered it.
women do y'all be
I
meeting,
just
man?
hate
Like,
these
yo,
attacks on
But
seriously.
wait,
women. It,
hold
it
on, guys.
gets old.
He did
It
say,
gets so old. Everything in
but he
regards to
did
women is
say,
negative. It's
Mo, he did say it's anecdotal. He did say that's
Come
his
on now.
experience.
Oh my gosh,
okay.
man.
That's his
Do y'all
experience.
have any
You
good
can't-
experiences with women,
Hmm.
or at least one? Like, I'm just curious.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure
Can I
they do.
ask you a
I
question,
just want
Molo?
to. I just want to say for the
Wait, sorry,
record,
sorry,
you
sorry,
asked the
sorry.
question.
If I have a go, please.
Yes,
Sorry.
you can, sweat bread. Yeah, but I do want to get. I don't want to forget my thoughts. But go ahead, Riaz.
Okay, I tell you, get you on that though. For me, the way I was told, yeah, of course I can go talk to a girl and basically express the feelings, go out and have the date with the type of casual. I don't, so basically, you know what I mean? I don't date before marriage. Basically, casual dating is not allowed in my people, basically. So, okay, yeah, there are people who go out there who date and stuff like that in my people, and that's up to them. That's them personally, and they feel they're ready. I'm not ready for that yet. It's not that I'm not capable or I don't believe I'm not ready. It's just basically I feel like I want to get myself, ready first. Okay, look, mentally, yeah, I've got the idea of know what to do, and emotional part, yes, and physical part, yes, but I feel like I want to get my life established first before I actually consider getting married. Because I do believe in marriage, though, and it's a different culture and it's similar, values, but that's just how it is, though. Basically, in my faith, though, a real man is basically, knows how to control his desires, though. So I was taught to control my desires very young and stuff like that. That's why I remain a virgin today.
Based.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
You
yeah, but that's my voice, though. I'm soft
you
spoken. So get
mean
used to
What
it.
were
discipline?
you,
You
sweat
mean
bread? What were
self
you gonna ask
discipline?
me?
Yes, 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 tough guy. I am self-disciplined since 14. I had them feelings though. I'm not gonna deny what you're saying, man. I've had those feelings, thoughts, all of that, man. I just learned to control it. Learn to control it. Just
Know
think
your
of
worth.
something else.
What were you gonna ask me, sweat bread?
I was just trying to say, because you're one educate the brothers. Uh, what type of guy we should like, a man should be. If you can give an example, just a couple of them.
What did you ask?
I think the
He's
question
saying
is, I
what type
think
of
you should,
man.
I think you should let 100 watts get in first before Sweatbird because that question he asked is going to take a minute for
Okay,
him to answer. So,
Okay.
okay.
Yes.
oh, you
Yeah.
don't
Because
want
What?
to give him 100
me.
watts? Okay. So go ahead, Sweatbird.
Don't
100
put that
watts.
on me, brother. No, sir. Don't put that on me, big dog.
No, no,
Stop
no. I'm
me
talking about the
asking that.
next question. It sounded like you wanted to say something.
Oh no, the only thing I wanted to say was she said, "Have any of y'all had a good experience?" I'm just saying, I'm with a black woman. I just had a 2-hour conversation on my platform with a black woman. I love black women. I love my
Thank
black
you.
women. That's all I
There you
wanted to
go.
say.
All right. Enough said. Go ahead, Sweatbird, with your question, brother.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I'm just saying, Molo, if you can, just educate the brother. If you may, what do you think? You know what? I'm just leaving it alone because I usually take.
What do I think a good man is? Is that what you're saying? Like,
Yes.
so for me, it would start with the man of God, someone who leads with humility. That's a huge thing. I think is that's lacking when it comes to our men. I want a man that's rooted in Christ,
So
not
being humble.
not his ego. I don't want a man rooted in ego, but rooted in Christ. I don't need him rooted in culture either. Um, and I want,
She
I
want a
think
gay man.
he doesn't abuse his power. He uses that strength to make the people around him feel safe and not silenced. I see that a lot today. A lot of men, they want the woman, but they also want to silence her. I need somebody that's going to cover me, not just me, my two boys. Um, Someone that's just real big on operating in love and has a consistent prayer life. And again, he doesn't abuse his power, but he is a steward over it. Like humility is and God fearing are two of the main things. I believe that when you have God and you operate in humility, everything else is just gonna kind of fall into place.
But why does he sound soft though, Mo? You making this guy sound
If
soft.
respecting, having love in your heart, and keeping God first sounds soft, then I'm cool with that.
Why they gotta be soft?
It's not
Why they
soft.
gotta be soft?
It's called maturity.
Hey,
Mhm.
tough guy, why they gotta be soft?
100 watts. Put your mic up, bro. We can't hear you. Put your mic up,
Yeah,
please.
you sound kind of
I,
low.
my apologies. I wasn't speaking into the microphone. My apologies.
Stanley,
Good.
yes,
We
of
can't hear
course
what you're
for you,
saying.
Stanley.
Cause man, if you listen to the man of God back in the day, man, they was some soldiers, man. They wasn't no little punks, man. I don't know what's going
That's what I'm
on with
saying.
women
I'm
today.
talking
It just
about
makes
real men
men
of
that
God,
gotta
not
men
people.
gotta wear purses
No,
and be
listen,
all
I'm
extra
talking
feminine
about, I am
A tough
talking
guy.
about a
Tough,
true man of
the
God,
tough guy.
not someone who just speaks it through words. I'm talking about through deed.
Tough
Above
guy.
anybody can say they're a man of
You mean
God.
they go
If
through
the actions don't
their fruit.
show, what are we doing?
Yes, ye
They
shall know them by their fruits. That's a fact.
Yeah, let
Exactly.
100 watts get in there. 100 watts. I know you want to say
So
something.
you got to give me more than
based
words.
on based on what it is that she just said, what she's looking for. If she's willing to hold up her end of what the man that she's looking for is asking for,
Mm.
why does that make him soft? He is
It
a man of God that does not move with his ego and is moving in a way to take care, protect, and provide for her, her children, and any children that may come after that. How does that make him soft?
it
Mercy.
depends on
am
what you.
I able to talk now?
I think it depends on what you're led by. If you're led by like culture and what's trending and your ego, then that will appear soft to you.
Well, let tough guy respond to 100 watts question.
I'm not so I feel like as far as the way that I live life and uh it's just weird to me that certain people's lifestyle you may not agree with it, but you can have integrity and principles. So I'm just confused on a lot of shit because Mo knows me. Mo know how I get down in life, in real life. So just a lot of the shit that y'all are saying, these talking points and shit, it just don't make no
One
sense to
thing
me.
we don't
But it's
do
cool
is
though.
talking points.
I'm gonna just sit
No,
here and
wait,
We
shut
don't
up.
do
no,
I'm gonna
talking
just sit
points
here
to
and
say
shut
what
up.
we
no, no,
here.
no,
Don't do that.
don't do that, tough guy. Because I'm curious because from when I listen to
No,
you
that kills
speak,
that kills me, dog. Because y'all act like it ain't niggas out here that got integrity. That's really out here. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
Who
this is all we
said
know,
that?
nigga.
okay, but
Sweatbread
tough guy,
asked me what type of
based
man I
on
want, and I answered. Who said
But
that
we
men
ain't. But we
don't?
ain't good men to our family. We ain't good men. We don't love God. Like we don't take
I'm
care of our
asking who
family. Like what
said
the fuck is
that.
y'all talking about?
Who said that? Is my question.
But you trying to make it seem like just the most humblest nigga, and
Why are you bothered
like
by my response to what Sweatbread asked me? He said, "What type of man does Mo Love want?" That's my preference. Why are you bothered by it?
I just said it. Just said he sounds soft, nigga. That's what I said. I said men were men back in
Well,
the day.
if God
It
fearing
just
sounds
kills
soft to
me
you,
that y'all
you
don't
may
understand what
need
the
to
fuck I'm
reconsider
saying.
your thought.
Hold on, Mo
You may
love.
need
Hold
to
on, Mo,
reconsider your thought process.
Mo,
Okay.
Mo. Hold on,
Yeah,
Mo.
I guess I'm
100.
crazy, man.
Oh, hold
I'm
on. Tough guy. 100 watts asked you a specific question. Can you please answer that question, please?
I did. I don't know how I didn't.
Okay,
Tell me how I
100.
didn't.
Okay, well maybe I missed it. 100 watts. Can you ask the question again, please?
Uh, Tough guy, I am still kind of, because from listening to you talk, you sound like you come from a specific place in the world.
Mm.
You sound like you come from a specific place in the world that I can relate to.
Exactly.
What's
Exactly.
understood don't need to be explained. Okay. So based on having the understanding that we have, we also know that men in that world also move with a level of integrity. They also move with
That's
a
right.
level of honor. Okay. So based on what she said, all she's looking for is a man with integrity and honor that honors God. That's all she said she was looking for, that will protect and provide for her, her children, and any children that may come of that. So how does that make him soft?
But
Even if he
that's
comes
any
from
man. Any man is gonna do that. A man, not a little
no,
boy, not no male. I'm talking about a
How does that make
man.
him soft? Is the
Men,
question.
men do that.
How
Men
does
do
that make
that.
him soft?
okay, but tough guy, what you said was when she gave her answer, you said he sounds soft. So you're saying any
Well,
man
maybe the
that
way she
does
was
that sounds
explaining it,
soft.
maybe the way she was explaining it sounds soft.
Well,
And
how's she gonna
maybe I was trolling just a little bit. Just a
oh,
little bit. Damn.
and this is why conversations get
Man,
complicated because we're trying to have a serious
I don't
conversation.
troll on my
Come
channel.
on,
People are
Doc.
listening,
And
and people are trolling when we're trying to
a
have a
there
serious.
little
are other
bit, man,
channels.
because
There are
I have
plenty
a
of
sense
other
of
channels
humor. I have a
that
sense
you
of
can troll
humor.
on.
It
I
just
understand
sounded so
that.
uptight.
Okay. So there are plenty of other platforms
Gaslight the whole panel.
that you can troll on. I understand. My love
I'm
channel
sorry.
might be too serious, too godly for me. You have plenty of other options out here, sir. I respect it. My channel may not be for everybody, but I stand firm in what I say. I like to joke, laugh, all of that, but trolling when we're trying to have a serious conversation, I already let you I allowed you to derail the conversation because this was not the topic. So please, like, stop trolling me.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to get education on it. That's all. I wasn't trying to troll or anything.
No, I'm not talking to you. I was talking to Tough Guy. I dropped him. It wasn't you at all.
Man, I was just laughing at you because you. That's why I said he sounds soft. I was just playing with you, man. But
I know
what I
you
was
be the
trying to
king
say
out of
is
it
like,
and you
why
do
can't
that
he?
to people attention.
Why are
And
men supposed to be like
stop talking over
halfway
me. That's
soft
rude.
nowadays?
You're not gonna keep doing that. Stop. I'm not in the mood tonight. Stop talking over me, Tough
You see,
Guy.
you know what's so crazy?
That's
What's so
very
crazy is
disrespectful.
this is what's so crazy. What's so crazy is we get convoluted, nice and kind. When you find these guys that are nice, they know that the women don't like them, they know that the women don't want them, but they continue to pursue, opposed to going to go find someone that wants to reciprocate what they're feeling. You can be kind, and the difference between nice and kind is I'm very Austrian. In other words, meaning I say what I say and I stand 10 toes down. But I am very understanding when it comes to empathy and sympathy.
Mm-hmm.
So when a woman is telling me what she wants in a man, okay, when a woman is telling me what she wants in a man, I don't expect her to sound like a sweatbread telling me.
Exactly.
I expect her to sound soft and say, "This is what I would like in a man." I
Like
don't.
a woman, yeah, I know. That's why I was laughing, man. Like, I
But,
mean, come
but
on,
here's the thing.
man.
No, no, no. We understand that.
Mo be doing that to me, man. No, but Mo be doing that to me, man. She know I be
I be
playing
minding
around
my
sometimes.
business. You be doing too much though.
No, but
Does
you always
anybody
like to get
know
serious on me.
Does anybody know Ronnie McPile in the back or no?
I would say put the overlay up.
Why you always get serious on me, Mo? Just because you don't like my
It's not
lifestyle?
just you. I'm just different, and I think you used to going to my sister channel. It's different. I don't do that on
Okay,
this.
yes, because
I'm the
yes, your
same.
sister.
I've been the same since I started YouTube. and I'm not gonna
Well,
change.
you
If
know,
you don't like it,
well,
you
I'm
can.
sorry, but you know, me and your sister, we vibe a little bit more because she let me be
And
myself,
that's great.
and
Like
you
I
know,
don't compare myself to my sister. I love her. It's a vibe for her channel, and it's a different kind of vibe for mine. We support each other regardless. I'm glad you rock out with my sister. I love that for you and her. I don't have no type of jealousy or nothing.
I fuck with you too, though, Mo. You know I love you,
But the
Mo.
thing is, I
You know I
don't
love you, Mo.
care. I know people need a good laugh, and they know to go to here for the tea. That's cool. I like to get to the root of mental issues, and I like to implement God on my channel. If it's too serious for you, you can move around.
You acting like I don't love God.
Oh my gosh, I never said that.
Okay,
Hey,
am I
Bernie, I know.
transparent about my life?
I fucking
Am
hate
I
niggers.
transparent about my life?
I don't
Yes or
love
no?
God. I hate niggers. I hate niggers so
Oh,
much.
I'm so
White
glad I
power.
got the
White
banner up.
fucking power. Nigger, 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 nigger,
I'm so
nigger.
glad I got the banner.
Just listen, just drop them. And here's the thing too. Let me just say this. Did you drop them? Let me say
He said,
this.
"Why
Been
power?"
Hold
dry.
on,
Hell no.
hold on. Let me say this. And
This
this is
is
what
like
people.
ruining my show.
Hell no.
Hold on.
Over
Tough
talking
guy. Mute for
everybody.
a second.
It's not
This
cute.
is what cats don't get, and they're gonna get it. And I say this with all humility. You cats that keep playing with God, don't think that God won't kill you, man.
Come on now.
Hmm.
Come
Keep
on now.
playing with
Well,
God.
some
So when
people
you,
are
you when you
joking.
do
That's the
when
thing.
you come up here and you try to derail the conversation and call people N words or do this and do that, don't think that God won't kill you. You keep thinking that listen, you don't hurt us because we're gonna continue the conversation once you drop. But here's the thing: you still got to deal with our Father, and that is a threat. You got to deal with our Father. So you continue moving the way you're moving. It's nothing for him to drop an anvil on your head. It's nothing for him to give you a heart attack. It's nothing for you not to wake up. Keep playing games.
Mercy.
Keep playing games.
I like this guy. Oh my gosh.
You'll see who wins in the end. Go ahead, Mo.
Everything is not funny, like especially at our age, and like even if you don't understand why I do what I do, it's for a reason. I'm not up here just for clicks and views. Like it's a story, and it's a God given assignment behind the things that I do. So I don't have time for all of that trolling. Like it's a time and place for that. Sometimes you really have to read the room that you are in. That matters.
If I may, reason why I asked that question because a lot of men, some men may find it, some men don't, or we just having trouble. That's why I asked you that question because a lot of guys we don't know, but but then again, we're not soft. They might call us square or whatever, but we know what we want. It's just that we may need help or maybe a situation.
Does anybody
That's
know
why.
David Duke? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Nah,
Okay.
don't bring David Duke up. That was a white supremacist. Don't bring David Duke
Okay.
up. That was a good. You got to give me access to the background.
How do I do that?
I don't know.
Okay,
I
well
think you
I
got to.
just
Okay,
I think you got
I
to give
know
me the
how.
password or something.
Bolo,
How?
I'm gonna tell you how to do it, right?
Mo. You said that I
so
think
I just
everything
click
funny.
the
I didn't
link
say
and hit
Hold
everything
on,
Tough
everything
guy,
funny.
hold on, tough guy.
hold
Go ahead,
on, bro,
84.
hold on. So what you got to do, Mo Love, is in your Streamyard, right?
mm-hmm.
There's a part on the Streamyard to your left on your computer that will say members, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bolo will have to give you his email. You will take down
Derek
Bolo's email.
Vineyard, that's another troll.
Yeah.
Who?
I'm
Yeah,
just
that's a
saying,
troll.
Don't even pay the attention. Listen to 84. Go ahead, 84.
Yes. So you go to members in StreamYard, right?
mm-hmm.
Bolo will give you his email. You add Bolo's email. Once he receives the email, right, he will respond to it. He will follow all the directions of the email. It's very simple, step by step. And from there, he'll have the admin rights in order to control the stream. So,
Got you.
if,
Okay,
I'll
hold on.
yeah,
send
if
you
you
my
need me to walk
I'll
me
send
through,
you
if you
my
need me to walk
email.
you through it, I got you. So yeah.
I'll send you my email, Mo. I'll send you my
All
email.
right, got it.
Because I really need to deal with it. I love dealing with those type of people.
But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Mo, I was just saying that because it was an education question. Because maybe we still out here we're trying to find them, but we don't know either. So we just trying to figure out. That's why I asked the question.
Thank
Of
you.
how maybe
To come
so I
up.
can learn from you if you
Okay.
understand what I'm saying.
I got a
Mm-hmm.
question for everybody on the panel. I got a question for everybody on the
Okay.
panel.
You see the email, Mo?
So so
I got it.
no matter what lifestyle that you are living, I think 100 watts kind of understood what I was trying to say.
What makes you think that we didn't understand what you were
As
trying to say?
far as the integrity, because I'm saying I think as far as how I live life and the way that my principles is set up, you know what I'm saying? Like I might talk shit on, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm good at talking shit, but like when it comes to life shit, when it comes to like really taking care of the business, you feel me?
Hmm.
That's what matters.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
And
Let me ask,
my life is a reflection of that. You can see it.
so let me
So
ask you
people
this.
talk all day long,
You
but I'm
sound
very
like you're trying
transparent,
to
and you can
convince
see.
yourself. I mean,
Talk is cheap, man. Is what it is.
But here's the thing, and this is the problem that we as man, when I mean man, I say man, meaning men and women. This is the problem we have. We try to measure man's integrity against what God wants us and what He calls integrity.
Mercy.
And
that's
that's
Mercy.
our problem. Our problem is we're sitting here saying, I got integrity, I got this, and then we don't measure it up against God and say, okay, what does God call integrity? What does God call character? What does God call forward? What does God call
Come on now.
a decisive? These are the things we need to measure up against because man's integrity is always attached to something sinful, attached to something that is egotistical or prideful. That's just how man
Come
is.
on now.
Period. The reason why we talk about
I hear
God's
you, but I mean, I would like to know. I mean, what you speaking about specifically when it comes because I was speaking about myself. That's what we was talking about.
okay, I'll speak to it. I'll speak to it. Okay. You say that you're a God fearing man, correct?
Of course, that's how I
Okay,
grew up,
got you.
and I know
How
the consequences of my actions, and I know
got
the consequence of my
Okay.
actions.
Okay.
okay. A few minutes. I don't want to
Yeah,
bring this back up.
we
I
all
don't want
do.
to
We all do. But this is
hold
the
on,
whole thing:
hold
is we
on, hold
all
on. I didn't finish my statement because there's going to be a question I'm going to ask
okay.
you.
Finish.
Okay. So you say you have a relationship with God. You say you know God, and it comes from you can see it from the fruits of your labor. Show me, can you tell me, without going too deep into the actual profession, how does God feel about pimping?
Mm.
Well, this is the whole thing. I'm a musician. That's first, right? So God gave me a gift, and in the Bible it says that your gift will make room for you, right? And it always has. And so, and when I do give my gifts, when I am playing for God, I'm very blessed, very blessed.
What does that
More
have to
than
do?
if
what
I'm
that have to
playing.
do with God
That
caring
has
about
nothing to
pimping?
You
do.
didn't
That
answer his
has
question.
nothing to do with the question I asked you. I'm glad that you're a talented musician, and that's a
Right.
beautiful thing.
There's plenty.
Explain to me,
But
because
that's what I'm talking. But I'm talking
no, no,
about.
no. We're
I'm
talking
talking
about.
about. I'm talking about my foundation.
I'm not asking about your foundation. I'm asking you
What
about
does God think about pimping?
That's where it
what does
starts.
God
That's
feel.
where it starts.
This is so
What does
stupid.
God
I
feel
can't.
about pimping? So you ain't gonna answer the question. Okay, cool. I mean,
Mercy.
that's the
Mercy.
point,
Because he
and
knows
that
you
and,
don't.
and that's the point. See,
Right.
What's the question? What's the question? What's the question? What's
let's
the
not even go
question?
into it. Let's not even go into it. Here's the thing.
Oh wow.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
No, 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 no. What's
No,
the
no, no.
question?
We're not. We don't even have to go into it. Let me tell you why we don't have to. Because again, this goes to show you how evil and wicked man is. Right?
Mm.
I'm talking in general. I'm not talking about anyone specific on the panel. This goes to show you how evil and wicked man is. Man is. Because man will try to
Yeah.
rationalize.
Well, you
I'm not
Right.
saying you. I'm speaking in
you.
general. I'm speaking in
What
general.
is the question,
I
Bolo?
You
forgot it.
didn't
I
hear
forgot it.
it?
No, no, no. I forgot the question. I forgot it.
No.
Nah, you know the question. Stop it. Come on.
I forgot the
Stop
question.
over talking before
Let me
you get
explain to you
dropped.
why. Let me explain to you why, Brown man. It makes no sense
No.
to ask the question. Let me tell you why it makes no sense to ask the question. Because I asked the question twice and he heard the question. The
Mhm.
question that what he chose to do was talk about his foundation of what his relationship with
The
God is.
foundation.
Got you, which I can't question.
Exactly. So why doesn't that matter?
I'm going to
Why
tell
does
you. Let me finish. I'm going to answer.
Okay, I'm gonna let
I,
you talk because you won't get to as long as I'm
thank
up
you.
here.
I I can't question a man's relationship with God. I can't.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
The way we understand a man's relationship or a woman's relationship with God is by their acts,
Come
their
on now.
fruits, the way they speak, the way they carry themselves, the way the way they speak to others. Right. So
Yep.
when
Mm-hmm.
I say to you, tell me how God feels about pimping, I don't want to hear about your foundation of what you do in how you feed the homeless and all that. I don't want to hear that. That's not what I'm asking you. What does
Right.
God feel about pimping?
Mhm.
Period. Answer that.
That's
The
it.
response was, I'm a musician and I use God's gift that he gave me to make room for me to do. I'm not questioning you on that, dogs. That's not my question. So at the end of the day, you want that to be the answer to the question. That says, listen, man, we have to know that we have to listen to what people don't say opposed to what they do say. They say more in what they're saying.
Mm.
They're not saying, if that makes sense. It might sound contradictory, but it does. You dig what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I don't need you to quantify or explain because you've already explained it. When you have men saying, I'm an alpha, I'm an alpha, and I'm an alpha, I'm the king of the castle, I'm a king of the castle. What that says to me is you're not an alpha and you're not king of your castle, because no man needs to walk into a room and yell out what he is. A
Thank
lion
you.
don't roar. A lion commands the room because when he walks in, you know what he is. Period.
Listen, that's I say that all the
So,
time.
so when cats say that, and I'm not directing it on anyone on the panel or in the chat.
I get
What I'm
that.
saying is, when cats say that, you say more without saying it. There's a trauma there.
Come
Thank
on now.
you.
There's a trauma because you can come on YouTube and be anybody you want. This is
Mm.
the reason
I
why I
think
don't show it.
I think people are trying to convince themselves when
No,
they
they're not trying
continue
to
to
convince
talk
themselves,
about,
Mo.
but no, when they continue to say, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that, it's like, okay, I hear you. I don't care. Are
But
you trying to convince you? Because I
no, they're trying
really
to
don't
convince
care.
you. They're trying to convince you. They know that they're not that. Understand that. That's why they come to YouTube. They know that they're not that. This is why they come to the internet. They know that they're not that. So they're trying to confuse and trying to say to everyone else, this is what I am, because in my real life, I'm not that. And this is
Come
why
on.
they come here. And that's the purpose of
Mhm.
why I say I don't show an avatar, because I got nothing to prove, my G. Deal with
I
my
say that
wording,
too.
not
Mhm.
with my face or what I look like or whatever. Let's deal with the question, or let's deal with the topic. You dig what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So at the end of the day, there are certain conversations, and forgive me, that are asinine and not worthy of a response. But you know what? The meekness in me, I have it. Some of
Mhm.
these conversations I have with certain people on panels is stupid. It's dumb.
And I think that's why I get frustrated. It's like people see a completely different side of me when I know people are coming up here to troll, and I'm coming up here genuine, like really hoping somebody is getting something out of the lives in which God showed me that they were. And I thank God for that. But then I have people that come up here and don't know how to read the room and don't know that I'm not on no type of trolling kind of vibes tonight,
And,
and they'll do it regardless. Some people love attention, whether it's negative or positive. And I always get that tough guy is trying to get attention.
and here's the
It
crazy
doesn't,
thing
then
too.
you keep interrupting me and you keep throwing saying these B's, H's, MF's, F's, and I get that people but you are doing it excessively after I mentioned it to you. So I know that some things are intentional.
But even when you look at when 100 Watts asked him the question, 100 Watts quantified it and said, listen, I know where you're coming from. I'm from that hood too. All of us are from that hood. So I understand what you say. So we don't even, certain things don't need to be explained.
Hmm.
We're talking about character, integrity, direction, and a God fearing man. When he prefaced it that way, I'm thinking, okay, he's going to get to him. The response he gets is, you got to understand, I'm talking about pimping and this, that, the third, or whatever, 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 whatever. That had
Mm-hmm.
nothing to do with what 100 watts just asked.
At all.
It had nothing to do with it. You dig what I'm saying? So again, I understand that he may think that he has to answer or defend. You ain't got to defend nothing.
But I just feel like, and I know he gonna tough guy. I'm gonna let you back up in a second. Like at 40, you're still saying people are lame for being God fearing. You're saying we're lame because we don't understand the game of pimping and prostitution and all of that. Who's
Word up.
really lame as hell? Think about it. Like that's weird to me.
I think there's a lot to learn from different walks of life.
You can't teach me nothing about
You know
pimping.
what I'm saying
I
is
don't care.
what you can learn from that walk of life is how fragile the psyche of a person is. Because these, men that pimp, at the end of the day, they see the weakness in these women.
Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how you want to fluff it and say, now they don't do this. They see the weakness in their self-esteem and they take advantage of it.
They exploit it. That's a fact.
That's the basics of it, period. Now, I'm not going to go into the nuance of it, but that's what they do. So when you talk to a pimp, and I've talked to pimps, when you talk with them, you get to understand the psychological side of it, of how they manipulate and how they get into the crevices of a person. You get to understand that. And you need to have that information. You
Weak
need to
person
understand.
though. That's what I'm saying. Like
It's not just
it's
weak.
like,
It's not just weak, Mo.
yes, it
Not,
is.
Mo, listen to what I'm saying. It's not just weak. There's a lot of strong men and strong women that have trauma that makes them accessible in that way. There you have a lot of strong men that will bust a dude in his mouth if they say something wrong. But
I'm talking about the woman who gives in to a
but,
man who
but
can't
what I'm saying
properly
to you
lead her.
is
He can only lead her through pimping her and her
no.
selling her body.
That's not.
And I'm
That's
not
not.
condemning the woman. I'm
That's
just
not
saying something took place to where you didn't have the direction. I understand
that's
we all make mistakes,
right.
but if you give yourself over to prostitution, because I make mistakes too, but there are certain things that I know I'm not gonna do because I did listen to at least half of what my parents taught me. You get what I'm saying? So
But
to
here's
me,
what
that's
you're
a
doing.
sign of
But
somebody that's very weak.
But
And I'm
here's
not
what you're
saying
doing.
they're to blame. It's
But
just
here,
the truth.
but here's what you're doing. What you're doing is that's like if I come to 100 watts and ask him advice, right? 100 watts got a woman, I got a woman. And I ask 100 watts for advice, and he says, you know something, Bolo, man, I wouldn't do that. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
asking you what you would do. You're not me. I'm in the situation. So if he was to give me advice from his perspective, he's doing a disservice to me.
Mercy.
He's supposed to give me advice from my perspective. And that's what we do so often. We inject ourselves into the person's trauma and say, this is how I would handle it. And I use this example all the time. I have a friend of mine, a brother that I call him. He was in a wheelchair and we were giving wheelchairs out in the village. And the advice that I was giving him, it felt like it was offensive. I felt the body language, but he didn't say anything to me. So when he left, I put myself in a wheelchair for 4 hours. And I totally understood that the way I was giving the information wasn't wrong. The way I was delivering it was wrong because now I'm 5'11" and a half. When I'm in the wheelchair, I'm
Tough
seeing
guy, I'm
people.
sorry. Tough guy, I did not kick you from at all. You
Don't
can
even
come
pay
back
attention
up.
to that. Don't pay attention to that. I'm seeing things from 4 feet now. That's a different perspective. So a lot of the times we give our perspective from a 6 foot tall person opposed to a person that right now is going through so much. They're a fragment of who they are. We have to see it from there to build them up. To the weak I become weak, to the strong I become strong. So
Mm-hmm.
when you're talking about these men or women that are being used and abused, whatever, it's not that they're weak people. These men and women are strategists when it comes to manipulation, and they know how to poke and prod and get into those places that normally a person like you or I couldn't get in.
Hmm.
This is what they do.
I
They're no
don't view
different
it
than the
like
devil.
that.
They're no different than the devil and how he manipulates you to do such and such and such and whispers
Come
in your
on.
ear, whatever the situation might be. No different.
But I don't view it.
I think
I get
I
what
hear
you're
you. I hear
saying.
you.
if
But I still view that as you think that lowly of yourself, and I guess that does maybe speak to the amount of trauma that they've experienced. So Lord
Absolutely.
forgive me if I'm coming off wrong, but I do think that that has something to do with not being properly led.
But that also has something to do with not properly being taught, not properly
It's
being
the
built
same
up.
thing, right?
No,
But okay,
a
so
person,
if you see, so
go
real
ahead.
quick, if I could, real quick, so Mo, if you see
Mhm.
it that way, right? That could just be one step. That could just be one step before they commit to God, right? Because
That's very true.
that same faith or commitment they put into a pimp could turn into the commitment or faith that they put into
That's a
God
good
once they
point.
get to a point where they realize, all right, what I'm doing isn't right and I need to do better. So she
Mhm.
clearly has a need to commit to something and the ability to quit to commit to something. It's just the wrong place where the commitment is put.
Come on now.
So as long as so it's not that she's weak, it's just that her commitment is put in the wrong place.
Her
And I
compass
think
is off.
I think the same as a pimp, like he has the ability to motivate and to put a certain power in women that turns them into going to the street. But if he
So
decided to
this
use that same if he decided to use that same power with the word of God, that would have a different effect on those
Come
same
on
women.
now.
You know?
100%.
but that's what I'm saying. You said because he can what implement things because of the
Influence.
power he holds, influence or whatever. That's the importance of also a father being in place, in my opinion.
Yeah, but
Women who have active fathers are not gonna go to prostitution.
Yes, they do. There are plenty of
No,
women that have really great
I said
parents. They've had two-parent homes. They have a great life, and they decided to get in the game for one way or another. You
no.
this
don't
is
When I
understand
said
because
both,
it's not your lifestyle. I
not
mean, I
both.
get it, man. People think negatively. They're gonna talk bad on the game. They're gonna talk bad on pimps and hoes, but pimps and hoes is not prostitutions, and it's not traffickers. It
Okay.
literally is that. It's called pimping and hoeing for a reason. There's principles.
Owen
There's
isn't
there's
prostitution.
rules. I
dog.
mean,
Let's
look, man,
Isn't
y'all can
it?
laugh at it. Y'all, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to teach you something, but if you don't want to listen,
We
that's not
don't
on
care.
me.
nah.
That's not what
Okay,
my
well there
channel
you
is
go. That's the problem. That's the problem.
about. Okay.
You not caring. You're not caring.
We gotta do this again. This is not the pimping and hoeing channel, sir. What don't you get?
Hoeing isn't prostitution, really. Come on, man.
Well,
What are
listen.
we talking about?
Let's get back
Y'all
into
don't let me talk. That's what I'm
let's.
saying. It's not supposed to be a pimping and hoeing, but y'all been talking about it for 30 minutes. I get on here and say something for 5 seconds, and I'm,
About
you know
y'all
what I
in
mean?
here
Like
having
I don't like that shit, bro.
a
Like
conversation
y'all talk.
about
Everybody talks about the game
my
all the
conversation
fucking
was about, and you
All
have
right.
no
So
channel etiquette at all. My conversation, when in regards to you, was this is not the pimping and hoeing channel. You just admitted that you was acting like you was having a serious conversation and you were trolling me. I simply said that I don't have a channel where I troll. I talk about real life issues. There are plenty of other channels you can go to troll and do whatever you want. I understand that my channel is not for everybody, but do not come over here continuing to derail and then you complain as if somebody is doing you wrong.
let's get back on track, right? So we were talking about, you know, uprooting deep planet trauma through a spiritual connection, right? Because these things have to intertwine. So we talked about acknowledging the pain and seeking refuge, right? Acknowledging the pain caused by the trauma. It's a crucial first step in healing, in the healing process. Seeking refuge in God provides a comfort and strength to face difficult, memories, emotions, or whatever has ever happened. We talked about embracing forgiveness, right? It's again allowing you or giving yourself permission to release yourself from that pain, trauma, or experience that you went through, so it doesn't tether you to that moment. We also talked about renewing the mind with God's truth. What is that? Trauma often causes us to a distorted belief of one's self, others, and the world, right? Through trauma, we create this world of protection, and it causes us to look at everything and everyone around us in some situations in a certain way, because how you feel affects how you see. It just is what it is. You can't change that. Um, so going through God's truth, meaning what God wants us to do is actually sit down and address that issue that we have. He doesn't want us to run away from it at all. You want to say something, 100 watts? Oh, okay. He doesn't want us to run away from it. He wants us to sit down and deal with it. So if that's talking to a brother, a friend, a sister, a mother, therapy, please get it. Please get it. Because the more and more you sit in it, the more deeper it becomes, the harder it is to get out of it, right? Um, Even with when we're looking at cognitive renewal in a gradual process where God works and reshapes our thinking. So it's not that we forget where we came from. We learn from where we came from and how we got there so that we can be that light to others that are going through it or about to go through it or have gone through it, so that we can give them the inclination to get to where they need to be so that they can be a light in this world. Because there's a lot of darkness. Again, there are so many men, so many women that we look at them and say, them, they got everything: money, fame, this, that, and the third, and they still take their life. They
Mm-hmm.
still take their life. So um, the last we were talking about is reordering emotions and love, right? What does that mean? Trauma can lead to a disordered emotion like overwhelming fear, shame, and rage. When we get, Brandon was up here and he was talking about the amygdala part of the brain. It's the fight or flight part of the brain. And again, these things pump different types of serotonin. It pumps different chemicals into our system, and it overstimulates your nervous system, your body, period. Because we're not meant to live in a fight or flight state of mind.
Mm-hmm.
Not meant to be that way, right? So through a spiritual connection, God helps us reorder those emotions, right? Again, it's not that we don't need them; we know where to place them, right? So not every time is it going to be if I step on your shoes or I say what's up, we gonna fight. There's a video. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it, where a dude is walking through New York City and he just says what's up to people, and it starts fights. It
Mm-hmm.
starts fights.
Hey, distant lights. I don't know if I spoke earlier.
So um, learning to lament, express grief, learning to embrace pain. There's nothing wrong with pain as long as you go through the motions to get through it. A lot of the times we don't want to do it. A lot of the times we get stuck in the middle of it, the beginning of it, and we don't finish it. We don't close that chapter. So we're still tethered to that moment. Um, Redirecting choices and commitments. We have to understand that trauma can lead to self protective choices and commitments, often resulting in isolation and a need for control, right? People tend to say, I don't want to rock around other people. I like to be by myself because it's a protective mechanism, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have to understand a spiritual connection empowers individuals to choose vulnerability, community, and trust instead. So, in other words, what Mo Love was speaking about earlier, discernment. I'm not afraid of my discernment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That same door that shields you from love that shields you from hurt is the same door that shields you from love. It's the same door that shields you from camaraderie, the same door that shields you from brotherhood, same door that shields you from sisterhood. You dig what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah.
important that we have to go out into the world. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing. So we have to live life like it. And then we have to trust in God's sovereignty and redemption. We have to understand He is who He says He is.
Mm-hmm.
You have to understand that and not be afraid to walk in it. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not going to go through things. We have to go through things to realize how strong we can be, to
Come on.
realize how patient we can be, to realize how forgiving we can be. We have to go through these things. We have to. Even when my father put me in in martial arts, the lock holes that they would teach us, they would put on us first. Why? To know what you're going to be putting on somebody else, to apply mercy and
Mm-hmm.
grace. Because you don't, when you know what you're putting onto somebody, you're not going to make a mistake and take their life. It's the
Right.
same thing with cops. What do police do? They tase them. So you understand what you're about to do to somebody when you're in the street. Now, they still go a little overboard with it, but that's the point of understanding where that man may be at or where that woman is, so that you can tailor make that message that you need to give them palatable to them to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Amen, brother. That's what I've been saying the whole damn time. But y'all ain't been hearing me. I'm just saying it in a whole different thing.
Cause the way you dropping it, dog, you got too much hot sauce in your juice, bro.
You like getting lost in the sauce stuff, guy. I ain't
That's a
gonna lie.
good one. Too much hot sauce in your
Yeah, yeah,
juice.
Yeah,
Nice.
let's not let
Man,
that was fly 100 watts, but let's not derail.
what?
Let's stay on.
No.
Let's stay on. So,
Which
sanctification through surrendering, right? When you surrender to past traumas, to God's involvement, this is what's important, right? God's involvement is involved now.
mm-hmm.
You're not just, I'm going to go and sit down. No, you're using the discernment, the faith, the understanding, and your belief in the Father, that you're handing your trauma. Now, what does that look like when you hand your trauma? Does it mean that you just give it to him and you sit down in your chair and do nothing? No, there's a tandem dance. Okay, you have faith enough to know that if I go back, if I take my 53-year-old Bolo and the trauma that happened to me when I was 6 years old, I have enough faith to know if I go down there and sit down with the 5-year-old Bolo and be patient with the 5-year-old Bolo and be understanding with the 5-year-old Bolo, that I'll be able to take his hand and progress him up with me to give understanding and clarity. Why
Mm-hmm.
did you go through that? Because remember when we were all younger guys, when 1 + 1 looked like the earth was going to end? And then we got into times tables, and then that messed us up. And then we got into multiple to division, and that messed us up. And it every time we moved up in steps, it always looked like the end of the earth, but it
Right.
wasn't. It wasn't the end of the earth. Why? Because every day we die, and every day we're reborn in thought process. What you learned yesterday, you should be able, Lord willing, to apply today. So you're not that same man or same woman. And we need to realize that people mistake movement for progress,
Mm.
right?
Man,
Just
everything you saying, you spitting game. This is what I talk about. This is game. This is
so
game.
so
It's
that's
called
what we have.
knowledge. That's what game is.
There you go. All right. So
That's what I
that's
be trying to say, but y'all don't be
thank you,
hearing me.
brother. All
But
right.
you don't say it like that.
Oh, do me a favor, please. Mute,
Yeah.
please. Thank you. Please. So that's what we're trying to understand. And especially when it comes to men's mental health, right? With men's mental health, we start behind the 8 ball because at a young age, we're taught not to feel, not to hurt, not to cry. You should run through that wall. I've counseled women that have told their sons at 6 years old, they're the man of the house.
Wow.
What does a 6-year-old do with that 100 watts? What does he do with
That's a
that,
lot of
brother?
pressure.
Breakdown.
For
That's a
real.
lot of pressure.
That's a lot of pressure because now when you put that on him, his six
Hmm.
year old mind, he
He
has to
believed
take
that. He believed that.
absolutely. He stops being a
But they
six
have
year
an
old.
imagination though. They really like take on that. That's a lot
But
to take on
but
as a
they
child.
take on being a man on what their 6 year old mind can interpret of what a man is. And at 6 year old, you have no clue of what a man is. You don't know who you are. And they
You a
take
Power
that
Ranger,
thought
cuz.
process. Say it again, my brother.
No, at 6 year old, you're a Power Ranger. So being man of the house is being a Power Ranger.
You know what I'm saying? So when you tell him you stunt his growth, his growth as a child has been stunted now. Now he has to think, I gotta go out there and make money. I got to go out there and pay bills. I got to go out there and support. So now this 6-year-old has to rationalize with a 6-year-old intellect in this big grown man's world.
And he's
And then,
usually going to be dealing with a teenager, and the teenager may not be having good intentions either, because usually it goes up to maybe a teenager or a younger
yeah,
adult, and that
absolutely.
they're getting the information from. And this is why I was saying knowledge is power. If y'all really listen to me, there's method to my madness. But go ahead.
So the 6-year-old becomes 19. The 19-year-old who still has the emotionality of that 6-year-old now becomes 25.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't stop.
You are what you're around.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't stop. So this is why we're saying that, listen, brothers, it's okay to cry.
Yes,
It's
some.
okay to have low self-esteem. Now, the problem isn't the low self-esteem. The problem is doing nothing about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? We're willing to not ridicule you because you're not less of a man because, you've been abused.
Right.
And this is the stigma that we have, especially in the hoods. 100 Watts can tell you, in the hood, you can't talk about going to therapy, can you, my brother?
No, I do have a question. Though. I'm listening to you speak, and I'm having I want to ask a question. So, if you're talking to a young man and you say it's okay to cry, are you telling him that it's okay to cry, or are you telling him it's okay to cry when you get home, or cry like are you telling him this?
Whenever.
I'm
No,
telling
because and the reason I'm asking is because even in this unfair place that you're speaking of for little boys and young men, right?
you,
There
right.
still has to be this level of understanding that you might be going through something and you want to cry right now, but now's not the time. Just get through what you're
Absolutely.
going through and get back home and cry in the shower.
Absolutely. There's a
So,
time and place.
and I just wanted to make sure it was being clear. Like, it's okay to tell a young man it's okay to cry, but make sure you're
Right.
doing it when it's at the right time.
Applicable.
That's
When
fair.
there's a place for everything. There's a time and place for it all. You dig what I'm saying? Like there's times when I'm counseling young men and they're going through whatever they're going through, and I'm sitting there and I'm saying, brother, check this out. I know you
Mm.
want to cry. I know you do right now, but this ain't that time. We don't have that time right now. You need to get up and fight. There's going to be a time to cry. There's going to be a time to break down. You know what I'm saying? And I'm here for it. But right now, you need to get up and do what you need to do to handle such and such, such and such and such. So there's a time and place for it all. So you're 100% on what you're saying. You dig what I'm saying? We just got to get to the point where we can have that conversation. There was a dude, and I don't know if this was a skit or not, but it was a young man, an older cat, was walking by and he seen this young kid, right? Young kid had the beeper, he had all the stuff, whatever, not the beeper, but the cell phone. And he said, "What's up, my G?" And he was like, the young kid was a street dude, and he was talking, he was like, "Yeah, OG, you know what I'm saying? We out here trying to get this paper." And he said, "Yo, there's something in you that it'll be." There's something different about you. And he was like, "Nah, OG, you don't understand, man. I ain't have a father." He started going into the whole spiel, right? 100 Watts. And after the OG was talking to him, he was like, "Yo, B, listen, there's nothing wrong with just needing a hug." After a while, the kid broke down and just hugged him, son. Just broke down and hugged him. Now, I don't know if it was a skit. It didn't seem like one,
It was
but,
real life.
so you seen what I'm talking about then, right?
That was real life.
Okay, so then it was real. So this is what these kids, and this was a young kid. I don't think the kid was older than 19. He didn't look it, but this is what these young men need. Because this is the thing, right? These young men are the dudes on these panels talking to these women, telling them to submit.
Mm.
These are the dudes that are saying, "I'm a king, I'm a czar, I'm a benevolent dictator, I'm this, I'm that." And then after cussing at each other, calling each other different names, doxing each other, they turn around and tell a woman, "Okay, now it's time for you to submit and
That's
give me your
nonsense.
life." It makes no sense, man.
And they don't even provide like a sense of safety or clarity for a woman. I always say submission comes natural when it's the right man that you're connected to.
Submission comes naturally to Christ-like leadership. There is
Yeah,
no there is no other response but submission. There is no other response. Submission is a choice that a woman makes. Why
absolutely.
should she choose to submit to you? What are you offering her? For her
What?
to
Yeah, you got
say,
to give her a reason, but that's
What?
the whole thing. It's not submission. It's called trust. That's what it is. Y'all be
yeah,
using the wrong
Submission,
words. That's
submission and trust go hand in hand. What are you
they
talking?
go hand in hand. For me to submit to you, I have to trust you. But
Exactly.
what are
well.
you
There you
providing?
go. I think that that's more important. That is to have
It's
trust.
the same
The
Right.
thing.
submission comes after that.
So the environment
So
that you
yeah, that's
create.
what I'm saying. The wrong words be thrown around. If you have trust,
No,
you
it's
have
not. We
submission.
know what submission means.
So the environment that you create, love is an environment, man. It's an environment that two people create, or a bunch of people, brothers and sisters, create, where people can be safe. That doesn't mean that you don't get checked. Doesn't mean that you don't get corrected. Doesn't mean that you don't get punished. It means that when it is done to you, you know it's being done out of love. It's not being done out of ego, pride, malice, strife, jealousy, envy, or anger.
And
It's
that is
being
why
done.
there is rules.
So now,
There's rules to
Bolo,
everything.
What's
I'm
up, Wanda
trying.
Watts?
I'm trying to. I'm trying to receive the
You're
part.
muffled, brother. You're muffled.
Can you hear me? Am I good? Are we
Yeah,
straight?
you're good now. You're very good now.
The part you were speaking to about submission. I'm trying to figure out how to receive, because you said there's only one proper response to that, and
To
I'm trying to
Christ-like,
figure.
to Christ-like leadership.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how to receive that as someone who is not an avid follower of Christ. I'm not someone who's an avid reader of the Bible, and I don't think that that automatically disqualifies me from someone that has the ability to be in a position to, how can I guess, okay, to be in a
I
position
understand
to
your
be
question. I
submitted to.
understand your
You see what I'm
question.
To
saying?
lead, to lead,
Here-
to
Here's
be
the
a
question.
leader.
So the
Here's the
change
answer.
is
Here's the answer to that. Right? Man's good is always attached to something selfish.
come on.
It's inherent in us. Sometimes we don't want to do it, but it just is what it is. Man's patience is attached to a ceiling. There's just so much I'm going to forgive 100 watts for, right? Man's good is attached to selfishness. It just is. Now,
You
when
mean
we look,
conditions? You're human.
okay, if we look at God, right, and we use his good is unobtainable.
Come on.
There is no complacency in his good. And what does that mean? That means that I will forever continue reaching for something that I can't reach for. So there's never a limit that I stop at. So although 100 watts do something real crazy to me, when Christ looks at me and say, but you do something to me every day and I forgive you,
Come on.
that puts me in a position to say, 100 watts, listen, you ain't gonna ever come back into my house because you stole, but I don't hold it against you. I love you and I forgive you. So now when we're talking about leadership now, okay, Mo gave the breakdown earlier that the leadership under Christ, it's not going to be listen, Christ tells you submit one to another. I've heard people quote Ephesians chapter 6 and they never read that chapter. They start that verse. They start at verse 21. They never start at verse 20, 100 watts. It says submit one to another. There's 3 verses for women. There's 9 verses for men. Why? Do the men ever read the 9 verses? No, they don't. So Mo Love just gave us the answer of those 9 verses. I want a man that's going to lead me and not take advantage of his position that I put him in. I want a man that's going to guide me and understand me. I want a
Absolutely.
man that's going to cover me. I want a man that's going to be a husband and know that title, and know that that title is not an entitlement, but is in fact a service,
Hmm.
and vice versa for the wife.
It's just a
A wife,
different lifestyle, man.
it's not
That's
an
all y'all
entitlement.
talking about.
It's, it's not an entitlement. It's a service.
Right.
So again, it can lead to that 100 watts because you have good men out there, you have good women out there that don't follow God, right? But that good has a ceiling to it. It has a ceiling to it. And this is not me saying it. This is what the book says. It has a ceiling. I've been on this planet for 53 years, Lord willing, in December. Okay.
Mhm.
And in my little half a century on this earth, I've experienced stuff. I've experienced everything. But there's a ceiling to everything we deal with when we're dealing with man.
Absolutely.
There's always a
Yeah, because
ceiling.
we only live for so long.
It's
There everything anything good comes to an end. Everything comes to an end, even life.
just the
So
mindset
yeah,
of
you're right.
how
So
People do
humans are
have
built
conditions.
so
a
even with
lot.
marriage, right? Even with marriage,
Mhm.
when people talk about contracts, marriage is a covenant, dog.
Come
It
on now.
It's a
is.
contract.
It
Contracts are cold.
mm,
Contracts, whatever is done, there's a response to it. There is no growth with a contract. If you do this, you get that. Covenants are living and breathing. It's not
mm.
cold because I can't tell you that I'm going to go through something because I haven't gone through it. I don't know. We tend to think that we get to know our women. It takes a lifetime to know your woman. It takes a lifetime for her to know her man. It takes a lifetime, dog. You don't get to know someone in 30 years because there are going to be some things that damn, I didn't know this about you. I didn't know that you would react to this or such and such. Well, I never went through it. But now that we've went through it, you can see how my response is. How are you going to respond to it now when you've seen I responded this way?
And people consistently change too, right? My parents have been married for 44 years, and my mom still says, like, yeah, we're still changing every day. So she said you have to continue to learn the person
It's
over
growth, man.
and over again. Yeah.
It's growth. So I hope that answered your question, dog. I hope that answered you.
Bolo, that reminds me when people say that relationships are just transactional. It's like, nah, it's deeper than that.
That's so
It's
stupid.
deeper than that,
I hate
man.
that.
Yeah, I hate that. That's just
See, but you have
ridiculous.
to understand where they are.
Exactly.
Remember when you're taught from a counselor's perspective, when you're hearing somebody, it's like when you go to your doctor and you say, "Listen, man," he asks you, "What's your problem?" "My back hurt." That's what they're saying to you. Well,
Mhm.
relationships are transactional. In my mind, I'm saying something happened.
But
Why do you?
that's the contradiction. People, I hear a lot of people say relationships are transactional only, and then get on panels and argue about how horrible men and women are all day. But you're making it a transactional situation, which means if it's just sex, there's no substance with
Well,
it.
see, because they don't want to attach their heart to it. That's why they make it transactional. Because if I can keep it to where I give you money, you give me sex, then my heart is not involved. It doesn't get broken. You know what I'm saying? I can deal with losing you because I don't have enough money. I can't
Mhm,
I can't stand losing you because I wasn't good enough. There's a
mhm.
difference. So 100 watts, I hope I answered your question, my G.
I think you did. And then Mr. Best hopped in with some shit. I kind of feel like he was trying to like shoot me in my side a little bit. He's trying to shoot me in my side a little bit, but it's all good. No, because it's not even relationships like in particular. I just see life as a whole as it is as a bunch of transactions. Life as a whole are transactions. Is a bunch of exchanges. Everything you do in life is an exchange or a transaction, no matter how big or small.
I
That's
think,
how I see life.
yeah,
Okay.
I think it becomes an issue. It depends on the mindset, I guess. I get what you're saying as far as everything being in exchange.
I mean, the Bible says you reap what you sow. That's a fact.
I mean, just and even with that, just in terms of like you get what you put out. You know what I'm saying? Just like whatever it is that you give to people, you get back in return. What if I am a if I whatever you give to people, you get in return. And of course, there are people that take advantage and give something to you that you didn't deserve. Like
Mhm.
those things do happen.
Well,
Um,
see, so let's look at the difference in wording that you use,
okay.
right? So let's go into what Tough Guy said, right? When you look at transaction, right, it refers to um a value, right? Right? It refers to you giving me something. um, and there's an exchange in value. But when we deal with exchange, it's a reciprocal transfer. So do you see the difference in exchange? It's more cold opposed to, I mean, in transaction, it's more cold than it is exchange. Where
Well, the whole
exchange,
thing is
So if
two,
love
two,
is
two.
only given when performance happen, it's not love, it's just control. Like all this stuff is transactional. If help is only given with expectations attached, that's a form of manipulation and not true
correct,
generosity.
100%. If I help 100 watts, and in my mind, I'm saying I'm helping them now because next week I'm gonna need to move.
Mm-hmm.
And then I come to you 100 watts and say, yo, my brother, you know what I'm saying? I helped you and I gave
Hi,
you that
Deacon Dave.
$50. I
So
need to
you was
move.
looking for something in return. Yeah.
Absolutely. That wasn't genuine.
That's why it says in the Bible to be a cheerful giver.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If
So
you
at the
gonna
end,
get, if you gonna give from your heart. Like, don't be,
right.
you know,
Or you didn't
Right.
give, or you didn't give at all. So even though
right.
I gave you that $50, when you realize that Bolo only gave you that $50 because he needed you to move, he needed to move and he needed you, you're gonna be like, man, that $50 didn't mean a goddamn thing. It
And you
didn't.
know what? I think that's why so many people deep down may feel low too, because when you really think about it, we were not created for conditions. We were created for natural connections. And when you just limit yourself to just transactions, that's not healthy.
That's a good point.
That can eventually take a toll. Like we're supposed to make genuine connections. I know all of us won't click, but it's not supposed to be based on it being transactional.
That's
You
true.
know
We
what's
live in the USA. It's a capitalist country that we live in. So
I'm aware of that. I'm
we
talking
have
about
been
people
advertised to
with
since we were little.
integrity. I'm
yeah,
not talking about
you
like
know
just societal norms. I'm not.
100 watts. You know what the perfect marriage is? 100 watts, the perfect marriage? Because people will say, there is no such thing as a perfect marriage. And I thought about it and I was like, you know what? There is such a thing. And the perfect marriage is two people that won't give up on each other.
Yes.
That's what I was about to say. No, it's choosing. It's the choice.
Won't give up on
Choice
each other,
is
choose
what
to
it
That's
is.
stay.
that's the perfect marriage, G, where
Mm-hmm.
leaving is not an option. I'm stuck. You stuck with me. I'm stuck with you. We gonna figure this out. We gonna work it out.
But that's gotta be in unity. Like that gotta be two people gotta like agree, or like that has to be consistent. You know,
Right.
people that have been together for 30 years, they both chose that for that
Right.
long.
Love
Mm-hmm.
is a
So
choice. Love
Absolutely.
is
that
I
is
choose. I choose to love you.
Yeah, it's not based
I
on
choose
feeling.
it.
You will
It's
not
not
always feel like loving the person.
right. There's
Mm-hmm.
nothing you can do to make me choose you. There's nothing that we did for God to choose us, brother.
That's a fact.
There's nothing that we can give him in reciprocation to him dying for us. Nothing. He just chose to love you. That's the ultimate
Whole
love.
fact.
That's why he's the ultimate example. If I choose to love you, you don't have to give me back. That no one pays me for what I do. I'm counseling over 100 people right now. I don't get paid to do what I do. I have another
well, you
job
should.
outside. I
You
have a
should
job
get paid
outside.
for that.
I'm here with Mo for 5 hours and 12 minutes.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
you should
Done.
also get paid for it because
I
that's a
did it.
service. And even though it's good to be able to help people, you know, people gotta want to help themselves, my nigga.
And
So
that's a very
that's
good
just my
point.
opinion.
That's a very
Go
good
ahead,
point.
do your thing.
But the point of the matter is, it's done because, like I said to Tough Guy earlier, I love you, brother. I don't have to know you to love you. You
It's purpose.
know
When
what I'm
purpose
saying?
is involved, it's deeper than you know.
Legacy, people
Yeah.
say legacy is about leaving bread. Legacy is about leaving integrity and character, an example. Christ's legacy weighs more than any money you can leave any man.
That's a whole fact.
The legacy of your love for your children will outweigh anything that you leave them. I know that 100 watts is my father loved me and he would die and kill for me. I seen it daily. I
Mm-hmm.
seen what he did. And that will resonate with them longer than you leaving them $1 million. Because now you shape them in a way. You gonna say something, 100 watts?
So when you make the choice to spend 5 hours counseling and receive no money from it, right? You do receive internally, you receive a level of fulfillment from being able to do that. Wouldn't you
Absolutely.
say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are you saying that's more of that's not a transaction? I forgot the other word we were using. That
Exchange.
exchange. So that's an exchange.
It's not.
Yeah, it's an exchange of
Because
energy. I
it's it's
mean,
it,
he
it's
feels that
not.
fulfillment, but it's something that he
It's,
feels within himself. That's his own relationship with himself.
here's the thing, 100 watts. Sometimes I get it reciprocated. Sometimes I don't. The exchange would be me getting it from that person that I'm trying to give it to, right? What if I don't get it from that person? You know what?
You
I
still
do
get
this.
what?
I do this because the Lord did it for me.
Come on now.
Yes.
That's why I do it. I do it because I sin every day, my G. I
Hmm.
fall every day and he forgives me every day. So who am I not to take my time out to help somebody? You know, there was a dude one time, 100 watts. This is when we early on the stage of the village, right? We would rock out to like 8, 9 o'clock. We would start at 9:30, end at 9:30. And
That's
we
a
were
fact.
talking to a cat, and this cat was talking about self-deleting. And I started getting pissed off because I said, brother, listen, at the end of the day, this is what it is. Your life has been bought and paid for. It doesn't belong to you. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to him. We are just stewards.
Come
We're,
on now.
we're owners of nothing and stewards of everything. That's it. So,
Literal.
at the end of the show, I usually do, you know, your last words. So we got to him, and everyone has their avatar up. He cams up, and what we see is a revolver. Revolver. He empties the revolver and says, "Yo, Bolo, check this out. I put this in my mouth every night and pull the trigger. I won't do it again." I didn't
Right.
know that's what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know. This is why every time we get on these platforms, it's important because you don't know what little kid is holding on to a lifeline and they
Exactly.
just want to hear something. And here we are talking about damn submission and women this and black women that and white women this and white women that. When this dude he has no insurance, the father is out there doing whatever, the mother's out there doing whatever, and he just comes onto YouTube to self-diagnose and he comes to Mo Love's channel. And here we are talking. He sees those phone numbers that we put into the chat earlier and he calls. That's fulfillment for me, my G.
Mm-hmm.
That's fulfillment for me because I know someone out there needed to hear it. Now, I may not see it, but at the end of the day, I have faith enough in God to know that his words don't go out void.
Come on now.
And that's what's important.
Absolutely. So I think it's about perspective.
Everything is
Hey,
perspective.
that nigga, why that one nigga sound like a deacon in church? Come on now.
Hey man, the guy's spitting,
Every,
bro. I
Hmm.
can't lie.
everything is perspective, brother. Everything. That's why
I'm just playing, man. Come on, man.
I tell people to think panoramically. Because a lot of the times we only have snapshots and we make decisions off of snapshots.
And then I think sometimes, I guess it depends on what your calling is. When you're called to do something, God will grace you to do it, and it doesn't burden you like it would a person that may be doing something that they were not called to do.
And that's the whole thing, man. Again, do I get frustrated? I'm human, I do.
Mm-hmm.
We get frustrated and do I get into arguments? At times I do. I pull back because at
Me
the end
too.
of the day, it doesn't make no sense to argue, right? It makes no sense. It's ego at that point. And I,
Mhm.
and I try my best to not have egotistical conversations. But
Right.
my fulfillment in this is being able to put a 24-hour number out there that I pay for.
Mm-hmm.
The only two things I ask people to pay for is attention and pay it forward. That's all I ask you to pay. I don't
A
ask you to pay
Movado
nothing
watch.
else. Well, yeah, you guys still haven't got me my Movado watch, but I'm working on that. I'm working on the Movado
And we
watch.
getting that Movado watch this year for you, Bolo. We got and Bolo. It's funny because I bought a guest watch a few months ago, right? I just bought a guest
Right,
watch a few months ago,
right.
and I thought of, and then before I bought the watch, I thought about the Movado. I thought about you. I said, let me get a Movado. I went on Amazon, looked at that price. I said, no wonder Bolo keep asking for money.
And, and the only reason why I say that is because there was a pastor that said, "Yeah, y'all ain't get my Movado watch, but I see y'all wearing Gucci sneakers. I don't want no Movado watch." You know what I'm saying? My payment is seeing you guys on Friday night, seeing you in the readings in the morning, seeing you guys at the prayer. That's my payment, man.
Mhm.
Because you guys can't pay me what the Lord is going to pay me. You guys can't do it.
Come on now. That's a
Right.
fact.
You dig what I'm saying? So the brothers that facilitate me and help me, I can't pay them what they're doing. They're saving my life. How do I pay you for that? The only thing I can do is say the only payment that I can do is say I'm going to take what you gave me and I'm going to go out there and do the same for somebody else. That's the
Mhm.
only payment that you can give. You can't pay somebody back for saving your life. You can't. But what it does is when you say, thank you, I'm going to go do it for someone else, that puts a smile on my face and it leaves the world a little bit better for my children than how I found it.
Exactly.
And that's what matters to me, 100 watts. That's why I do what I do.
I'm gonna say, I
You
will
still
say,
should be getting paid.
Hey, Lady
even
Nicole.
even with tough guy with his hot sauce and his juice, I will definitely say that. Um, this even even with that, I will say that I appreciate the direction that we are moving in, because anybody that has been on that was on these panels back in 2020, 2019, 2021, these panels were a lot more hectic and a lot more argumentative than what they
They
may
still
seem
are.
like. And I do understand that a lot of them are, and there are certain platforms that are built specifically for the arguing, because
Right.
that's always going to be around. But there are a lot of us that are floating around like Bolo. I have been watching Bolo for a very long time. The
How
panels that
long?
he's on. Say again.
How long have you been watching it?
Bolo probably since 2020. Mr. Best probably since 2020. Like those two in
Oh,
particular,
cool.
I've been seeing them floating around since we was all locked up in the house together. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
what a lot of those panels were during that time, everybody's panel was just arguing. And I'm talking about 12 hours of just nothing but arguing. There were
Wow.
times where
Hold,
I
hold
would get
on
on
real
the
quick. I'm sorry, 100 watts. Brown man, are you still up here? There's another brown man in the back. So I don't know if somebody. Oh, he dropped.
Okay.
And then somebody else was up. What were you saying? I'm sorry. Hey, world class.
just saying that I do think that it may not look like it, because the what gets presented is the 1% of bullshit versus the 99% of positivity,
Mm-hmm.
right? I think that it gets projected more, the bullshit, but I have sat for a long time and just watched these panels grow into actually having productive conversations. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. That is you, right, brown man?
Yeah, yeah, this is me. Sorry.
Okay, cool. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I do think this was a productive conversation. You know what I'm saying? I do think
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Best earlier today had a very productive conversation. I think that it a lot of these conversations do come with some hesitation and some pushback, because there's a lot of worlds mending together.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for you guys to be
Yes.
speaking from the book that y'all are speaking from, I don't have that book. That's not a book that I grew up reading. That's not a book that anybody put in front of me. That's just not an experience in life that I've had. But
Mm-hmm.
Right.
a lot of the values and a lot of the things that y'all stand on, I stand on as well. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Right.
Right.
we just have a different verbiage of how those things sound, but it seems
Right.
like these worlds are coming together to make sense together. And I
Right.
think these
So
these
tough.
conversations are what have to happen.
Can I ask him a question, Mo? Can I ask him
Sorry.
a question?
I just want to
I
say this.
agree. He's
Tough
spitting
guy,
now. He's spitting.
You're saying right, but you grew up like knowing the word, and you grew up in church. Stop playing. We know all the old school.
Okay, but this is the whole thing, Mo. You ain't listening to me
Saying
in
the other
totality.
night
Hold
on
on,
my
I don't want to lose the moment. I don't want to lose the moment. Let me just address 100 watts. 100 watts, let me ask you a question, right?
Mhm.
If you didn't know me, you never seen me 2020, and what state you live in?
Right now, I'm in Virginia.
Okay, cool. You're not that far. So it's about 4 o'clock in the morning. You sleeping with wifey, and I come knocking at your door. 4 o'clock in the morning. You letting me in?
At 4 o'clock in the morning.
And don't know me at all, too.
Hell no.
Ooh, nah, probably not.
Why? Why are you not letting me in?
Because I know what I got in my house, and my little girls are more important than whatever you got going on. I ain't gonna
Okay.
lie to you.
Give me another reason. Why are you not letting me in?
Why are you at my door at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Why are you not letting me in?
Because I have something in my house that I'm protecting, and I don't know you or what you're bringing
There
in
you
my
go.
house.
There you go. Because you don't know me. You don't know what I'm capable of. You don't know if I'm here to give or take.
Mm.
Now, here's the point of me saying that, okay? When you get to Christ's door, you don't know him. He ain't letting you in.
Oh mercy.
So, although a lot of people may be good people, right? Christ's going to tell you how to know you. See, being a good father, how does that benefit Jesus? It doesn't. Being a good husband, it doesn't benefit Jesus. Being a good wife, it doesn't. But if you allow him to rule your life, automatically you become a good husband, good father, good mother, good wife. Because again, people are trying to cut that
No, it's the
understanding.
principles.
They cut that
Yeah,
off.
but
I
So,
completely
no, I
understand that
think
because
people
so the
pick and
point,
choose
point
just like anybody else, though. That's
hold on,
people pick and choose because
Todd,
you said it
Todd,
right. No,
hold on 1 second.
all
Now, I
right, I
promise you
won't
can
say
answer the
nothing.
call.
Go ahead, man.
I'm just trying to build with 100 watts. You have been very fortunate to have the principles of the book instilled in you, right? And I'm sure you do that with your family, which is an awesome thing. Now we have to come. That's like you getting. That's like your grandchildren reaping the benefits of what you foundationally set up, but they don't know you set it up. Does that make sense?
okay.
So, although you have the foundation of what integrity, character, and all these things are, what a good father, good husband would be, now we have to complete the set. You got all of the chess pieces except the king. Now we got to get you that king piece. And at the end of the day, the only thing that I can do is just present it to you. You have to walk through that door willingly. So I'm glad that you made that statement. These conversations need to be had. And when they start grafting more together, they'll start to see. Because here's the thing, I can get off this live and the father called me tomorrow or call me at 5:48. You dig? At the end of the day, did you know him? That's what matters. You wouldn't let me in your house because you didn't know Bolo. That's the brass tacks of it. You didn't know me. Jesus says, if you don't know me, I ain't letting you in. Shouldn't we know the maker of the universe? Shouldn't we have a personal relationship with him? This is the point, right? Because at the end of the day, there's a certain decorum that we have to move in to have a relationship. For me to be the brother to 100 watts, there's a certain type of man I need to be, correct? I can't just be a dude off the chain. There's a certain type
But
of man I need.
Bono, in the Bible, there was plenty of people that was off the chain that God worked through. He even talked through an ass. So I don't understand what you're talking about.
All right, dog. Mo, do me a favor, please. Mute him, please. 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 So the point that's being made is that I can't rock with 100 watts if we don't have the same type of character. Doesn't have to be the same, but the same type of fundamental understandings of what a man is supposed to be. I can't rock with you. Would you agree to that?
Agree.
That's the point. So at the end of the day, the father says, hey, man, you got to know me. You got to know me. You got to spend time with me. You got to understand me. You got to have a personal relationship with me. We can't do it outside of that. Now, to what Tough Guy said, yes, the Lord is going to use broken people to
Absolutely.
heal people. Why? Because Christ tells you, I'm a doctor. I'm coming for those that need healing, not for those that are healed. For those that don't need me, I ain't coming back for you. But for those that need me, those are the people I'm coming back to. I'm coming back for the commoners, man. I'm coming
They
back
don't,
for the sick. I'm
they
coming
don't
back
stay
for
broke.
those that are ridiculed, for those that are bullied, for those that have been molested, for those that have been beat down. Come back for them. That's what I'm coming back for. Because they know that this world, there's something better. This ain't living, my G. Marvin Gaye said it. This ain't living. This isn't. But Christ promises something better. But what does he say? You have to lose your life to gain it. You have to
Come
lose your life to gain it. So I give up my life. This is what I'm doing with you dudes. I should be sleeping, man. I'm 53 years old this year, Lord willing. I get tired quick. You know, I'm not young like you. You look young. You look like you in your late 30s.
33.
Oh man, you're a young man, son. If I was a lion, I'd be kicking you out because you be wanting to take my spot. You know what I'm saying? So, but what gives me the strength to do this is to see that look on your face, that look that you got right there. That's what gives me the strength to do it. The one that Sweatbread has, the questions that's asked, and then they sit there and go, "I like that answer." Now, again, you may not agree. I don't expect you to agree. You dig what I'm saying? What I expect and what I hope is that you marinate on it and it sparks a thought process. That's all I need. I did my job. At the end of the day, the Lord man planteth, man watereth, but it's God that gives the increase. I can't save you.
on, bro.
I can't convert you. The only thing I do is study well enough, try my best to be articulate enough, try to be well-rounded enough to be able to speak to anyone that I come into contact with and be able to take this information and give it to a brother like you. Give it to a brother like 84. Give it to a brother like Tough Guy. Give it to a brother like Brown, or give it to a brother like Brett. And all of you guys are different guys. Some of you are more articulate than others. Some of you are street cats. Some of you are from, blue collar. I have to be able to make myself a chameleon to give it to you that it's palatable for you to take it. So that's why I have to open up books and read it. Read the Talmud. Read all these different books. Read all of the Bible. Read this. Read that. You think I want to do all that? No. But the Lord tells me to be efficient. You have to. If you're going to do this, you have to. I tolerate your nonsense all day, every day. Tolerate mine. Okay. That's what you asked me to do. You saved my life. I will. Your wish is my command. And that's called submission. And that's what a lot of these men are missing. You don't know what submission is. You can't take care of submission if you yourself are not submitted.
Ooh,
You can't. I can't value a woman's submission if I'm not submitted to God.
bro, come on, man.
That's real.
Start spitting, man.
So that's what it is, bro. So again, I hope that you come, and we're starting a men's class. Soon we're starting a men's class where it's going to be men teaching men to deal with men, older men dealing with the younger and older, and some older men also, because we talk about it, right? All of us have these conversations. No one comes up with the solution. No one says, well, how do I become a man? You tell me be one. How do I become one? Well, we're going to show you through the word. We're going to take our experiences. And again, remember, we may not be exactly the same. The point is not taking exactly my experience. The point of the matter is taking my knowledge and applying it to you and growing on top of it. That's what it's about. That's the importance. I might tie my shoelace a certain way, but if I show you how to tie your shoelace, you might find a better way of doing it. But if I didn't show you how to tie your shoelace, guess what? You wouldn't have found that better way of making it happen. That's the
Mm.
Doesn't the Bible say, how can two men walk in the same path and disagree?
Yes, they agree.
Absolutely. I'll give you an example of what I mean, right? Of what the scripture says. And you're 100% Brown. You ever heard the saying, 100 watts, that it's easier for a camel to get into the eye of a needle than it is for a man to get into the kingdom? You ever heard that saying before?
I have not.
Okay. Brown, have you ever heard that saying before? It's a
Rich
scripture.
young ruler, man, of course. Absolutely.
Okay. 84, have you ever heard that?
You already know, Bolo.
I know.
You already.
I know Tough Guy heard it, and I know Sweatbird heard it.
I sure did.
Now watch this. Brown, do you know what that means?
Of course.
Talk to me.
So pretty much the rich young ruler was asked, how can I get into the kingdom of heaven? And Jesus said, okay. He looked at his heart and said, sell all that you have and come follow me. And he realized that the amount of commitment and the amount of sacrifice it is to take to die to self. And he was not willing to make that sacrifice. It's as simple as that. And so at the end of the day, when men have a lot of things, it's hard for them to give up because they work so hard for it. So, at the end of the day, it's hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom because it's hard for him to sacrifice that. If Jesus says, hey, give it up and follow me.
Okay. Let's take
That's
it
what I
deep.
take.
No, let's take it deeper because you're not wrong. When he says that it's easier for a camel to get into the eye of a needle, right? We have to understand what Christ was talking about. When people talk about that, people actually think that it really means a needle. It doesn't mean that. Mo, can you do me a favor? Can you share my screen? Hold on one second. I hit the wrong button.
So you're about to try to explain this, but this is what I was trying to say: is how people have their own perception on how the word is. This, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're about to tell us what you think your perception on it, but
No, I'm going to tell you what. No,
somebody
I'm not.
else might have
Let's
a
do a
different
study, and it's
I'm,
perception
and
on
I'm
it.
you
not.
understand
I'm
like
not telling you what I think. I'm going to
and
tell you.
it's through the Holy Spirit too.
And
And
this is the
study the
problem. The
word.
problem is you think that I'm giving you my perspective on it. No, I'm giving you scripture, brother. Okay. So can you share that screen, please? You see it, Mo?
Can you agree that's where the dominations come from, though, right? Because
Well,
there's
I
only
mean,
one Bible, but
right,
there's
people
many
get the Bible
denominations.
backwards.
I don't
So
want this to turn into like
right,
just a
yeah, it's
continuous
not. So
debate.
what happened? When it says that the eye of the needle, right? Remember, kingdoms closed, brother. Kingdoms didn't stay open 24 hours a day. They closed. In the big doors closed, but there was still things going on 24 hours a day. People going in and out. Now you see this little door right here? You see that door? That's called the eye of the needle. This little door. This is the bigger door. So as you see this camel, right? He has all his stuff on him. Now this camel cannot get through that door. It has to be stripped down and it has to kneel to get into that door. So when the scriptures talk about that it is easier for a camel to get into the eye of a needle than it is a man to
Did I
get.
drop that?
I dropped it.
Oh, okay.
The what is the significance in a man not being able to get into the kingdom? Humility, submission, because that camel has to get on his knees to get through that door. He has to, like what Brown said, he has to strip himself of everything and get on his knees to walk through that door. And that's what a prideful man won't do. So that's why it's important to be well learned. That's why it's important to understand the word, not through traditions of men, through watching movies or hearing a pastor and you not understanding what he's saying, but you're going to take his word for it. No, it's you actually going and saying, okay, okay, I understand it. Pastors are teaching you that it's a little needle that a big damn camel that big can get through a needle, and that's not what Christ was talking about. So that's why we say we have to lead by example. It's not easy, but we have to lead by example. We have to give the word. We have to be learned men. You don't want your wife going to another dude to get information from. You want her to come to you. This is why it says a wife should learn from her husband at home. You didn't want him going to no other dude to learn, because that information, when she starts to allow a man to penetrate her spirit, imagine you arguing with your wife and she said, well, that's not what John said.
Mm.
I'm like, what the heck? What? So that's why it was compartmentalized. There's a method to God's madness. So the same way, me as the progenitor, and I want my children, grandchildren to understand what I laid, how much more God, creator of the universe, the one that wakes you up every day, the one that keeps gravity together, the one that keeps us
Right.
with air, how much more him? And bigger than that, he came down here and died for you. And his death was wicked. And you know what bugs me out? 100 watts. What bugs me out is people will say, well, how can I worship a God that allow innocent people to die, innocent children to die, and things of that nature? Here's the crazy thing to that, and here's the response I'll give. Man is born into sin and shaped into iniquity, right? We're shaped in our iniquity. So there is no man innocent. There is no baby innocent. There is no woman innocent. But the one innocent man, which was Jesus, you know who killed him? Man.
Come on.
Man killed him. So the one innocent dude that walked the earth, man killed him. How dare
Right.
we? How dare we say, I'm not going to worship a God that allows children to die?
Mm.
See, the hypocrisy. That's why the good of man is not good. It's not good at all. At all. And that's why we do what we do. Because men are suffering in silence, man. Brothers are taking their lives, my G. Brothers are taking their lives. And when I say brothers, I just don't mean black. Men are taking their lives because they feel there's no place to talk. There's no place to go to. I can't talk to nobody. For the 4 years that you've been following me, have my message ever changed?
Not once.
That's what this is about. Consistency. Now, again, that doesn't mean that I don't sin. It doesn't mean that I don't fall. I'm the chief of sinners, dog. Don't get it twisted. Okay? It's about what your fruit bears. What your fruit bears. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what this is about. Introducing you to Christ. Now, what you do with that information on the Watts, that's on you. But I will tell you this. There's nothing like having Christ rule over your life, my G.
Come on.
You know what it feels like? You ever go into a place where you're lost and you're driving and you got that GPS telling you what to do? Don't you feel like a sense of of security when that GPS is telling you turn left, turn right, turn left, turn right?
I sure do.
And then when that GPS shut off and says recalculating and you still on the highway, you feel naked, right?
Yeah, I'm like, I'm lost.
That's what it's like having Jesus run your life. When you have him running your life and he's rulership over your life, it's the GPS telling you what to do. Go left, go right, go up, go down. That's what it's like. So I know I'm long-winded and I apologize for that. But
No, you're
No,
good.
but
I'm, I'm
it was
receiving what
really
you're saying.
good.
what'd
Thank
you
you.
say, 100 watts, my brother?
No, I'm saying I'm receiving what you're saying.
And
I'm
I
receiving
appreciate
it.
I
And may I
appreciate
add to that, brother? Like you said,
yes, sir.
then your GPS go out, then you need all that word of wisdom and knowledge, like your spirit man, because sometimes you're like, man, should I take that road because my GPS ain't working? So I got to go by instinct. I got to go by God instinct, what I've been taught in the Word. So you
There
got
you
to use
go.
what you've been learned. Because
And
I'm a trucker.
and
That's
that's
why I
what's
said that.
important. And here's the thing too, right? When you get lost, what do people tend to do? They tend to keep driving. They tend to do such and such. You know what I tell my children? If you ever get lost, stay where you at.
Mm-hmm.
Let me find you, because you're
That's
only
what
going to make
my
the
dad told
situation
me.
worse. You
Mm-hmm.
trying to find me and I'm trying to find you, and you're going, stay where you're at. So
He always,
when your
yes.
GPS goes off, pull over to the side of the road and
Mm-hmm.
recalibrate your GPS so that you don't just drive around aimlessly. We tend to drive around aimlessly when we've lost connection with God. And I
Mm-hmm.
want you to hear my words. When we lost connection to God, God don't never lose connection to us.
Come on.
We choose to lose connection to him, and we choose to walk around. And then what do we do as children? We come back after the world, beat our behinds. I'm ready, Lord, like a child. You want to go out and ride the bike without the help or the helmet? Go ahead and go.
Oh, that's the prodigal son right there, man.
Absolutely.
Come on.
When they bust their ass, what do they come back? Daddy, 100 watts. And you sit there, okay. So you ready to learn now? Yes. Okay, let's go.
Got to get humbled.
We got to get humbled, man.
Mm-hmm.
Humility is the connection to divinity. You cannot serve
I
Christ if you
said
don't
that
have
earlier.
humility, dog. You cannot. You
Mm-hmm.
cannot. This is why the Lord tells you come as a child. A child knows nothing. A child knows nothing. I don't know anything. All I'm giving you is information that was given to me by the God. I'm not deep at all, dog. I promise you I'm not. I'm not. I'm just giving you what God gave me to give to you. So I take no props for it. It goes to him.
That's you, right? 84?
Yes, ma'am.
84?
Man,
Yes, ma'am. That's me.
everything you said got game in it too, man. 'Cause that's what be
There
happening with
you
these.
go.
My man, you know the
They
one thing
always come back, nigga. I'm just saying, nigga.
God because he's on track. Whatever he's focused on, that's what he's focused on. He
Right.
ain't moving from other focus.
Mhm. Pins and Taylors. That's it.
But you know, we've been doing this for 5 hours and 45 minutes, Mo. I don't know if you want to continue going on.
Hey, now you finally knew it. See, you heard him. He said I'm on track. Yeah,
I
he
didn't hear
knows
you, young
what
man.
it is.
Go ahead, Riaz. You was gonna say something?
I was gonna say, but think of it like this. Imagine your heart is like fire or light, basically. And the metaphor, imagine your heart is like light, and basically God put light in your heart. Though. The light will increase or decrease depending on your deeds. The more and more bad you do, the more and more less the light dims. So, the more and more it dims, when the light is gone, your connection to God is gone. Though. Because yes, God will forgive all sins except the one sin. He will never forgive idolatry. Idolatry is the one sin that will never be forgiven. I ain't judging, no. I ain't, you know what I mean? No. And it's like, that's just how it is. I'm just using the analogy of light, or think of it like there's a black mark in your heart. The more and more that black mark spreads, the more and more your connection to God is gone. So basically, it increases or decreases depending on your deeds. The more good you do, the more the light increases. The more bad you do, the more it decreases, though. So basically, and you actually brought that type of example as well, how, we lose connection to God and God don't lose connection to us. That is true, though. We basically need God. God don't need us, though, you know? So
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to build upon what you were saying about that, the connection to God thing. So that's the metaphor I use. Either it's the black heart or fire in your heart or the light. These
Nice.
three
Yeah.
metaphors are your connection to God.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Dragonfly. Thank you for tuning in. That was very
Dragonfly Joe.
good. Yeah, that was really
Look,
good.
Yeah.
but you asked me a question earlier, Mo. You asked me a question. I want to answer it.
Is it about pimping?
You said no. You asked me. You said if I grew up in church and I know better, why do I choose this?
No, I didn't say
That's
that.
what you asked.
It was because
What is
remember
that?
you was saying I didn't grow up with a Bible. I didn't grow up in the church, and you was like, right, right. My question was, why are you saying right when you grew up in church and you know the word? That's all I was saying.
Because okay, I'm saying right because I did grow up with that, but I also grew up in the church. So you have to understand, my stepfather was a pastor. Okay, so. when it comes to like
No,
church and
I
shit
was
like
just
that.
saying he was
I
speaking from
know
the
how
standpoint of
church is a
no,
business.
you going off subject though, tough God. He was
No, that's
saying
not off
he,
subject
let me finish. He was saying he didn't have any experience in regards to the Bible or church
I'm
as a
saying
whole.
I have a lot of experience.
Saying
I have
right.
a lot of experience
So my question was, why are you in agreement as if that was your same experience? That's all I was saying. When you grew up pretty much under the word, that was
because
it.
I grew up in the streets too. Because I grew up, I got a
Right, but you
jaded
still
way of
know
thinking.
the word.
Yes, but I also grew up with a lot of other stuff too. And I like you said, like he just said, we live here in the America, the flesh, the capitalist country.
Mm-hmm.
We got to survive every day. Like, uh, I love God. You know what I'm saying? And He comes through for me. But I got to make money.
What is that?
So I mean,
Get it.
that means drums don't always pay my bills. Yeah, I'd like to be able to do
So why
that,
don't
but
you just
that's
go
not
get a
how I
nine to
grew up.
five?
I grew up in the streets. That's what
Why
I
don't you
know.
just
So
go get a nine to five
I
and do
try
an
to do better
job
because I've done that
instead of
corporate
the
shit and
street?
that shit. I told y'all about that. I had a
It's
corporate
safer
job.
than the streets, though, is what I'm saying. And you have your daughter
I
to.
know that. That's why I tried that and that it didn't work out. And I busted my ass. And that's what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to say is this: look, instead of working for other people, I just work. I do shit for myself, and and people may not agree with everything that I do, but I try to do it with integrity. I try to do it with understanding that I have a daughter. I try to understand life in a different facet than maybe you would,
It
but
just
you have
sounds
to
like you have
understand
a
that
contradiction.
people are going to do it no matter what, right? And
I
so
get
there should be individuals in that type of capacity of life, that in that lifestyle that has some type of integrity, some type of substance, instead of just doing shit any kind of way.
it
There is
just sounds like
rules
a
But do
to
they
contradiction.
have
things.
faith?
That is all I'm
Because
saying.
on one hand, you're promoting like getting
No, I'm
in,
not promoting
getting
it.
in the
No, it's
streets,
not a
and
promotion.
then now you're
It's
talking
not
about it.
cool. It's not promotion. That's not what I'm saying.
But I hear you.
I'm just saying that's what it is. That's how I grew up. I have a lot of different ways of thinking about things because, like I said, that was in my household, a church, and having to go to church every day,
Mm-hmm.
and then also being in the streets because, you homeless, what I'm saying, because you helping other motherfuckers and feeding other families and shit, but what I'm saying, your family fucked up.
Watch your
You know what I'm
language.
saying?
You several
Well, excuse
times.
me, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I'm just
But at
saying.
the end of the day, I have a lot of different ways of thinking about what y'all talk about because I have my own experiences with it.
I think we all do. But I hear you.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm different, and that's why.
Everybody is.
Yeah. So you might not agree with what I'm saying, but I have substance in what I'm saying.
Okay.
So that's it. But that's just want to answer your question. But a lot of the shit that dude was saying, I agree with a little bit of it. I don't really, agree with a man 100% anyway. You know what I'm saying? I got my own way of thinking as a
That's
man.
not what,
But
yeah, focus
he
of the lie.
definitely got some good points.
It doesn't sound like submission, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it wasn't to like convince the people that don't believe to believe. It was simply to shed light on mental health and the importance of having God at the center to help you uproot the trauma. It wasn't about
Hmm.
us trying to convince anybody to agree.
And understand, God doesn't want to be number one in your life. People keep thinking God wants to be number one. He wants to be the center.
Right.
And that's the difference. The center means that he's involved in everything that you do. Period.
I say that all the time.
That's
And
it,
y'all don't agree with that, but it's okay. I don't.
Are
It's
you
all good.
serious?
You don't have to agree with me
Why are you
having
making
the
it?
God in the center of my pimping, nigga. It's all good, nigga. Shit, I don't give a
Nobody
fuck.
said.
Anybody say, man.
Sorry,
Okay,
sorry, 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 sorry. I was just about to say this quickly, but
hold
I
on,
raised it.
hold on.
Yeah,
That's so stupid.
yeah,
yeah, you can't make this up.
You can't.
yeah.
You
You can't.
My man said, God is the center of my pimping. Wow.
That's
Oh,
right.
Elise,
Because you don't
can't.
know what that. You don't know what that means to me.
I
That
don't know.
might
No,
mean something
I
else to
understand. No,
you.
no, no. Listen, I understand street talk and
No,
street
you
terminology.
don't. No, but you don't get it though. It's all good
Okay.
though.
We're
not
not
It's
trying
the way
to.
she think. I'm talking to Mo because
Oh, oh, oh,
Mo
oh.
takes it
Yeah,
her
I'm
own
not trying
way.
to. I'm not trying to
She
make
don't
sense.
understand what I'm saying.
Let me drop you for a second. I'm not trying to make sense of God is the center of my pimping. There's
Word.
no way that you're going to convince me that that makes sense.
And, and,
I'm
and,
not going to even try to comprehend that.
and you know what that goes to show? And this is something that is important, right? The respect that you have.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I understand that we all
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you
we
don't
all
get down and
fruit,
rock with God
but
like that
there's a certain
and don't
respect.
have a certain amount of respect, then
Yeah,
that's fine.
there's a
This ain't the channel
decorum.
for you. I
There's a
don't troll
decorum
about
that
God on
you
my
have.
channel. It
There's a
offends me.
there's a decorum that you have. You don't mention pimping in God unless it's you correcting something pertaining to pimping. You don't say God understands my pimping or however
Is
you.
it you, sweat bread? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta make sure.
You know, so there's just a certain type of respect, and it's like if I know that 100 watts don't like the N word being said around it, out of
Mhm.
respect, I'm not going to
You're
say it.
not gonna say it like 50 more times after he asks you
You
not
know, it's just a certain decorum.
to. Right.
You know, if he says to me, "Oh, Bola, I don't like when you use the N word, especially you in my house. Can you not use it? You know, I want my son or my daughter here."
Yeah. And then like it's a lot of stuff I've excused tonight. Shout out to you, tough guy. I'll bring you back up in a second. Like the blasphemy against God, after I asked you to stop cussing, you continue to regurgitate some of the words I asked you not to, specifically BNH, MFF. Like, I don't understand. And then you say, that's why I rock with your sister more. People been playing that game for years. Okay, go over there. I rock. That's my sister. I love her. I understand that my platform not for everybody, but what you not gonna do is come over here and continue to troll. Now I understand that you may have a different perspective. You can express that. Just do it respectfully. That's all I ask. But you being 40 years old, acting like this, it's ridiculous. Like, how much attention do you need? I don't get it. This was a serious conversation that got completely derailed.
I don't see how it got derailed. I think everybody understood everything he was saying.
God is the center of my pimping. It's just all the little trolling. You admitted 2 hours ago you was trolling too. It's just I wasn't with it being like the last day. I was gonna focus on men's mental health. I wasn't trying to
But
troll,
that's
and is what I'm
but
saying.
that word to you is the trigger. That's why I said it like that. But at the
I
end of
just
the day,
think it's just
to
ignorant.
me, it means something
I'm just
different.
trying.
But
I
that's what
get
I'm
it. I'm
saying
not
though. You don't know what it means
a
to me. That's what I'm saying.
listen. I don't care. This is not the platform for that. Is what I'm telling you. I don't care.
Mercy.
And the word is not a trigger. The word is just ignorant to me. There's a difference.
If he was to say that God is the center of his essence, would that make a difference?
I think it's the terminology. There are certain words. There are certain people that garner a certain type of respect in terminology, word terminology, right? So if he prefaced it that way, then absolutely that's better. You know, there's I'm not going to come to your crib and say, and say something that, although it's street and we know what it is, on top of the respect that I'm trying to give you.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're talking about God, and the one thing God don't like to be played with is His name. Don't play with His name. I'd rather you cuss
Mm-hmm.
Bolo out, cuss me out, make fun of me. The one thing I don't want you to do is make fun of Him. And you can make a mistake. You could just be like earnestly and honestly making that statement. People have died for less.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, this is not playing with God. Like I said,
No, I'm not
check this
saying
out.
you are. I'm not
No, wait, wait,
saying
wait. I don't play with God. Let me tell you this. Let me real quick, real quick. Let me say this. I am saying there is mercies of God. By the mercies of God, even if you're doing some outside of the will of God, that you're okay. I know that. You feel me? That's why I say I would say something like that because God would be looking out for me, and I know that,
can I ask you a
and He
question?
don't have to.
Can you
He
You
had mercy
said,
on
you
me.
said,
can I
you
ask you a
said
question?
God is the center of my pimping. We're not gonna
Like
try
you
to make
said, people have been in trouble, gotten in a lot of bad situations for less.
Let
Okay,
me ask you a question. Let me
and I'm
ask you a
not
question.
saying that I'm so smart, and I'm not saying that I got it all together, nothing like that. Like I said, by the mercies of God, I appreciate what
What's
God does in my life.
what's do you know the difference between mercy and grace?
Mm.
Well, maybe it's grace then.
Do
I don't know.
you
Whatever you want to say. I say
I'm
it's
asking
mercy.
okay, what's mercy? That's what I'm asking you. Because you're using it.
I'm saying,
Make sure you know what it is. Do you know what mercy and grace is?
I'm saying both of those terms go hand in hand.
Absolutely. Can you tell me what those terms
Okay.
mean?
It means not excusing, but having a little bit of like compassion or empathy, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. So I was gonna say so
So
basically, but to me, so I was gonna say it quickly, but to me, like this is
no,
like
because
yes.
I think they were having a conversation.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Well, he
What
didn't
the?
say nothing. So I don't know. Maybe he was just trying to make me sound stupid
no,
because he
I would
just
never do
paused and didn't
that.
say nothing.
I would never do that, brother.
Okay,
I,
so then talk. What do you got
the,
to say? You've been talking all
Who's
night. You
not
was
trying
quiet.
to talk to folks? That's
so
crazy.
No, man, no, because I don't like when people be talking at me. Talk to me, nigga.
He has been
You
very
ain't better than
polite.
me.
Are
You
you
ain't better than
serious?
me. You ain't
Well,
better
you
than
must
me.
feel less than. Who said that?
so mercy. Let
No,
me tell
because
you.
I can hear how people talk. I ain't
Man, that
stupid.
sounds
So
like
mercy. So
insecurity.
mercy is
No, because you
God.
wouldn't talk to me like that in my face.
is-
It sounds
So,
like
uh,
insecurity, sir.
He's answering the question, man. Go ahead.
so mercy is God not giving us what we deserve. That's mercy. And grace is God giving us what we don't deserve.
Come on.
That's the difference. So the mercy, we deserve death, and He doesn't give it to us.
Well, that's
But
what I'm
grace,
saying.
okay,
Maybe I don't deserve it.
none of us deserve it, brother. It's not just
Okay, so
you.
that's why I said I'm
Right, but
not.
what?
I'm not lucky. I'm blessed, nigga.
But
I
here's
don't
the
know
thing.
why.
All right. So here's the thing. So do you think that because you said you don't know why, don't you think you should
No, I
try to?
don't.
Why? Okay. Don't you think you should try to find out why?
Well, I do. I do. I give God his like my mom always says that. I'm in
Forget your
church
mom.
probably more than you. I'm in
Listen,
church more than you, and I take that very serious when I play drums at church. I take that very serious,
brother.
actually.
You just gave me your mom's as a reference point. That's what you just did. Instead of you saying,
Well, I'm
I
not.
read it in the Bible,
I'm just
instead of you
speaking
saying, I
as
read
far
it,
as my
I
personal
know
life.
you are. I know. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is, you're a grown man now. Your mother shouldn't be a reference point to understanding who God is.
No, but my mother is a big part of why I know God because that is a lot of the reason why I actually have a relationship with
Let me
God
ask you a question.
because
Here's a
what?
rhetorical question. What if your mother got it wrong?
And that can only carry you so far. It has to
No,
be personal.
but right, that's a good point, Mo. But
But
what if
I
your
just said that I have my own personal relationship with
okay?
God.
So then you shouldn't even bring your mother into it. It should be your personal relationship with God.
Come on.
It shouldn't have you. You shouldn't have to bring your mother into
But
it anymore.
but this is the whole thing is y'all don't know me. She does, and she knows how I am, and she knows my
Listen,
life, nigga. Y'all don't.
here's the
But
thing.
we come here
You
alone.
don't
We
have
have
That
to
to.
is my best reference. That's my best reference. I
No, no,
don't
no, no, no.
understand what you
Here's,
trying to say,
listen,
homie.
we can only
let me
take
say
you
it.
so far. It
Let me
has to
say
be
it.
personal.
Let me say it to you so
I
that
told you I have you ain't listening.
I
This is
am
what I'm
listening to
saying.
you. So
Like
let me
everybody
say it.
got their own way of
Every
thinking, and y'all ain't hearing me.
I'm
You
not
ain't listening to nothing I just said.
I'm
Okay,
not
so
gonna
you
let
said
this go left again.
so. You
It's
said you have a
already
No, because he
person.
tried to play me with this little mama shit because I brought up my mother because
Why are
she
you taking
understands
it?
me and
he
Why?
understands
wants to derail the
my
show and
life.
make it about tough guys. That's
Why are
all.
you taking it personal, brother? I'm
No,
not.
he did. He
Man, he
did.
does it all the
Who did
time.
I did? I'm asking you a question in reference to.
Okay,
You
okay. So
said
we
you
talking about me, all right?
correct. You
So
said you
ask the
had a
question and
personal.
I'll answer it.
Okay, so what's your? How do you know you have a personal relationship with God?
Because I talk to him every day, just like I'm talking to you.
Okay. Do you open up His Word to talk to Him, or you just freestyle
Yes,
and
I
pray?
got a Bible right here, bro. I got a
I didn't
Bible
ask
right
you.
here.
So you open up the Word and read it and understand it and dissect it. Is that what you're telling me?
I I could do better.
What does that mean?
That means I could do better, just like
What
you
is it?
could.
Are you saying we all could do better? That's not the question I asked you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, well
But
I
that's
just
not the
told you.
question. But that's not the question I asked you. Why do you answer
Okay,
questions
what?
that you asked? Do you open
I
up
just
His
answered
Word?
your question. You don't like how I answered the
I
question.
know you didn't answer my question. If you would have gave me an answer to the
Okay,
question, here's my question
I
again.
gave you an answer. You
Do
didn't
you
like it.
open because it didn't answer the question?
You never
Do
answer
you
directly.
answer? Do you open up the word to understand it and rightly divide it?
I read it, but it's not as much as the comprehension that I would like. So it does take me. It does what you call not hesitant. It makes me hesitant to really do my due diligence because of the comprehension on certain things specifically. Because there's contradictions in the word.
Give me one contradiction.
Ooh.
Give me one.
Well, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff from
Give me
beginning
one.
to
I'm not
end the
asking
New
for a lot.
Testament.
Give me,
There's also scriptures that have been torn out.
give
The
me
King
one.
James version, but I
Man,
mean, no, there's a
ooh,
lot of shit. No, I'm not gonna do this with you. We've been talking about this all night.
But you made the claim, tough
You
guy.
made a claim.
You made the
Exactly.
It doesn't
claim.
matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Give me
matter.
Oh.
one contradiction. You said that there's many, and then you preface books being taken out, and I'm asking you for one contradiction. Give me
So
one.
is there not a book? Is there not a book of
Can
Enoch?
you give one of the contradictions
I'm
that you
asking you
speak
to give
about?
me a
Is there
contradiction.
a book of Enoch? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What
Where's
the
the
hell does that have to do with
contradiction?
it? There's a
We
lot
know
of
that they
Okay,
did it.
is that in the
But
King James version? Is that in the King James version? Is that in the
no,
King James version? Thank
no,
you.
it's not. How is that a
Okay,
contradiction? Do you know what contradiction mean?
because
Right. We know that they took that out. We know
Do
what
you
they
know
did
what
when they
yeah,
came
do
to
you know what
Garcia.
contradiction mean?
We understand that.
means when
Contradiction
somebody says one thing and does another.
no.
Don't put in
Contradiction
my
means
chat
one
trolling
thing.
kills. Hey, how are you?
Contradiction means one thing is being said and then something else is being said against it, or whatever that thing that was said is totally different. That's contradiction. You're talking about a hypocrite when someone says something and then do the other. Contradiction means I told you blue in one story and then the same story I told you green. That's a
Okay, well
contradiction.
then a lot of shit is hypocritical. Excuse me, wrong word.
Okay, cool, cool. We make mistakes. Give me one thing that's hypocritical in the scripture.
Like I said earlier, God uses a lot of people, but there's this whole thing where you got to be this way, you got to be that way, and everybody wants to judge everybody instead of having their own relationship with God.
Where's the contradiction in the word? Is the question
Can
when
you
it
prove
comes to
that through
the
scripture?
scriptures. What scripture? What scriptures can you tie together to show the contradiction or the hypocrisy?
what he showed, basically what he said was the hypocrisy of man, how men judge each other. And Christ tells you, don't judge, judge not lest ye be judged.
Oh no.
Right, but he was saying in the word though. So I'm trying to figure
That's,
out where is it in
That
the
is in the
scripture?
word, is it not?
no, not
You're
what you
saying
just said.
according to man, what we as humans do. What in the scriptures are you finding that to be contradictive? Because I've heard people say that. I just want you to give me an example if you can.
Well, y'all put me on the spot like a motherfucker, man, because I got my own fucking
Blame,
situation when
man.
it comes to my own spiritual life, man.
You
Straight up,
say you
man. I
didn't
don't
know.
appreciate that.
Okay.
Fuck that shit, man.
Don't be
I
talking
got my
like
own
that.
personal relationship with God, and
You
y'all
keep
ain't about to make me feel
No,
any type of
I'm not gonna keep arguing
I'm
with you.
not trying to make you. I'm
You
not,
brought that up, sir.
brother. Listen, the last thing that I would want to do is make you feel inadequate or trying to disrespect you. That's the last thing that I would want to do. What I am trying to do, and I'll be direct 100% because I believe straight talk gives you straight understanding. I'm trying to save your life, dog.
Hmm.
That's what I'm trying to
We
do.
also have to understand some people are just who they are,
Absolutely.
and
But
we gotta leave them to the Lord.
yeah,
So,
exactly. But you know what, Mo? I still got to do my due diligence to make sure that I can wipe my
absolutely,
hands clean and say, Lord, I did my best.
you
Right.
did. You're right. You're absolutely right.
So
Yeah.
when you say that there are contradictions or hypocrisy, I'm going to ask you, show me one. I can't accuse 100 watts of doing something. Then he said, well, Bolo, tell me when I did it. Well, I don't remember. Well, then how are you going to accuse me of something?
Uh-huh.
And again, it's not me trying to ridicule you. What I'm trying to tell you
it's
is
mostly with men. You're right. It's mostly
what
with men.
I'm trying
It's a
to tell
yes.
you, what
I
I'm
get what
trying to
you're trying to
show
say.
you, tough guy. What I'm trying to show you
That's
is
why I keep dropping you from the
this.
stage.
What I'm trying to show you, tough guys, this, bro, that a lot of us think, and I'm putting myself in it. A lot of us think that we got the 100% of it, and we don't
At all.
at all, my G.
Nobody.
I
So
never said that I did. Hey
I
man,
didn't
I'm used
say
to
you did. I didn't say
five
you did.
people coming against me at once, man. I told you I'll take the blame, man. I'm used
Tough
to
guy,
this.
tough
Ain't
guy.
nothing to
Listen,
me.
I don't want to
Ain't
come
nothing to
at you.
me.
You think you're
Y'all can
I
all
don't,
be
too
against me.
good,
tough
respectfully.
guy. I
You
don't.
think you're more important than like it's everything is not personal towards you. We're only maybe addressing the things that you're sharing that we're not in agreement with. And it's okay for us to not agree with one another. It doesn't have to turn into this long drawn out drama.
In the
That's
last,
what I do up here. We disagree all the time. I think it was a few weeks ago. It was me, Bolo, Freezy, Vaughn, all of us. But at the end of the day, we ended that conversation in love because everybody's we're all on the same path, like trying to gain understanding.
But that's what I don't understand is
I
y'all
don't
might
get that
not
from
agree
you.
with my lifestyle, but
I don't
everybody
get that
does
from
something.
you. I don't get that from you. You come up here and you troll every time. It's
But
not genuine.
everybody does
You
something.
even admitted
But
that.
everybody wants to hate on what I talk about. That's what I'm
Hate.
saying.
here's
You
the
think
thing,
somebody hating?
tough guy, tough guy,
It's the delusion for me.
It's a
tough,
trigger. It's a
It's
y'all get triggered off the pimping word. I swear, off the pimp, off
tough.
the
Listen, we're
y'all
off.
have a fucked
We
up
don't
way of
care.
thinking about it and everything. Like
We
Tough,
y'all
found
do, you
more.
tough guy.
do,
Listen,
We
tough guy,
found
you
better
do
ways
care.
to
You
make
care.
money.
You
We
tough
don't
can't
guy,
have
lie and say you don't
it's
care when the
ones.
tough
game
guy,
is omnipresent.
Okay, so you gonna
tough guy. What I'm saying to you is this, because your microphone is crazy. You got a hella fine microphone, brother.
yeah, that's why I keep
Your
dropping him.
microphone is
He's so
crazy, dog.
disrespectful. Like I'm tired of being talked over. I'm the only woman up here.
Yeah,
Wait a second. It's ridiculous, tough guy. Like, please, this will never ever happen again on my show.
You know,
Ever.
I've learned a lot though. I
I'm
really
letting you
did. I've
talk to
learned a
him,
lot.
Bolo, because I know you haven't.
please let me talk to him. He
I'm
I
has a
trying.
learned
hell
a
of
lot though.
he
I'm
has a
trying.
hell of a microphone. He has a hell of a microphone. But what I'm trying to say to you, tough guy, because I know you can hear me. What I'm trying to say to you, it's not to put you on the spot or ridicule you. I left my number in the private chat. I would love to have this conversation behind the chat and have this conversation. What I'm saying to you, my G, is you have to have your eyes on the word itself. right? Because I'll give you an example. I've talked to pastors that have been teaching the scriptures for 60 years that believe Adam and Eve ate an apple when the word doesn't say that. But they teach this in their church every Sunday. Now, you'll talk to elderly and they'll say, yeah, they ate an apple. And everyone in that church will have a Bible and a notepad. And nobody actually opens up the book to see if it was really an apple. That's the point that I'm trying to make to you. To get off the traditions of men and open up the word yourself and read it. That's the
I
point. Yeah,
thought
go ahead,
they,
100 watts.
I thought they ate an apple.
They did.
But they
They
said a
did.
fruit,
It said
right?
fruit. And that's
But
the point that I'm trying to say to you, that cats will just, but see, that's the tradition, right? And we don't know the difference between what's real in the word and what's tradition.
ooh,
What
brother
That's
we
why
Cotton,
do,
men don't go to church no more.
and so what we're
and brother,
trying to do, what we're doing, right?
eh,
What we're trying to do is we read a chapter of the Bible
It's a
every
bunch of
morning.
feminism going on.
Okay, 100 watts. We read a chapter in the Bible every morning, and we give the understanding to it. And then what we ask you to do is write down what we're reading and go study it and meditate on it yourself. Because again, like Mo has been saying for the last 2 hours, it's a personal relationship you need to have. You can't get in on the premise of my father. I can't get in on the premise of my father because he had a good relationship with God. God's gonna say, well, how come you didn't have a good relationship with me? How come you thought it was an apple when it wasn't? You have a phone, you could put every version of the Bible in on your phone, every language. But I guarantee you, if they were selling some J's or they were selling Gucci bags or they were selling PlayStation or something, you'd find it. You'd find it. How important is your salvation?
Mm,
How important is it?
come
That's
on.
what it boils down to. You can argue with Bolo all day. You can argue with me for another 5 hours. At the end of the day, I know where I'm going. I know who I'm serving. I know I can open up this word and rightly divide it. Can you? No, you can't. It just is what it is. It's not me saying
Man,
I'm
it's
better than
Satanists that can do the same thing you do, man. It's
you.
people out
Okay,
there that can
do me a favor, please,
recite the
Mo.
word back and forth
But God is the
and
one who
use it
puts up
and
with
Mute
use
him,
it and use it for
Mo.
and
Please.
use it for. Oh, now you want me to mute it? Okay.
Yes, yes, yeah, 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 yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Discernment
I want
discernment
you.
is key.
Yeah, I want you to mute because right now I'm talking to 100
Do
watts.
you want understand like when you're connected, it's so clear to see who playing games.
No,
So even if people know the word,
what
it
you know?
says try the spirit by the spirit. God will
Absolutely.
absolutely discern who is real.
Well, right now he's operating in his pride. You know what I'm saying? And again, you know, what our job is to save lives by pointing them to Christ. It's our job. My job isn't to try and ridicule you and say such and such. Listen, there's still a lot I got to learn. What I'm saying is, if you ask me what my relationship is with God, 100 watts, I'm not going to reference my mother or my father. Well, my father did a good job teaching me the script. Nah, dogs. I open up the word and read it myself. I have a personal relationship with him. I talk to him, we build, I pray, I do this, I do that. There's a specific way you need to pray. There's a specific way you need to talk to him. There's a specific way you need to walk. There's a specific way you need to talk.
Come on.
The Lord tells you no profanity should come out your mouth when you're talking about me. How many times has Mo said, yo, please with the profanity? So that goes to show,
That's
It's
because
just
that's not how I live. That's why.
it's
see, that you're
That's
not
excessive
not how I
living,
living.
live.
that
Doesn't
you're
sound
not,
like submission to
That's
that.
why.
but you're not supposed to be living for you. You're supposed to be living for
But I
God.
told you it was. But I told
But
you it
you
was the mercies of God. But this is the
but
whole
you
thing. I see God working in my life. You can say that all day.
I never said he didn't work in your life, brother. I never said he didn't work in your life.
So what
sugar.
the hell is you talking about?
I'll
This is
tell
what
you
this
again.
is okay. Let me drop you again. It ain't even the cussing, sir. It's the fact that I said, "Can you watch it a little bit?" I'm on my way to getting monetized, and then you make sure you repeat B's and H's and F bombs intentionally after I ask you to at least show some type of consideration.
And you know what hurts me, Mo? I'll tell you what hurts me, man. What pains me. Okay. Let me use that. What pains me is that cats get on women when they do the same thing.
That's what's so crazy.
Cats will cats will take women and run them through the grinder
But
when
let me tell you this though.
they
Like
get defensive,
I've been knowing Tough Guy for like 2 years, and I
right?
don't know what it is when I don't know, but he has a way of coming up like very aggressive, and I think a lot of it is for attention, to derail the show, to make it about him. Now I could be wrong, but this has happened so many times, and he knows the type of channel that I have. And I think people know by now how serious I am about mental health, you know. And I've actually had people come up here and share their testimonies. I take this portion of my show very seriously. So for him to come up here and just play, and we got people like really that have pondered self deletion. I have people in my family that have actually went through with the self deletion. Like I don't play about stuff like this. Like it's a time and a place. I always say that there are plenty of other channels where you can go. But if I'm having this moment and this show not for you, I get it. You don't have to be here. That's the thing. Like you can click off if you feel like this is not for you. I don't force anybody. I just post my link and say feel free to join the conversation. If not, I get it. Simple.
And you know what and again, like I said, what hurts me is that if women do what he's doing, cats run them through the grinder.
Mm-hmm.
Defensive, you're not listening, you ain't answering the questions, you know, you're this, you're that, and the third, or whatever the situation might be. We're just trying to have a conversation, but they'll run them into the grinder. We're no different, man. This is why the Lord says, judge not lest ye be judged. We do the same thing that they do, but we're quick to point the finger at them and
Mm-hmm.
not look in the mirror and look at ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And then we want to bring women into the conversation when we're talking about men. I don't understand.
Lady Navarro, he's still back here. I just don't want him to like just interrupt because when I talk, I can't be heard. His mic is on 1,000.
His mic is crazy. So I don't know what kind of mic he got. Probably a
So,
station
so
mic.
God,
But
I hope
but
you
brother,
stop interrupting.
but as you was going by what you were saying about the fruit and like you say about the apple, it's the
Right.
same thing they were saying. The same thing about the Trinity. The Bible doesn't say Trinity; it just said God the Father and Jesus,
Yeah,
and they were trying to trick me with that too.
but people assign it like that, right?
Yeah,
When you talk about
exactly.
the Father, Son, but it's not. But you have to understand, it's man's understanding of it. But he speaks about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He speaks about that. You dig what I'm saying? He doesn't call it the Trinity, but he speaks on it.
But they always say this. This is the Trinity. You need the Trinity.
But you can't get to the listen. You need the listen. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They're all one, my G. You can't get through anything without going through one of them. The
Mm-hmm.
Holy Spirit, the Holy Spirit is what connects you to Christ.
Come on.
And Christ is what connects you to God. Now, here's the crazy part about all of that. All of them are God. This is what trips me out. It's him. Listen, it's him. You ever heard the saying, if you want something done, you got to do it yourself? God didn't have to come down here and die, man. He didn't have to come down here and die. Not just die, but ridicule, whip, beat, maimed, stabbed, spit on. And then cats say, God knows me. God knows what I do. Oh, does he? Obviously, you haven't read Numbers chapter 10 where God killed Nadab and Abihu for
Come
just
on.
lighting incense.
Come on.
You didn't read that. And he didn't say anything to them. He killed them and then sent their uncle to go talk to their father and say, hey, listen, this is what God told me to tell you. Anybody that comes next to God, they have to honor him. This ain't about, he don't need you. God don't need me.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
We need him. God don't need gravity or air. We need it. So it mind boggles me.
Why would you think that I'm trying to say that? I'm not trying to say
You know
that.
this. conversation is way past you. You
Right.
keep thinking it's about you. It's not. It's
Okay.
just, do,
Well, y'all keep put. Oh,
oh, do
okay.
me a favor. You're gonna have to give me
So some of
access.
it's about me, and then some of it's not.
Nah, none of it's
Okay.
about you, my G. We're using you to teach other people. That's what we're doing.
That's a whole
Okay.
thing.
So you're using me. Okay.
Yes,
Okay. I
yes.
got you.
Right now we're using
Yeah.
you to
All
teach.
right.
Right. That's what we're doing right now because you don't want to
You
participate.
you ain't using me, dog. You keep
We
putting me in
are.
the back because y'all don't want to hear from me.
No, we don't.
It's
We don't.
cool.
So mute them up, Mo, please.
Exactly.
Please.
So don't try to use
Who
me if
turned
you
it
don't want to
down?
hear from me.
Okay. Okay. Oh, so then Mo, kick him off then. Boot him then.
It's that simple.
Okay, Mo, do me a favor, please. Can you
Mm-hmm.
boot him, please?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because you don't want to talk to me like a
Nah,
man.
nah, nah, no,
Yeah,
we
that's what
don't.
it
At
is,
this
homie.
point, you're
You a
right. At
punk
this
ass
point, you're
motherfucker,
right.
dog.
I am that. I'm all that, my G. I'm all that. I'm all
Not
that.
you still in the back, child. Let me
No,
beam
no,
you.
no. I'm all that. I'm not the one that was hurt when I was a child, and I'm up here
You
isolating
feel what I'm
myself from
saying?
everybody.
And then people don't even people
So,
will push you to throw little
He
slugs.
probably be angry at breakfast.
listen. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying. This is what's gonna have to happen, bro.
Why
You
people always like lead to that though? Like when you check them, they go try to hit below the belt.
He can't handle the truth.
because
It's
it's
really
not
that.
a listen. It's not about me trying to emasculate the dude because I've tried not.
Exactly. I
It,
know.
it's about him trying to understand that this goes beyond you, right? Because you got youngins listening to you, and that
Mm-hmm.
may more feel your kind of way of speaking than mine, which is cool. But what I'm trying to say to you is, when I asked you what your relationship with God was, you told me your mom's. Your mom's. You're grown. You sound like you 50. So you sound like you're about my age or older. And
And
you
cash
referencing
kids, you
your
got
mom.
more time. It has nothing to do with control.
And see, and that's how the enemy run. Nah, Cash
Yeah,
Kid.
we don't do but
It's not
you
about
have to know the
control
difference between control versus working together and being in alignment. There's a difference.
and order.
Exactly.
There's a big difference, dog. If we're trying to have a conversation and someone is derailing the conversation, and you see how many times she brought him up and down, it had to be about 6, 7 times.
Lady Nouveau, I normally have mods in here, but hey, it's all good. They probably in the bushes. Shout out to y'all.
When
Um,
she said,
my sister is asleep though. I know if my sister was awake, she
Young
would be.
Riaz is in he's in the chat. Young Riaz, I just seen him. But
Mm,
go ahead, Young Riaz.
mm. Okay, Pat. Anyways, quite a great young lady and so anyways, so pretty much relating to the title anyway. I was gonna say the past, to the present thing though. Yeah, so yeah, okay. No, that's it actually. It's like when I feel like sometimes though before I have a guilty conscience or something that if I did something a long time ago, I feel like I carry that though. Took me a while to actually learn to actually work through that and learn to let go of that mistake and stuff like that. Look, I know God can forgive and stuff like that, but also I'm the one who has to learn to let go because God's already forgiven me. It is me who has to let go of whatever I did wrong though in that time though. It's like 17 and stuff like that. 17 and stuff like that. I said something that I regret and basically I've had like a guilty conscience for that. And yeah, sometimes I might carry that here, there, but I've actually learned to let it go though. So I'm just relating it back to the title though. You know?
That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
And Cash Kid, no, it's not about me being in charge, my G. And this is the
He
problem.
done said a few things like
Yeah, no,
stop
it's okay. I'll
preaching.
address it. I'll address it.
Hold on real quick. If
Yeah.
you bothered, if it's too preachy or churchy for you, bye. I'm done apologizing and trying to make sense and cater to everybody. Bye.
Here's the thing, Cash Kid. The thing is this, right? We talk about order. We talk about men, being the leaders and being that and being this. But it seems like you dudes like organized confusion. It's like you. It seems like you cats like confusion, man. Like when you see order being implemented, it's a problem. Then he quotes a scripture that's
Oh God,
completely
you
wrong.
want
Honor your
attention so
father and
bad.
honor your
Anybody,
mother.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. You want
Yes,
attention so bad. First of all, nobody called him a prophet. You are just mad that he commands the room without having a big up himself. He gets respect through acknowledging God, and you're bothered by that. This don't have nothing to do with Bolo. This has everything to do with him promoting the word of the Lord. That's it. This ain't about ego over here. It ain't about views and taking our eyes off the Lord. We get derailed by some of these things, but no, that's not what it's about over here. And you're disappointed in me. Well, let me tell you this. Don't put your trust in me. I will fail you. I don't even want that type of pressure, sir. You came over here and hit my link. If it's not the channel for you, fine. Bye. Respectfully. And I'm trying not to block you.
so to Cash Cat, it's most channels why it's called Mo Love. Okay. However, we deal with, there's a certain type of respect that we deal with here in
It's
conversation.
amazing how I keep interrupting, but you already know me well enough now to know. I have to say this.
Go ahead.
Last week it was porn bombing, P bombing. This week is derailed again. Like any type of way. Like I always say, God know I'm trying to promote him. It is what it is. And it's gonna always be some type of distraction. I just gotta get to where I'm not really bothered by it. But yeah,
So
it's just
so
weird.
it is. It's like we say that we want something, and then when it's given, we don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
We get pissed off at it. We get angry at it, right? So again, it's not um, you know, Bolo trying to do this or do that. Nah, man, it's about instilling order, right? When you say the scripture says honor your mother, honor your father, absolutely the scripture says that. That wasn't the question that was asked of him. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? The question that was asked is, do you have a personal relationship with Christ? His response was, yeah, my mother taught me in such and such and such and such. And then when I said, how do you have a relationship? How do you know? He prefaced his mother again. And you're a grown man. You shouldn't be prefacing your mother. I didn't ask you about your past. I asked you, do you have one?
Exactly.
That's what it was. So what you should be saying is, yeah, I got one. Why? Because the word says this, I serve him, I meditate, I such and such and such, such and such and such and such. And then we can continue the conversation. But it's not, I'm not trying to get a gotcha moment. I'm not trying to attack. I'm not trying to do any of those things. I didn't call him out of his name at all.
Right. He did that when he got in his little feelings.
Yeah. And again, I don't take it personal. I get it. I don't take it personal. Anytime someone is questioned on something that they've been doing all their life and you're forced to question it, of course you're gonna get defensive with it,
Mm-hmm.
right? You said that, yeah, the Bible got all sorts of contradictions in it. Give me one. Um, there's hypocrisy in the Bible. Give me one. See, y'all got me on the spot. Dogs, hold on. You got yourself on the spot. You made a statement.
Come on.
You made the statement. All I'm asking you is to qualify the statement. That's it. Even if you're wrong, at least you can say, well, that's what I thought was a contradiction. All of us can be wrong. I've been corrected on my channel.
Right. Me
I'm
too.
not, yeah, I'm not man enough that it's like, you know what? You're right. My bad. Let me make the adjustments. That's what growth is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what growth is. When you cats get so offended that you can't even grow,
Mm.
listen, I wash my hands and dust my feet. So when you say to me, but you're having a conversation, no, this conversation ain't for you. I'm really talking to 100 Watts because he was asking questions. I'm just using you as the example. That's what I'm doing.
Cash Kid, we're not saying there's anything wrong with his parents teaching him.
No, we're not saying he's
Saying that that
wrong.
can only take you so far. I grew up being taught too. I think a lot of us did. I grew up with a
Absolutely.
consistent prayer life, church back in the day. Um, yeah, reading the word together with my mom and my dad. But I know that can only take me so far. I
Right.
have to get to know God on a more personal level. You can
Yeah.
tell me who He is all day, but until I have had my own personal encounter, it's gonna hit different. It's not gonna hit
Yeah.
the same. So
So Cash Kid said,
Understand.
so dictate. Cash Kid says, so dictating answers like the reading of the Bible. Yeah, brother. Because if you can't answer the question, then yes, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to try and compartmentalize it so you can respond to the question that I'm asking you.
Can I ask a question, kind of directing away from the
I
chat for a
read
second?
I read it, Cash Kid.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, until you get your mean number, because for me though, I'm a born believer though. It's just I didn't start developing my own, deep, genuine relationship with God until I was 13. Yes, I believed my whole life. I was believing. I was just believing for the sake of believing. And when I hit 12, I literally had so many questions to God though. Literally. I literally questioned God though, not like like literally that time question to literally when I went for a pilgrimage though, like literally actually going on a pilgrimage in general, of course. When I went on a
You know what
pilgrimage, that
we're
literally
talking
changed
about.
my
And
life.
hold on, Riaz. I don't know. I'm sorry. Y'all skip the actual Bible talk. I'm not gonna keep entertaining it.
No,
Anyway,
but
what
I
you
think
saying?
100 Watts had a question he wanted to ask.
Oh, what was your question?
Uh, I'm I've been listening to this whole conversation, and so the in fuck. I'm sorry. I had the question. I'm trying to figure out how to put it out in words. I just lost it. To get the complete understanding, it doesn't happen without that book. It does not happen without the Bible. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes,
Mm,
correct.
okay.
In order to have a relationship, you gotta
You see,
And
find.
it
because
takes more than just
here's
the
the important
word,
here's
because
the important
sometimes
thing with it.
with the word, that's part of it, right? God gives us other resources. That's why He said, "I will leave with you a comforter, who will bring all things back to your remembrance."
Come on.
So the Holy Spirit is also a huge part of it. Do you understand why some people say, "Okay, I read this, but it's not really resonating with my spirit"? We need the Holy Spirit as that extra resource to gain full understanding. Like God gives us really great weapons through the Word, through prayer, and the Holy Spirit. Like the truth will be revealed. It's
And,
not the guessing game when we're talking about the Word. It
and,
takes true nurturing of what we're reading. The prayers, like this is like a lifestyle. It's not something we get on YouTube and just do for 5 hours. This is outside of YouTube too. So when
Hmm.
you get
and
up
on
and
top of that too, on
I,
top, I'm sorry, Mo, you finished?
I'm
I'm
on
sorry.
that when I do that on my channel. I don't. When I go live, this is my time to have these serious conversations. And all I want is the same respect that I give. That's it.
I think my man is cold. And plus, you have to understand with the scriptures, you go on the spirit. Hold on a second. I'm gonna talk to this dude. He wants to talk.
I know that I'm definitely doing work on my relationship with God. I definitely.
I love
It's
that.
not about Mo getting. It's not about Mo. Hold on, tough guy. Hold on. It's not about Mo getting into her feelings, my G.
How can you? Okay,
I'm,
okay. And I hate, hold on. I'm so sorry. I hate when men do that too. Oh, she's being emotional, as if you can shame me for that. Nobody can shame me for that. Okay. I am getting a little emotional. I'm very passionate about what I do for the Lord. And we're not going to talk about emotions. Who acted like, see, Lord, mm, I got to watch my language. Who acted like a big coward and start throwing a fit like a 3 year old? Oh, I didn't get my way. I didn't like what they said, so let me cuss them out. So who was really in their feelings? Think about it. who really doesn't have any self control. People who don't have self control sound like people in their feelings to me. So maybe you need to reevaluate what that truly means, being in your feelings. I'm so sorry for interrupting you. You can go. I won't interrupt you. I'm going mute.
Oh no, you good. I'm definitely not trying to step on your toes. Um, but I know that I'm definitely working on my relationship with God. It's been one of them things. You know what I'm saying? Life has a way of putting things in front of you that just makes shit hard. Let me I apologize. That just make things hard. You know what I'm saying? And I do my best to I ain't even gonna say that because I can say that confidently. I do believe in God, and I know that God. Because there's been plenty of times where it's been nothing but God that has gotten me through some of what I've been going through, and even in moments of things going well, I really can't give that to nobody but God. And when things are going bad, I know it's because either one, I'm not paying attention to God, or two, I didn't give him the credit that he deserved. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of what I'm carrying now just comes from getting older and experience and all of that. Because, like I said, I didn't grow up with a book. Nobody sat down and read a Bible to me or tried to give me like a scripture or anything like that. A lot of this is coming from just life experience and, like I said, following along with people like Bolo and other people like that for the last few years, just trying to get some of this so I can
Hmm.
get some of these questions answered so I can get to that next level. Because I'm trying to figure this out. Because I do the analogy about like GPS and the GPS going there. Like I like that analogy a lot because it really makes a lot of sense. Just driving aimlessly going nowhere, it makes a lot of sense. I really like that analogy. But after all this emotional back and forth stuff, we all just need a hug. Okay, everybody need a nice virtual hug and an amen and a woo sigh. You know what I'm saying? Amen and a woo sigh.
Salute, man. Salute.
Hmm. Well, I think it's a great thing that even though you didn't grow up with, the foundation, I guess, of biblical principle, that you found somebody that you can, I guess, kind of look to for understanding when it comes to the word. So, yeah, that's a good thing. Did anybody else want to add anything?
Okay,
No.
one thing, I guess.
Hmm?
So I was gonna say though, basically though, when we've got the world that we has to send to the earth, to not just to make God the center. Yes, basically put God as the center. Yes, do the faith and everything like that. But you're supposed to do the work as well. But when you also do the work, you're supposed to live a life of balance. Because when on Judgment Day, right, we're not just gonna be asked questions about how you worship God, who's the man sent to you, what was the book sent to you, not just that only. It's gonna be asked about how you lived your life though, basically. And we're supposed to balance everything though, because you're not supposed to do one thing or the other because God, yes, yes, we're supposed to worship God, but at the same time, God wants us to live our life because we're sent to this earth for a purpose though, not just to basically solely yes, we're solely to worship him, but it's more than that, basically. It's more than that because God tests those who he loves, though.
Mm-hmm. I agree. So, do y'all want to give closing statements? Riaz, was that yours, or you could give yours if you like?
I probably got one more closing statement as well before I pass the mic over. So the last closing statement I got to everyone else is please also do your research before you take out anything from the stream. And also, everyone else though, very much. Everyone else on the replay in the chat also, please leave a like, a comment, share, connect to the host, and connect to every creator in this. In the connect to every creator in the chat and on the panel to help us grow. Hope God willingly help us grow, inshallah. Basically, inshallah, help us all grow and basically help the host grow as well and get her monetized, inshallah, and hopefully, inshallah, that will happen to me. So what I mean though, inshallah means God willing. So God willingly help everyone hit, and yeah, man, I'm done now.
Thank you, Riaz.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Sweatbread, did you want to add your remarks?
Like the man says, GPS, which is the Bible. When the GPS give out, use wisdom and knowledge in your spirit man, because you're gonna need it, because you're gonna get tested one way or another. Like the man said, tomorrow is not promised. You know, I believe the world even noticed that. That's why you think what's that song? Bruno Mars and the Devil Lady. They even saying that, you know, we don't know what tomorrow's gonna be like. We might be at war. We may not. But be on your purpose. Read that word. Because I'm trying to get, I don't know about you. I'm not trying to be on the outside looking in. I'm trying to be up there with you.
Absolutely. That's good. Brown man, did you have any final thoughts?
I love the stream. I just wanted to say sorry for I did not know that you guys were like actually about God's business. I was not aware until way into the stream, so I apologize for not giving a more based answer. I was just to the
No,
conversation.
you're
But
fine. I
honestly,
appreciate you so much.
I just want to say the Bible offers a peace that passes all understanding. That's a fact. And so at the end of the day, Jesus is the only one that can heal all wounds, that can fill any void in a man's life. And at the end of the day, I really love the analogy that Bolo gave about Nadab and Abihu, that reference, because it's very important. The fact that they died, the father couldn't even cry for their son's death, because as a leader of God, he is not to let the crowd murmur against sin. That's a hard truth. That's a very hard truth. And at the end of the day, um, I really like that Bolo did reference that. I think we learned a lot here today. And, when it comes to trauma, there is really, I only know of one man that can heal all traumas. I really only know of one. And
Mm-hmm.
that's Jesus Christ. That's on facts. So you got to search the scriptures. You got to seek a relationship, because there's only one truth. And so yeah, that's pretty much all I got. So
And thank you so much, Brown Man. I do this every Sunday night around 10:30 p.m. Central Time if you want to come back. I appreciate everybody that hit the link, even Tough Guy, shout out to you.
I'm
Uh,
sorry about that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
um
I
I
was on I was
think
on the other line talking to him, but I'm not gonna tell you what we
to
talked about.
who?
Huh?
Who were you talking to?
My man, tough guy.
Oh, okay.
But I won't tell what was being said. But
Of course
I'm
not.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Right.
What was that I left, because I really wanted to say salutations to um 100 watts. And the brothers that are up here. So I
Yeah.
apologize for that
I
disrespect.
wish 100 watts was still here.
Yeah, I apologize for that disrespect. I'm sorry, but
No, you're good. I'm it's fine. But I'm glad you talked to him, you know.
mhm.
But yeah, so they gave their final thoughts. Do you have any? Well, I guess I could give mine. Um, I spoke on uprooting trauma because I know that God really wants us to be free and He doesn't want us to just function. And sometimes we know even we're guilty of just functioning in this life. And um, God wants us to live a healed, whole, and free life, not just pretending like we're okay, you know? And another thing, when trauma is not uprooted, it can really distort your identity. When trauma isn't dealt with, it can lie to you about who you are, what you're worth, and what you deserve. So letting God uproot your trauma allows Him to restore like your true identity in Him, and you'll know that you're loved, you're seen, and you're chosen. You won't have to seek so much validation from society. And validation feels great, right? I'm not gonna lie. We love praises, but you won't look to that as your source for security. Um, and again, know that you can um, try to cover it up through whatever your vice is. We all use something at some point, but God is can only reach those deep things. And of course, I believe in therapy. You know, that type of support is also very helpful. But remember that God sees the part of you that you sometimes even hide from you. Like the word says, know ye that the Lord, He is God. It is He that hath made us and not we ourselves. He knows us better than we do. And remember that when you do feel a sense of deep rooted trauma, remember that God is near to the brokenhearted. He wants to heal us and He wants us in our best state. And keep in mind that trauma not only affects you, we must confront it because it can affect generations, you know. And when you allow God in, He has the ability to stop the cycles and allow legacy, the things that we talk about on these panels all the time, allow legacy to begin with you, you know. Yeah, but you're go ahead, Bolo. If
Wow. First of all, I like to apologize to
Hi,
everybody.
Genesis.
I like to apologize to everybody for jumping off. Let me say that. He had called me, so we had a brief conversation, and I apologize for that. I'll do my best for that not to happen again. Uh, this, when we have conversations about mental illness and about, I'm just gonna add on top of what Mo said. That's all I'm doing. When we have these conversations and it talks about the progression of the kingdom through um, allowing him in your life, and like she said, uplifting or uprooting the trauma in these deep planted problems that we have, and um, we're gonna have interruptions, and we're gonna persevere through it, right? Because we're not gonna let it, disturb the message and disturb the mission, right? The
Mhm.
mission is, to get up here and create a safe place where people can come. We had a young man by the name of Brandon that talked about, a few weeks ago, he was thinking about self deleting.
Mhm.
He felt comfortable enough to do it here, to speak about it. And to let that off is amazing because, there are a lot of men, women, and children that are struggling with these thought processes, and to see a grown man who would cam up and do that, you get all the accolades and all the props. He should get all the props, not me. He should get all the props. Mo Love should get all the props for coming up here and talking about her past traumas and things of that nature. They should get all the props. Now, I've spoken about my past traumas and things of that nature with you guys. However, this is not about accolades.
Mhm.
This is about, doing for you guys what Christ has done for us. That's what this is about.
Yes.
The Lord tells us, he says, if you love me, feed my flock. That's not an
Mhm.
ask, that's an order. If you love me, yeah,
What
feed
if
my
you don't
flock.
listen?
Well, then you got a problem. I can't tell you what that problem is. I'm not Jesus. All I can tell you is you got a problem.
Mhm.
Okay. If God gives you a gift and you choose not to use that gift to push the kingdom, he will take that gift from you and give it to somebody else. Now, how he chooses to do it, I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes maybe he'll take your voice, maybe he'll take you being able to use the guitar and give it to somebody else, or maybe he might just kill you. I don't know. I know that all of those options are on the table because
Mm-hmm.
he is who he says he is. So all I'm saying to you as the guy waving the red flag is yield, warning.
Absolutely.
That's
And
what
some,
our job is. Go ahead.
right, something I had to learn and I'm still learning is to not fear. Like when God reveals to me that I may not be healed
Oh,
in an area, do not fear the digging, because
oh,
when something is being uprooted, it's not going to be just surface level. It has to be uprooted, because anything that's not uprooted is going to continue to grow in secret. So never fear the digging when it comes, when those things are exposed through the Lord. Because God never exposes what he's not willing to heal. He's not like man. So when those things are exposed, just, you know, completely surrender, uprooting that trauma. Like, just think about it in from a nature perspective. Like, it clears the soil for whatever your purpose is to grow, to bloom, and to also bless other people and not bleed out on them because you're walking in your trauma. We don't want to dwell in our trauma. I think I said it earlier, like, Lord, one of my prayers, help me to be loyal to my healing and not my trauma. That is so huge. Some of us, we do stay stuck in the past. We allow our traumas to identify who we are, and God never wanted that for us. He wanted us to overcome those things. Those things are supposed to be used to get us to the next point, you
can I,
know?
can I say
Grow.
something?
Mm-hmm.
Kills don't go no place. Kills
Point.
don't go no place.
I want
Kills.
to highlight that, what he
Yeah,
said.
yeah. That's what I was about to. Kills don't go no place, man. Um,
Hill said, if you see me wild out on these panels sometimes, just know my brother was deleted in a car accident over a month ago. I had no idea, Kills.
well, let me say this, man.
I'm
Kills.
so sorry to hear that.
Um, we gonna pray for you, Kills.
Mm-hmm.
Heavenly Father, we come to you with hearts heavy from the weight of sudden loss. Mourning Keel's brother. His life was taken far too soon in a tragic car accident. Lord, in this moment of sorrow and confusion, we ask you to be near Keels and to be near the brokenhearted, their family. Wrap your loving arms around those who are hurting right now and that they don't fall apart. Let them know that you are still God. And even when life doesn't make sense, you are still there with them. Father, you are God who collects every tear in a bottle, who walks with us through the valley of the shadow of death, and who promises that joy will come in the morning. We ask you to give strength to the Keels family and all the friends, to their grieving heart. Remind them that their brother's life was not in vain,
Mm-hmm.
that every laugh, every hug, every moment shared is eternally remembered by you. Whisper peace to their soul in the silence of the night, and let your spirit be their comfort when they feel grief is unbearable. Lord, for all those who are struggling with mental illness, depression, PTSD, those who carry pain in silence, who feel lost, alone, and angry, we ask for your supernatural strength. Breathe life back into their weary spirits. Plant hope where despair is growing. And
Yes.
most of all, remind them that even in their darkest hour, you are near. You are
Mm-hmm.
faithful. You will never let go. In the name of our beloved Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. We
Yeah.
love you, Kills.
Heals our condolences to you. And this is the point that we're talking about. You don't know what people are going through, man. You have no clue of what people are going through in their lives. And sometimes
Don't
they'll,
close. Right.
they come to certain channels as a safe haven to hear a word.
Mm-hmm.
And this is important because the only thing you have to lose is your life.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's what you want to gamble with, stand aside and let us do the work. Stand aside.
Just like Venus said, please. It's simple.
Stand aside and let us do the work, man. If you haven't made up your mind, which is cool, we'll come back and circle around. But allow us to do the work with the people that have made up their mind, and the people that do want the homework or want the growth through doing the homework of studying, meditating, spending time in a quiet place with the Lord. You have to understand that this is not a game. This
And
is not a game. So to you, brother Keels, my condolences to you. Um, can you do me a favor, Mo? Can you put the village number in there for him, please?
yes.
And Keels, holla at me.
Lady Navo, can you put it in? I forgot it. I gotta
Yeah.
I can look it up. My
Yes.
bad. I'm acting like I can't look it up.
That's all good. Lady Navoa, it's 347 394 5954.
Repeat it.
347 394 5954.
Okay.
Keels, give me a call, my G. Give me a call, man, so we could talk. All right, because again, it's not an easy. Come on, man. That's hard, and
That is,
my
I can
condolences to you, my
imagine.
nigga, right? So, please give us a call. If I don't, if you don't get me, leave me a voicemail. I will contact you. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you just need someone to listen, man. Sometimes not even for a breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that you need, so to hear. Because something that tragic can derail you.
It can.
It can. So, with that
Hey,
being
E
said,
Dub.
E-Dub is in the building.
E Dub. Mm-hmm.
He said, I needed that start. Yeah. So, thank you, Lady Navo. She said she put it in earlier, but thank you. So, oh yeah, okay, yeah, Genesis, you can call also if you need to talk. Call,
Hey, Genesis Boo.
call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all of you guys can call, man. The number ain't just for them.
Right.
Yeah. But Mo Love put some numbers in the chat pertaining to trafficking, drug addiction.
Do you
Um,
want me to repost them again? Can you?
can okay, hold on. Yeah,
Okay.
they're not in the back chat.
Oh, they are. My bad.
Yeah.
Even truck drivers.
Let me see.
So the numbers that are posted, um, again, whatever you're going through, these numbers are free. They operate 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and they are totally anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
And they will
Is
direct
this
you.
you, 84?
It's me, Mo. It's me.
They will
Okay.
direct you to help in your neighborhood, in your city, in your state. Please, please, man. If you need the help, if you're in that room and you're contemplating doing some harm, please go into your children's room. And again, y'all may not like what I'm about to say, but do it. Read their diaries, man. Don't blow them up, but get into your children's business.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of us are finding out our children are being bullied, they're being ridiculed, they're going through all of these things, and we don't find out until it's too late. Be in their business, but do it with tact, right? Do it with respect. Don't just bust in the room and give me a nah. Don't do that. Use tact. Be a little sneaky. You act like you don't know how to be sneaky. We've all been sneaky before.
Exactly.
Do that. Get into their life. Call your brothers, man. Call your sisters.
Mm-hmm.
Please call them. I ain't gonna be long winded because I know 84 came up here to say something.
No, this is so good though.
No, Bolo, you good, you good. You know me,
E
I
Dub,
be
call
chilling,
me,
man.
brother. E Dub, call me. Nah, I don't mind, man. It's for
It's
the whole
it's
chat.
it's so true. As a school bus driver, for 3 years, these kids they're experimenting, and sometimes they experiment the wrong things. You know what I'm saying? That's why as a school bus driver, if I don't stand up, stand on business, if I just always stay in my seat, they won't respect me. That's why I had to get in their face because if you just say you just look at the mirror and say, "Okay, sit down," they don't respect you. But if you in their face, if you always stayed up, they know you mean business. So you gotta be on these kids because if you don't, someone will. I'm just saying as a school
Hmm.
bus driver.
Yeah, that's so true. 84, did you want to say something?
Nah, man, I'm just here, family. I'm just here. I'm listening,
I am
and
surprised you are still awake, brother. What you doing?
I'm surprised all y'all still
Me
awake. How y'all
too.
still awake?
I
Well, I'm
gotta
a
be
truck
at work
driver.
at 8, but I work from home, so I'm
That's
okay.
nothing, man. I'm 3 hours ahead of y'all.
Facts.
I've been
Man.
working since 1 o'clock at night. I do this for a
Still
living.
three. It's still 4 y'all time, man. It's 7 o'clock over here.
Sun
I
came up
know
at 5 o'clock in the
I'm to
morning.
the side at my desk, trying not to get in my bed from
You know what I'm
home.
saying? So yeah, man. So see, we do know how to tell jokes, man. Y'all want to hear a joke? Here's a joke. Moses, Jesus, and an old man are playing golf. And Moses, he's first up. He hits the ball into the river. So Jesus and the old man, they start laughing. So Moses looks and says, okay, he splits the river and he hits the ball onto the green. So it's Jesus' turn. Jesus hits the ball into the river. He walks on the water, hits it onto the green. So it's the old man's turn. Old man hits the ball and it's about to land into a water, and a red snapper jumps out the water and grabs the ball. And as the red snapper is about to jump back into the water, an eagle comes down and grabs the red snapper. So as the eagle is flying away, a lightning bolt hits the eagle, and the eagle lets go of the red snapper. The red snapper falls onto the ground, and he coughs up the ball, and the ball goes into the hole. And Jesus turns around and says, "Come on, Dad, you showing off now."
I don't get it.
That was God. God
Mm,
was the old man. He said, "Come on, you showing off now." Man, I thought y'all would catch on to it.
I'm slow. I'm
I
not
caught
good
on
at
it.
jokes like that.
Not you saying you slow.
When it comes to stuff like that, like why did this do that? I be like, I don't know.
No. The reading is tomorrow, lady. The reading is tomorrow. The reading is tomorrow.
Did
Yes.
anybody in the chat get it, or am I just slow?
Yes, Elaine Navoa laughed. E Dub laughed. Lana
Oh,
Love
my bad.
laughed.
So I'm being slow. I
84 laughed. So
guess.
Lana Love said, I got it.
Okay.
Tough guy said, I got it.
Bolo, I think one time somebody told me they thought that you was actually God, and
Oh,
the way you don't sleep, I don't know. Maybe you might be.
oh my God. I do sleep
I
now
don't sleep.
though. My
Brother,
work schedule changed. Like I
let me
can't
tell you
be up.
something. I
Like
sleep, brother.
I
I
was
see
up
what?
all night weeks ago.
Yeah, I
Those
sleep.
days are done for me. Like I can stay up late sometimes, but not like I used to.
Nah, I call them more vampires. She don't sleep.
Mm.
Mo don't
Tough
sleep.
guy, if you want to fight, I mean,
She
we
said you he said you
Oh
good.
sleep.
wow.
He calling me slow.
You know what I saw?
I'm enough.
Look at the little hands that he have behind his name, the little muscle. Keel said, he said, I didn't know the old man was God. Great one, Bowler. Yeah.
Mhm.
I got a lot of them, man. I'll give y'all one each time I'm on Mo Show. I'll
Be
give
careful.
y'all,
Yeah,
Be
late in
careful
the
on the Fourth of
morning. No,
July
you go to
weekend.
sleep, baby.
huh?
Yeah, be careful on the Fourth of July weekend because I'm seeing people shooting fireworks at people now. They play around with
On
fireworks.
Friday, I'm so excited to be off. Not
Yeah,
Well,
it's getting crazy out here.
be careful out there, man.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm praying. I think
July,
I came in.
Halloween, and Comic Con are the worst times to go celebrate
And they got fire too.
because the police don't come out during Halloween or 4th of July because everything sounds like a gun. And
Mm.
on Halloween, everyone's wearing masks. So just be mindful, man, of these things and understand Halloween is a paganistic holiday that's rooted
All
in
of
what.
them are.
So I mean, yeah, all of them are, but
Hmm.
you know, just be mindful of the things that we sit here like. How many people here say knock on wood?
I don't.
See, now no one says knock on wood. How
But
many
people
people
that
in the
I
chat?
didn't say
How
nobody.
many
I
people?
just said I
How many
don't.
people in the chat says knock on wood? Come on, man, don't lie now. How many people in the
I
chat say
really don't say
knock
that.
on wood? How many people? Keel said I do. Put a one in the chat if you've
I
ever
say
said
knock
knock
on
on
wood.
wood or do you knock on wood? Put a one in the chat. Now cats gonna act like they don't do it.
That's superstitious, but I know it's a
See?
saying.
Edub said I have. Now, do you know where it comes from? Spirits live in trees. And what people used to do is they used to knock on the wood so that the spirit can come out. And the spirit would want a gift, not a good spirit. So it just became a cliche of knocking on wood. So don't do it. Because a lot of these cliches that we don't know, they're rooted in paganistic origins. So,
Mhm.
it's important that we realize what these things are. So please
And
don't do it.
I say that because I just remember growing up, and my mom and my dad are from Louisiana, so that's like witchcraft state. And my mom would always be like, "No, don't," like when she would hear my cousins and stuff say that, she'll be like, "No, don't say that. Like y'all don't understand what that means." So she was just real big on not, abiding by what those things mean. So
I'm
yeah.
gonna I'm gonna see, again, what we like to do all the time, right? When we like to show and prove what we say
Mhm.
so it don't look like we be freestyling. Can you
Right.
share can you share my
Late in the vote, I am 39, girl. I'm up there. Uh-huh.
When is your
can you
birthday?
see?
March 14th.
It says the superstition of knocking on wood for lucky for luckily originates from ancient paganistic beliefs in tree spirits. Many cultures, include the Celts, viewed trees as dwelling place for spirits and gods. Knocking on wood was a way to either invoke their protection, thank them for good fortune, or ward off evil spirits. So we know Christ don't deal with none of that madness. So we
Mm-hmm.
have to be mindful of the stuff that we do. So again, please look into some of the stuff that you guys are doing and getting involved. And Bucket 88 said I used to say it.
He used to what?
Tough guy says I knock on wood all the time. I'm a drummer.
Oh, tough guy get on my nerves. Love you, tough
he
guy.
said he said I knock on wood all the time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. She oh, okay. I thought someone else wrote that. You wrote Keels, not really.
I know, Lady Nabo. I'm just so used to, like, it just seemed like I was just 25 yesterday. And now I look up and I'm 39. I'm like, where did the time go? Really?
Where did the time go? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know, can't believe it. It's a 7 month already. We get ready for another tax return.
I was just
Thank
thinking
God.
that.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, right? It's crazy that we're in 2025,
Yeah.
2026. Remember when they were talking about 2025?
Crazy.
We thought that cars would be flying in 2020.
Would you? I don't know how I feel about being in a flying car.
A flying car.
I don't know.
Flying
I'd
cars are
be
cool.
scared.
Brother, a flying car. You see how Trump did that little ship? It cost $2 billion for to get a flying car. Probably in the millions.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're working on it. They're
You
working on
see,
flying
you see how
cars.
much Tesla. You see how much Tesla costs.
Come on, man. Don't disrespect the Teslas.
But I'm saying, you talking about flying cars. You can't even get a Tesla.
You know, don't disrespect the Teslas are the bombs. Come
The
on.
Teslas are what?
They're the bomb.
Oh. Hmm.
So what? I guess you got one.
I didn't say that, did I? You hear me say?
Okay, okay. Autobot's car. But okay. Are you barbecuing, brother?
For when? I'm trying to buy any good weather that I get outside of this damn rain. I'm barbecuing.
It's still raining out there.
It rained yesterday.
Oh
Yeah,
my
it did. It
gosh.
did.
New
I couldn't
York
even
brought
see.
that up.
It woke me up.
Here's a. You want to hear another joke?
Yeah, let me focus in on this one so I don't
Okay.
miss it. Okay, go
Okay.
Wow,
ahead.
Bolo.
Yeah,
Never see
guys.
Toast was
Let's
jokes.
get the chat involved. Do you guys want to hear another one? Chat. Press
Put a
one. If,
one in the chat
put a
if
one in
you
the
want to
chat if
hear
you want
a
to hear
joke.
another one.
No, no, you should do your rap. You do your. Dun,
No, they
dun.
not. They're not ready for my raps, man. They not ready for it. You know what I rap? You know I
Drop the
stop.
beat. Drop the beat. Drop the beat,
He
Bolo.
does says yes. Okay. What did God say after He created Adam? What did God say after He created Adam? Molav?
I don't know.
Okay. Sweatbread?
I don't know,
Create a
brother.
helpmate or
Don't use
something.
me. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No one knows?
He needed a helpmate.
He said I can do better, and so he created women.
So he created what?
Women.
I could. Oh, I like that.
See, you see, you were a little slow on that too.
Shout out to the women.
You're a
No,
little
I
slow on
definitely
that.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Jesus said, "What the hell, Leontay?"
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I got.
Of course, eat up. Bucky said, "Boo." They saying that one was giving kind of lame.
Yeah, brother.
Okay. Here's another one.
They saying that was
How
You should
did
lame.
just rap. You
how
should
did
just rap.
Adam and Eve feel? How did Adam and feel after they were put out of the Garden of Eden?
A shame.
Embarrassed.
There's fruit. There's the fruit. No more fruit.
Okay. Mo.
How did they feel? Embarrassed.
Okay. They felt really put out.
I mean,
You-
I'm like, huh? Okay, I got you. How was that, guys?
Go ahead, Bolo. Drop a beat, man. Drop a beat for one time. Go ahead, do your little dun, dun.
okay, how about this one? Here's one joke. What excuse did Adam give to his children as to why they no longer lived in the Garden of Eden?
Child.
What excuse
No.
did Adam give his children to why they're no longer in the Garden of Eden?
Beer.
Excuse? I don't know, but it was
No,
disobedience.
your mother ate us out of house and home.
Yeah, that's kind of. I get it though. I get it. I think this. I'm low key laughing because you're laughing. But yeah, yeah, that would get a few points, I guess.
Okay, here's one more that we're going to end it. Who was the first person to download something from the cloud?
Hi, Vaughn. The
Uh,
first person to download something from the cloud,
Correct.
how,
enlighten me.
It was Moses. He had 2 tablets.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
no, I think the rap was better than this.
Y'all some haters, man.
True
See,
Bleed, you behind. He typing one.
yeah. Who bleeds internet, baby?
One was
Internet,
like
baby.
5 minutes ago. That is hilarious. Yeah, this ended up being a
It
good
was a good one.
one. Yeah. Shout out to everybody for tuning
Come
in.
on, sister. You
I
can't
can't
tell
believe
the
it's
world.
6:36 a.m.
Better believe it.
Wow.
I work in the Midwest, so it's 6:36 over here.
Where are you?
Oh, I'm well right now I'm in Indiana,
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah,
Gotcha.
All right, so
I work in the Midwest.
your man, tough guy said one more. I'm gonna give y'all one more, and then we're gonna leave it alone.
You
Okay.
rapping?
Okay. Which Bible book sounds like it's which Bible book sounds like it's a theatrical production?
Which Bible book sound like it's a theatrical production?
Correct.
Theater. Would it be Psalms?
Sweat Brett?
Peter.
No.
You said Bible book, right?
Yes. Give up?
Uh,
Nope. Lana Love? Nope.
I thought it would have been Psalms.
Nope. Acts.
Oh
The
my
book of
gosh. I get it. Okay.
Acts. The book of Acts.
Mhm.
ACTS. Come on now. Y'all
I got
slipping, man. Y'all slipping. Y'all gotta get it together, man. Y'all gotta
you.
get it together.
I got you.
We're
You know what I'm
slipping
saying?
on jokes. Wow.
And y'all can have them jokes. The only thing I ask is that if you see me, give me a quarter. You use them damn jokes, it's gonna get you. You're gonna
Or
pull up on
pay
the chick
attention or
and be
pay it
like,
forward.
hey girl, you a Christian? I got some Christian jokes. And if I get one, you gotta give me your phone number. Just give me a
I
quarter when you
want to
see
do
me.
like a Bible trivia though soon, like something more lighthearted.
I can give you
Soon.
Bible trivia. You want me to do that? I can give you Bible trivia. We used to do it in the village all the time after we did what's the name?
That would be so fire.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna give away like a few cash outs to
Okay,
like
so here's the question. You guys have to answer it for next Sunday. Okay.
and you get a cash out, whoever get it right.
Here's the
All they
question.
gotta do is go to Google though.
I know, the cheaters. Here's the question. Who were the neighbors Jesus was talking about when he commanded us to love your neighbor as yourself? Who were the neighbors Jesus was talking about when he commanded us to love your neighbor as yourself?
So what year was this?
What are you talking about? Yeah, what year? These sweatbird, you be starting up stuff, B.
What year was this?
Look at Lady Novo. She got it. Lady Novo is the queen of emojis.
She is. That
She
is
has
so funny.
50 emojis in every text she sends. She can't send you just pure words. She got to
Hmm.
put a picture of the word in it.
I call it Ebonics.
Vaughn put Fred and Barney. No, Vaughn, not Fred
So,
and Barney. I
so
told you,
here's the
Vaughn
thing.
is a vampire too. He don't sleep
What is
either.
it?
Huh?
Oh, wait a minute. And today's
Love.
no, it's not his birthday today.
I said, who were the neighbors Jesus was talking about when he commanded us to love your neighbor as yourself?
Your neighbor, your neighbor, your neighbor. I would think. Oh, I'm not supposed to say my bad.
I mean, you want to give the first one, we answer it then, and then nah, it's up to you.
Yeah, so I would think it meant like somebody that's really not for you, like an enemy. No,
No,
what?
he
Okay,
put Lucy and Ethel. Y'all want the answer now? Or do you want to wait for next Sunday?
Shiva, tough guy.
Tough,
Yeah,
tough
the
guy just don't
answer.
think.
Give us
Huh?
the answer, please.
Lady Novoa
We
said,
gotta do another one, Lady Novo. My bad.
"Oh, so you want? Okay, the
I was
answer
so eager
is
to answer.
the answer was everyone in the world. He wanted you to love everyone in the world. That's what he was talking about.
I thought he specifically meant enemies because what's the context of
No,
that?
he said love your enemies. We weren't talking about love your enemies.
Okay. Got it. Got it.
Okay. Hey, see what happens. Okay, let me get one more question for you. A question.
Kills, make sure you come back, please.
Your
And
kills. You
just
need to
know
call.
that you can vent here anytime and we will definitely keep you in prayer. I had no idea. And I appreciate you for the transparency for sharing that with us.
Man, yo, sweat breath. I can hear every breath you take.
That's not me. It's my motor.
Doesn't
I'm just
he
hold.
have
Your
asthma
motor, son?
too?
Damn.
Yes, I'm not like usually when I move. I can understand you hear me breathing, but I'm
Yeah,
staying
usually,
still.
yeah, usually I can hear you breathe.
Leave him alone.
Yeah, I see a heavy engine.
You're welcome, Kills. Oh, lady, who rap? Me?
No, Bolo, he raps. Go ahead, Bolo.
I
No,
rap
Have a
no, no,
freestyle.
a little
no.
bit though.
Lady Novo is full of it. No, Lady Novo told me not to rap. Now she's telling me to rap.
I
Nah,
know,
I'm not.
right?
Rap something or sing something.
There you go,
Nope.
Bolo. Come on, Bolo. Come on. You should your
Nope.
thing. We get the crowd. Come
Knack,
on.
knack, pity, whack. There you
You,
go.
you done got scared.
Yeah, I know, right?
Whatever. Okay. Here's a question for next week. Here's a question for next week. Which of these did Jesus compare the earthly nature of the kingdom to? A field of wheat and weeds, a basket of loaves and fishes, a field of rocks and diamonds, a field of corn and barley. Which of these did Jesus compare the earthly nature of the kingdom to? That's your question.
Mhm. Y'all might have to replay it if you forget the question.
Medusa was the oldest man who
Hmm.
ever. Mm.
Riddle. They say that Methuselah was the oldest man who ever lived. How is that possible if he died before his father? How is it
In
I was
possible
reading
if
that
he
too.
died before his father?
riddle, they say that Methuselah was the oldest man who ever lived. He is. How is that possible if he died before his father? Methuselah.
How is that possible?
See, Vaughn think he's slick. I think he
See,
told.
because this is making my mind. I've already
I
been
think
up for
Vaughn told me this. I think Vaughn
Again,
said,
brother, happy birthday, Run.
"Happy birthday, Vaughn."
birthday.
Now you gonna make me think about this, Vaughn.
They say that Methuselah was the oldest man who ever lived.
Oh, okay, he never. There you go,
How
Vaughn.
is that possible
Methuselah.
if he died before?
Methuselah. He died. His father never died. I don't think his father never died.
If he died before his father, Jesus help me. Do y'all get it?
Right. Yeah. The answer is. Remember, you think he's slick? I knew you asked me this question. Should I leave it alone, Vaughn, and let the people go for it?
Edub, yes, this is
The
every
answer.
Sunday night
His
around
father.
10:30.
Yeah, his father was Enoch. His father never died. That's
Oh,
why.
okay,
His father was taken up.
gotcha.
That's a good one. That's a good
That is
one,
good
Vaughn.
because I was, yeah, getting a headache, but it makes sense. Yes,
Oh,
Edub, we do this every Sunday night, 10:30 p.m. Central Time, if you could make it.
hell with PM Central Time. We do it Eastern Standard Time at
My
11:30, baby.
gosh.
Come on now.
Okay, so what you mean? So 11:30 East Coast.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, because I'm Michigan, but I work on the west, like Wisconsin, so like Illinois time.
mm-hmm.
Brother, you
So
gonna
it's
mess
like
me up. Don't
so it's
don't
like a
don't do it.
so it's like an
Don't
hour
do it.
before, then an hour backwards.
You
So
gonna
it's like
mess me up. You gonna mess me
in
up. I
Vun,
don't
they
think
don't, and Vun and sister, they're from California time.
yeah. They're in California, they're 3 hours behind. But then you start doing
Exactly.
Pacific Standard and you get into that Central Standard. I don't know all that stuff, B. I just
I'm
ask
surprised they
Alexa.
up this early.
Yeah.
Yeah, why, sister? What time is it right now?
For me, it's
No, no,
6:46.
come on, California time. It should be
It's
like
Oh,
three
they like 2 hours. I think
it
it's
should be
like four
right. It
three
should be
hours
still
before.
dark. Yeah, it should be still
four
dark over
fifty
there.
Yeah,
six.
3 hours behind.
It should be like
Yeah,
3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
for you it's 3 hours. For me it's two.
Yeah, this is time wise.
All right, man. We going on 7 hours and 27 minutes.
I cannot believe you are still awake.
I'm about to
Yeah,
go
I
fall
know.
asleep
I am
and
so shocked.
I'm about to go in the fourth dimension right now.
And you get
Of
mad at me,
course.
tomorrow. Oh, Riley's gonna keep us. Mr. Sweatbreak gonna keep us here.
You do it all the damn time, Sweatbread. You and Von Bryant like to stay up.
Oh, I love Vaughn. He is always like in the chat when you go to sleep.
He says the one time I get up early,
He be
no
right
notification.
there.
No, I know, Vaughn.
Oh
Yeah, blame her.
no, this is tough guy's fault.
Nah, it's no one's fault. We haven't done Monday reads in about 4 weeks, so it's
Oh
Tuesday.
yeah.
Yeah, in about 4 weeks. So
Oh, that's
yeah,
right. I
I'm
forgot.
about to go to bed late, Navo, and I'm about to knock out. I promise you, I am. So
Yes, me too. For a good
Unless nobody
hour
don't call him.
and 20 minutes.
Unless
so
nobody
you
call him.
you get to end the show however you want to, Mo.
Yeah, so I gave my last thoughts like 15 or 20 minutes ago. I appreciate y'all all for tuning in. Please subscribe to my channel. If you have not, please feel free to share the live.
And
Um,
subscribe.
yeah, and uh, give God your trauma. Remember, He goes deeper to the soul level. He sees the part of you that, as I stated, only He knows, and the part sometimes that you even hide. He is very gentle in power, and He wants to heal what is damaged. And remember the scripture, Psalms 34 through 18. I've had to speak that over myself time and time again. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted. And remember that trauma left untouched becomes a cycle. And that's how we have these generational curses a lot of times. So remember to let God uproot it and stop those negative cycles so that you can heal and be your best for you and everybody around you. Remember next week, 10:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. I love y'all so much.
Can I say this?
So
Tough
pray
guy.
for
We
you,
did
tough
we
guy.
did pray for you, tough guy. We prayed for everybody in the chat.
Pray for me too, tough guy. Yeah, we pray for everybody, but definitely. All right. Well, I'm going to end the show. Everybody be blessed. Bye.